in the class.
I am better than every other girl in this room. I don't understand why I didn't get the lead.
Because Brianna's very strong lately, and she deserves it.
Brianna doesn't deserve anything.
So she decides to take a thumbtack and place it on the floor so that one of the girls steps on the thumbtack. What the hell? This is genuinely fucked up, and she's got the most evil gaze after this happens.
Why would I put a tack in the studio?
Casey is going to hell. There is no path to redemption here. That was a premeditated attack. She legitimately set up a trap to hurt someone. She's a sociopath. This is definitely a step up from the shaving cream cyberbully incident, which is insane because Casey is the one who said to Sarah, "You're a cyberbully?" And then is going and setting up traps for people so they stab themselves? Casey's moral compass has been due for a realignment since like yesterday. Up until this point, the teens have been seeing their crimes and feeling remorseful about what they've done, even to the point where they're voting themselves into the category of naughty. But that all changes when we get to our friend Cedric. Cedric's crime is that one of his friends confided in him that they had been cheating in chemistry this whole semester. And Cedric decides to kick them out of his house and then calls their mother on the phone.
But how could you cheat? That's so disgusting. She's been cheating on her chemistry tests. I bet her mother would love to hear about this.
Of which he has their number on speed dial? You could say that Cedric may have been waiting for this moment, plotting for it, waiting many moons so he could find his moment to strike. And after the video finishes, you'd think that he'd be feeling, like, bad, right?
Dude, you ratted out your best friend. Not cool.
She always acts like she's better than me.
No, he's not. He is beaming with pride. He doesn't have a remorseful bone in his body. This kid would sell his mom to the Taliban if it meant he'd get his fill of drama. He is a bastard. Look at his face! Have you not been getting the theme of this exercise, Cedric? This isn't your highlight reel, Cedric. This is an episode of Dr. Phil and you're the patient. And after everyone tries to convince him that he's naughty, Cedric does the unthinkable and pleads not guilty to being a naughty little boy. So most of the teens exit this theater having learned a valuable lesson about their behavior, but Cedric cannot and will not believe it.
Out of my way, you scoundrels!
Moving back to the union negotiations with Santa, somehow the offhand mention of bringing Christmas and elves to other religions has evolved into a full-blown plot point. It is their entire platform now.
I want you to get the other religions to buy into the elf Christmas, not the Santa Christmas.
And not only are they bringing Christmas to those observing Judaism, they're also planning to bring it to Hinduism as well.
My marketing group has estimated about 10,000 additional elves to help with the toy production for the Jewish and the Hindu kids.
This is a massive allocation of resources, and for an organization that is already kind of like on the ropes, why are you trying to do a crusade? How are you going to do a crusade? Are you sending the elves to war? This entire powder keg of problems at Santa's off-the-grid black site hits its breaking point, though. When Cedric decides that the best way to get home is to grab one of the elves while they're sleeping and take them hostage, threatening them with the fairy dust.
Hey, stop squirming. If you don't stop squirming, I'm gonna use this.
He's talking as if this magic dust is a Glock, and also as if he knows how to use it with deadly force. And she's fearing him as if this is possible, which means that it is. So Cedric utilizes this hostage situation to try to force Santa to let him go home. But instead of just doing that, Santa decides to entirely cancel Christmas, claiming that he's done everything that he could to make this work.
I've done everything that I can do, huh?
You've done everything that isn't effective, Santa. Why did he think that putting all his hope in kidnap the worst children and force them into labor while simultaneously denying my other workers fair conditions experiment was even remotely gonna have a chance? And then Santa just starts ignoring the worries of the elves that are gonna lose their jobs and teleports away to go on a vacation.
Santa, what will we do for work?
I'm going on vacation. Maybe, Waikiki. Yeah, Mrs. Claus has always wanted to go. It's about time she got a nice present.
Oh my god, I'm gonna lose my job. How am I gonna feed my family? I'm gonna take Mrs. Claus somewhere nice. So Santa teleports away and Cedric has ruined everything, like he always does. Fuck you, Cedric. Obviously from here, everyone gets their shit into gear because now things are serious, because if Santa's gone, there ain't no free gifts. So after spending the whole movie being terrible and moaning about everything, they decide that they are the ones most suited to fix Christmas.
Come on, guys. If anyone can save Christmas, it's us.
No, it's not. You guys are literally handpicked as being the worst suited for dealing with anything related to Christmas. They call Diva and manage to get her to drop the whole union negotiation situation after letting her know that it was common knowledge that the elves were the ones who made the toys. And apparently the elves did not know that people knew that.
You like being an elf, right? You like making all of these toys?
You like making sure that all the little boys and girls all over the world are happy because Santa's little helpers are making toys for them, right?
Wait, boys and girls think we make the toys?
So the striking elves come back to working in Santa's shop, and the teens are able to teleport in like friends of theirs to also help with creating presents in time for Christmas, and they're all working together to get Christmas going on time. And when it's all said and done, they give Santa a call to let him know that they've saved Christmas.
Wow, look who it is. Hey, hon, it's Diva. Hey, hold that thing steady now, huh?
I like to imagine a more realistic scenario is that they call Santa and he's just wasted out of his mind on pina coladas. His belly's out, he's shirtless, and he's just unable to form coherent thoughts out loud. Santa Claus congratulates them for saving Christmas, and after some well wishes, sends them in a portal home. And they arrive back, seemingly with no time having passed. Which is confusing because that whole time they were racing against the clock to save Christmas. But they're all back in the mall, and they've learned their lesson. And then the movie ends. What? This story is supposed to have a moral at the end? The absolute audacity of that. How dare they? You kidnapped kids and forced them to work for days. This story is something that you'd read to a child in the Industrial Revolution, so he'd go back to the factory and get over his whooping cough. Happy holidays.
Michael Mosesian, often known as Moses, is a not-so-well-known food expert and entrepreneur. More than half a year ago, I had the opportunity to document him consuming a 5-patty burger from Five Guys in one sitting. Now, he's going for 8 patties in one bun. Can he do it? Let's find out. This is 2 guys in a car, driving somewhere, and then engaging in gluttony.
Hey Moses, how you doing today? I'm Ted Nivison. This is Moses. It's Moses, and we're doing the 8-patty challenge today. How you doing, Moses?
Pretty good. Pretty darn good.
What's going through your mind right now? Any nervousness?
To be honest, I am a little bit nervous. Yeah.
You are?
I'm excited to see what their reaction is at the store. That's for sure.
When was the last time how long ago was it that you did
The last time I had Five Guys was the 5-patty challenge.
So, it's been a while.
I think we're making history here.
Tell me your life story, Moses. Tell me...
My fucking life story? You want my life story? Can I swear on this show?
What?
Can I swear on this show?
Oh, totally. You can swear on the show.
Great. I don't. My life isn't very interesting, Ted. I think that's the.
That's the key problem.
Yeah, that's that's the gist right there. I live a pretty fucking boring life.
In the event that you die.
In the event that I die.
During this, yeah. Do you have any loved ones that you want to throw shout-outs to?
I'll say hi to my mom, I guess. Hi, Mom. How you doing? What do you want me to say?
I want you to say, dear brother, I love you so much, and if I die during this patty challenge, just know that, and then insert Russian secret here.
Дорогой брат, знай, пожалуйста, что я тебя жутко люблю, несмотря на то, что я с тобой общаюсь раз в 3 месяца. И если я помру сегодня, слушай, я не знаю, позвони маме.
До свидания, ну пока.
You interrupted me.
Oh, well, you can finish that. Finish what you were saying.
Well, I already finished.
Oh.
He'll know.
So how was Hanukkah? Chanukah, if you will.
I won't. Hanukkah was fine. It's still going on.
Oh. What do you think you're getting tomorrow?
Well, I'm not getting anything tomorrow.
What? I get a present every day, man.
No, that's not true. Let me walk you through the story of Hanukkah here, okay?
I'm gonna have to cut you off there, Moses. We're moving on to the next part of the of this segment. This is my show. Fuck you. Let's talk about cars. What's your favorite car?
My favorite car?
Yeah, your favorite car. What's your favorite vehicle?
68.
That's my favorite number too, but what's your favorite car?
1968 Alfa Romeo GTV 2000.
Stick or standard?
Standard.
Okay.
Did you say stick and it's the same thing.
Chocolate chip or oatmeal raisin?
Oatmeal raisin. Wow.
What the fuck? Oatmeal raisin.
Yeah, I like oatmeal raisin.
Over chocolate chip. The only thing I can say about oatmeal raisin is that it's good every once in a while and it smells good. But like Oatmeal raisin is either a hit or a miss, and usually it's a miss. It's like a 99% of the time
I don't
a
know
miss.
where you're getting your oatmeal raisin cookies if they're such a miss all the time. Then. You're saying the balance isn't good in the cookie? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'm not Yeah, I'm just saying it's a bad cookie.
It's not a bad cookie.
Can you dip an oatmeal raisin cookie in milk? And...
Absolutely.
What? You're putting the most highly controversial...
How is oatmeal controversial?
No, raisins are controversial.
Raisins are not controversial.
If you can find...
You know what's controversial? Fucking dried cranberries. That's controversial.
That's just essentially a raisin. That's a
No, it's a craisin.
That's a craisin.
Well, why is it called a craisin? A cranberry's not a grape. You can't call it a raisin. Not the same thing.
Why do we call grapes that are dried raisins?
I don't know. It's something French. You want me to elaborate on this? I don't know. It's something French. That's as far as I'll go. I don't know any more than that.
Like 60% of people.
Whoa, where are you getting this 60% of people?
I know it. 60% of people, 60% of all the people I know of will selectively eat their trail mix without the raisins in them.
Look,
so we're more than halfway to our destination here. Yeah. So, are you getting nervous?
A little bit, actually. Yeah, I'm feeling a little bit nervous.
Because I personally have no idea how big this burger is.
This is going to be fucking huge.
This thing's going to...
I think I'm going to
I'm also thinking there's a slight chance that they're going to say no.
Oh, what if they say no?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. I didn't think of that.
What do you think it's drawn on trees?
What do you think of drawing on trees?
You know, when people put those noses on the trees to make it look like it has a face, what do you think of that?
That's an interesting question. I don't know.
You're so confused.
Free range muscular dystrophy.
That doesn't make any sense.
Oh, it makes perfect sense.
Moses he's been pushing off this moment for a few days now.
Yeah.
He's like, Ted, no, I'm sick.
All right.
Let's go. Hi. Today's your lucky day. It's a big deal. This is a big deal.
It was clear that this lady had it all figured out, but unlike a selfie where you capture history, we were about to make it.
I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Let's do a regular burger. You ready for this?
Regular hamburger.
I want 6 extra patties.
Okay.
You could already feel the tension in the room. You could tell that she knew that he was on a mission.
We're going in for a challenge. Yeah.
Where do we get that? Where's the extra patties on here? Weird stuff. Okay, I was just 1, 2.
So that's a total of 8.
3, 4, 5, 6.
That's a pricey burger.
Anything else?
That's it. Bring her up.
10 patties, and yes, 1 sandwich has 8 patties on it.
Woo! Oh yeah.
All right.
Thank you so much.
You could feel the magnitude of the task at hand, and after what felt like hundreds of years of waiting, it appeared. The meat was piled on like a brick worker piling on the solid structure that would be Moses' food wall, and I could tell that this was going to be one hell of a ride.
Yeah, that's a huge burger. Jesus Christ. Thank you.
Here we go, Moses.
Holy cow. This is a whole cow. Just squeeze it down right now. Just get it compacted while I still can. God. Holy cow.
That's eight patties.
8 patties.
He's having 8 patties.
This is a lot bigger than I thought it would be. It's the inaugural bite.
Oh. Here we go. 8 patties! Woo! Oh yeah! He did it!
Christ. Oh man.
How you feeling?
I'm feeling okay, actually. About 10 pounds heavier, but you know.
Everyone was rooting for you in that restaurant. What a good group of people. There was an old lady. There was a newly...
I don't think that old lady believed in me. Do you see that? She came up. The old lady came up and she was like, "If you're gonna be sick, be sick in that direction." So the guy there who made my burger says 10 patties. There'll be something in it for me. He said if I do 10 patties, there'll be something in it for me.
I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means either. I'm very excited though. Oh, what if I get free Five Guys for life?
That's
that's
that's like the most unrealistic thing you could have thought of. Listen, 10 patty challenge, 12 patty challenge, 14 patty challenge. 3 more challenges after this.
Milestones.
There's 3 more
Three
challenges.
milestones.
I don't know how you're gonna do that.
I think for 10, I'm gonna have to split it into 2 burgers.
No, that was Maui just messing around. I killed a Neil, I buried its guts. It's right in a tree, now you got coconuts. Alright, so, thank you guys for watching. Make sure, can we get this video to 1 million likes? 150
million likes. Everybody who's subscribed to PewDiePie, come check this video out.
Everyone who's subscribed to PewDiePie and Filthy Frank, come out here and check out this video. Okay. This has been the 8 patty challenge. Check us out next time when we're going for the fucking 10 patty challenge on Ted's Crazy Food Challenges. Blue.
People are polluting the ocean, and I think I know why. The ocean is not being marketed correctly. You see a fish and you think to yourself, that thing can't even breathe air. It doesn't even have wireless charging. Get it out of here. And as a result, people are throwing trash in the ocean in droves because they don't think that the animals are cool enough. So I've assembled a team of 2 animators, a gamer, a businessman, and an engineer in order to help me with the task of redesigning sea life to fit with the times. Enjoy the video, because this got weird. Today, I've assembled the most crack job team of influencers in order to see if we can do some rebranding on sea life.
I'm happy to do it for the ocean.
I know what animals need. Big fat nuts.
And I wouldn't have expected anything
Big
else from you,
fat
Schlatt.
nuts.
Let me reveal to you right now the god of this video. Behold.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Oh, shit! Oh, shit! We're gonna be spinning this for each of you. Each of us is gonna get a sea animal to recreate, and then we're gonna present upon it.
Let me rip.
William Osmond.
Please be turtle. A whale.
You get a whale.
I'll take it.
Whoa.
That's probably the second closest to a turtle. So.
Yeah, I'll go next.
Oh, the turtle.
Suck it, William.
Damn it.
That's mine. Thank you.
I want next. I better get the seagull.
You got a killer whale. Jaden?
I want the swordfish, but the odds do not look stacked in my favor. Hey,
Oh, you
I
got the seagull!
We got exactly the same both times.
You know, that makes a lot of sense. I believe in fate now.
Give me the spin, baby. Give me the spin.
You got a stingray.
Stingray!
Finally, for me. Oh, shit. I'll be getting an octopus.
What are we trying to improve with the animal? Is it to help the sea, or is it to help them with marketing?
People don't give a shit about the sea animals that we see nowadays.
Yeah, maybe if we improved these animals, I'd stop littering.
That's what I'm thinking.
Maybe I'd stop drinking out of plastic straws.
Schlatt walks along the beach and he just finds some baby sea turtles and he gets them early.
And I
In
club
See,
plastic.
my animal you're talking about there, buddy.
What I'm looking for is some potentially drastic changes to these animals to just make them better.
Okay.
Whatever better means to you is perfect for me.
So I have a stingray. Steve Irwin's death, practically 9/11. The stingray's reputation has been destroyed irreparably. But what if we turn it into something that people can respect?
I got a whale. How do I make a whale more marketable? We're making it so that people don't throw trash into the ocean. What if we made it so the whale could eat trash? Let's make the whale eat trash.
I got the killer whale,
Okay.
and I think the best way to improve this animal is to keep it in a cage
away from all the other animals, like they did with the Shamu.
I got a sea turtle. I immediately thought of sea turtle. You know what I thought to myself? I thought of that cute video. There's that straw stuck inside the sea turtle's nose, and it was like really bloody, you know? You remember that? Yeah, well, I'm gonna repurpose the sea turtle to harvest as much plastic as possible.
This is like a paragraph made of gibberish.
So that's gonna do it for today's Fire Filth. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. I'll see you guys later next time. Gonna disappear from existence with this. I'm gonna disappear from existence with this. Is gonna be a cool outro. I'm gonna disappear from existence with this hoodie. Ready? Yoink.
Hey, Ross.
Yeah?
I need you to come with me.
What?
I need you to come with me to the Rainforest Cafe.
It's Saturday morning.
You woke me up. There's one in Niagara Falls.
That's 3 hours away.
What? It doesn't matter, because we're gonna go get ourselves some good old rainforest cuisine, alright?
Alright, let me get ready.
That's a yes?
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's going on? Jibberdad here, dressed as Charlie Brown. Today we're going to be talking about the Rainforest Cafe. The Rainforest Cafe is one of the best dining experiences that exists on this planet, not only because it is a meme of a restaurant, but because it actually is an amazing dining experience. And I'm going to tell you why. I've been to a lot of restaurants in my time. I've been to some taco shops. I've been to some pizza pie places. I've eaten my food, alright? I've had a munch, a crunch. I understand the ins and outs of the restaurant business. One could say that I eat at restaurants. Since I assume a portion of you guys don't know what the Rainforest Cafe is and what all the hype is about, I'm going to give you a little walkthrough of what to expect from the Rainforest McFreakin' Cafe. For starters, you're basically eating food inside of a rainforest. If that wasn't already clear from the title of the restaurant. The entire place is decked out with animatronic animals. I'm talking you got gorillas, you got tigers, you got pretty close to full-sized elephants and the little baby elephant. That shit is just making noises and moving while you're just sitting at like a rainforest themed table. It's pretty chaotic. For a kid, this is like the craziest and coolest thing ever, because dinner is usually a time when you just sit down, you order your food, you just eat. It's not usually a really fun experience. Looking around, there's a gorilla over there. Oh, there's a fucking elephant flapping its big old ears. This shit was freaking awesome. We're gonna go on the Rainforest Cafe website and we're gonna walk through the menu. We're gonna be checking out what the whole hype is behind the Rainforest Cafe. Where the real awesome shit is at is when you actually go and look at the kids menu for this fucking restaurant. The names don't even line up at all with what is being served here. Rainforest Rascals. Do you have any idea what they could possibly be? Oh, it's two little burgers. You've got Jurassic Chicken Tidbits. I've never heard the word tidbit ever used in a manner to describe something that you would eat. Tidbit. Apparently in this situation, it's dinosaur-shaped chicken nuggets. It is not very often, friends, that one gets to dine on tidbits. One of the most important points about the Rainforest Cafe, what makes it so great, is its stance in popular culture. The Rainforest Cafe appears in the highest quality cinematic experience that I personally have ever experienced myself before, and that is Paul Blart Mall Cop. Paul Blart Mall Cop is the best movie to exist in the world, not because of its sweetheart Kevin James, but rather because of the appearance of the Rainforest Cafe. Roll the clip.
Hey you, Scuba Doobie Doo.
The Rainforest Cafe in that film was actually filmed in the Burlington Mall, which, by the way, was the Rainforest Cafe that I went to as a kid. So with all these wonderful qualities of the Rainforest Cafe, what else could I do for this video to represent how awesome it is than just go there?
So you ready? We're going to the Rainforest Cafe.
I mean, I'm as ready as anyone.
Have you been to the Rainforest Cafe before?
No, I don't know what it is.
Wait, like actually, like you're not even joking?
I'm not joking.
Well, I guess I shouldn't even tell you anything about the Rainforest Cafe.
No preface.
Yeah, so we've got like a 3-hour drive, I think. I have to put it in the nav.
That's insane. If this place that we're going to doesn't turn out to be amazing, I'm gonna be miffed. I'm gonna be upset with you.
You're gonna be miffed?
I'm not gonna lie.
Well, we're also... Alright, so we're about 2 hours into the drive right now. So what do you think it's gonna be like?
I don't really know what makes it Rainforest. It's a restaurant, right? It's like we're sitting down, right?
Yeah, it's a sit-down restaurant.
Okay, so are there like I don't know, trees?
Yeah, there's fucking trees.
There's like a lot of trees?
It's a rainforest themed restaurant.
So like, are we gonna feel like we're legitimately just eating inside a rainforest?
Yeah.
Are there birds? Real life birds?
More like animatronic birds.
Really?
And like maybe some bird sounds.
I would have loved a fair warning.
That would have affected whether or not you said yes or no to this trip, though.
So you're saying you tricked me?
I didn't fucking trick you.
It was a lie of omission. You specifically didn't mention the birds because you knew that would.
Well, I mean, I didn't mention a lot of that. I didn't mention anything about the Rainforest Cafe. So I didn't lie.
If there was a person that I could pay money to guarantee that I never see an owl in my entire life, I would pay unreal amounts of money for that.
Would you lead an extinction team for owls?
Yes.
All birds?
100%.
You know, you're a real piece of shit, Ross.
I actually do know that. That used to be what my parents would say to me when they were tucking me in.
Or when you left for school, like, hey Ross, have a good day at school, and remember, you're a piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you ever had safari fries before?
No, is that a food at is that the worst thing you've ever made? Is that a menu item at the Rainforest Cafe? 10. Of course I haven't had safari fries. We've already established I've never been to the Rainforest Cafe.
Oh, you haven't had safari fries.
How are they different from regular fries?
Well, they're from the safari.
From the safari? What's safari?
Yep. Yeah.
No,
safari
I didn't ask
fries.
a yes or no question.
Yeah, they're right. They are. But they do have Jurassic chicken tidbits.
Okay, what's that?
What do you think? Tidbits.
I don't know. I've never heard tidbit used to describe food.
See, I was reading the reviews for this specific restaurant. There's like a 50% chance that we're gonna have a wonderful experience, and there's like a 50% chance that we're gonna wait for like an hour, not get food, or our waiter is gonna leave and not tell anyone.
I do not like those odds. Every new thing you tell me about the Rainforest Cafe makes it sound just like it doesn't exist. Everything about it is crazy. We've established there's animatronic birds, there's a volcanic caprese salad. 50% of the time your waiter just up and leaves on you, and now you're asking me what you think there's actually jaguars, as if that's insane.
But there are thunderstorms like every 30 minutes. That's not a lie. That's a true thing. It's a true statement.
Like rain? Like, is our food gonna get wet?
No, I'm telling you.
Cover our table?
Listen, Ross. There's gonna be a thunderstorm every like 30-ish minutes.
That's all you'll say. Where are you taking me?
I'm taking you to the Rainforest Cafe, baby.
How does it compare to other themed restaurants? Have you been to Jekyll and Hyde? Jekyll and Hyde?
What?
Have you been to Jekyll and Hyde?
No, I heard you, but like what?
Have you been to Jekyll and Hyde?
No.
It's a spooky themed restaurant in Times Square.
Oh, it's in Times Square?
Yeah. Before we started recording, there were 2 hours of just complete silence. We didn't even look at each other. It was like that.
Yeah. Oh, there's also a crocodile you throw coins into.
And that's all you'll tell me, I'm guessing? Oh, into his mouth.
Oh, yeah.
So
not his ass. Like, what do you do?
Oh, you got.
We
easy,
can. I mean,
you got easy pass?
we can like check out the waterfall or whatever if you want, but like, that's not like the main point of like.
You mean the waterfall? You mean
Yeah.
Niagara Falls? One of the most amazing sights.
Is that its name? Gravity's not new, Ross.
But
would you rather see water adhere to the laws of gravity as it should, and just watch it fall? Oh wow, look at that! Watch it fall.
You don't
deserve. Or would you rather be able to have a meal in a rainforest?
You don't deserve to see Niagara Falls.
I'm pretty much convinced that nothing buys happiness.
Except the Rainforest Cafe.
It's damn close.
We made it.
Here we are at the border between America and Canada. Drove 3 hours just to go to the Rainforest Cafe.
This better be good. Don't like that. That's not a good first impression of this place, I gotta say. I gotta take it all in first before I give my evaluation, I think.
We are Rainforest Restaurant. We've got all kinds of cool animatronic animals. Look at his face, he's like a little kid. I love it.
This is a lot. Yeah, no, there's like giant parrots everywhere.
Does that make you uncomfortable?
No, because they're so huge. Like, they're not proportional. I think I'm gonna get this Brazilian freeze. It looks like a, you know. Oh no! Why did it just get darker? Why did the elephants are going crazy? They get a revolt? What's happening? I feel like I'm having a weird dream right now.
I told you it was like a fever dream.
You did say that. This is my beverage that I've chosen. There's a legitimate thunderstorm happening in this restaurant right now. All the animals are going crazy. This is every 20 minutes.
Yeah.
That was a rush.
That was a rush.
That was a lot. Well, goddamn it, Rainforest Cafe. You've done it. There's like a really big butterfly over there. There's a guy.
Oh.
What is going on?
All right, folks, we got our food.
All right.
What's the deal, Ross?
First impressions. I love how it's on this little. It's not a plate. Trying to go for like the stone slab vibe, maybe. Got my safari fries, although I've got to say they look a lot like, you know, regular French fries. They're fucking moving. Whose idea was this?
Oh, amazing. Yeah, Ross.
Just gonna grab that out for you.
Thank you so much.
Amazing.
Yeah, enjoy.
Thank you. Well, that sealed the deal.
Really not that good at all.
16. You gotta be shitting me.
Here's a big elephant. I've named him Carl. Here's a small elephant. He's little Carl. He looks like a blind old man, and he's got a lot of moves. Hey, Carol. This is Carol, our tour guide.
Hi.
And she's great.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
You should wear that one.
Do not disturb. Catnapping.
This is, now do you know what I mean by the crocodile?
Locked and loaded. Baby.
Oh, do it!
Oh no! I missed.
Hey! Get his crayons in his mouth.
Crayons. We gotta come back here, man. At the Rainforest Cafe, you can't just sit down and eat your meal. The Rainforest Cafe happens to you while you eat your food. That was amazing. It was magical. A little pricey.
Vinny, you stole my daughter's Minecraft account. Now you gotta pay. Here's what family does to pieces of shit like you. Yeah!
Whoa. Let me just start off by saying that this entire video is sponsored by Universal Pictures for the new movie Nobody starring Bob Odenkirk that came out on March 26th. Which is crazy. In this video, I was challenged by Universal to recreate some scenes from this new movie where I worked with a 30-year veteran stunt coordinator that actually worked on the film, and they gave me pretty much 30 days to figure out how I was gonna pull all of this together. This project was probably one of the most nerve-wracking and daunting projects that I have ever taken on with this channel. I mean, I went to film school. This is my degree, and this is Universal Pictures that's knocking on my door right now. You know, I mean, you get what I'm talking about. You best believe that I'm gonna welcome them in and put on a hot pot of coffee with a side of intense anxiety. God damn. So without further ado, follow me on my journey as I train to be a Hollywood action star in just about 30 days. Here we go. Okay, so the journey of being able to convincingly recreate a scene from this film Nobody began with being introduced to the stunt coordinator that worked on this film, Daniel Bernhardt. Daniel is pretty much as legit as they come when it comes to creating stunt scenes and just action films in general. One movie that he worked on that would be especially convincing to those of you who are not convinced would be goddamn John Wick. Dude, I mean, look at him go. He's right here in a fight scene in this new movie, and he gets to get his teeth knocked out by Bob Odenkirk himself. What a dream, right? These aren't some ho-dunk shenanigans that are going on here. I will actually be learning how to fight in a movie from the pros. And then suddenly they showed me a message that was directed to me from Bob Odenkirk himself.
Hey, Ted. Hey, so you went to film school, huh? Wow, that's great. So you think you can perform some movie magic and then that'll make you look like a badass? You might want to think again, buddy.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys right now. This is when the entire goal of the video changed for me a little bit. Okay, sure, I want to make a quality action scene to fulfill the inner filmmaker demons that are constantly clawing to burst out of my chest like some sort of passion-based xenomorph. But I was told that Bob Odenkirk himself will be seeing this video, the big man. Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad, apparently he was in How I Met Your Mother, but let me ask you this, Bob, have you met Ted? So my goals have now changed from impressing a transnational multimedia conglomerate to Bob Odenkirk himself, the individual. So Bob, come on, man. I'm doing this for you. You don't believe me? Check this out. Sweet old Bob. This one's for you. About several weeks later, after practicing some moves that Daniel had taught to me over Zoom, I was ready to meet up with Daniel in person. So after getting COVID tested, I headed to 87 North's training facility to train with Daniel and learn the ropes on being an action star.
All right, folks, here we are at 87 North with Mr. Daniel Bernhardt, the master stuntman from the stars. Some say that he came from space.
Sometimes I wonder myself if I'm coming from space.
From the mouth of the man himself. I'm here to learn how...
That's really good. That was actually really good because he's actually extremely strong. In our world, everything is about turning your hip. Anytime you throw a punch, it's my hip that turns, right?
One could say the hips don't lie.
Exactly.
He's training me to be an action star. Daniel's training me to be an action star. I'm doing it for the glory of Bob Odenkirk. I'm doing it to impress goddamn Bob Odenkirk.
Good.
Yeah, it's no problem. Yeah, I do this all the time. Me and my buddy Daniel, we get down to the gym too. Quick punches and hooks. My favorite thing to do.
Very good. So this is what you're doing right now. You're doing this great. Now you're doing this. You're going up like that, right?
Yeah, I have trouble with that.
Now as he ducks, do this. Nice
okay,
reaction.
Here we go.
Do it one more
I'm
time.
so sorry. Give me back my bionicle. Fuck you. That's my nerd's rope. I like Cool Ranch Doritos.
Weirdly enough, that was the best.
Really? So what Daniel and the rest of the guys were teaching me were the move sets for 2 action scenes that they wanted me to recreate from the film. The first one was a shortened version of the bus scene. This is a scene where Bob Odenkirk's character Hutch Mansell is fighting a bunch of ruffians in a bus, and it's just brutal. He just beats the crap out of them, and it's crazy. Dad's birthday. And this brings us to the first of a unique type of scene that I've found in these hidden identity movies, which I have named a gauntlet. A gauntlet is a scene in a hidden identity movie where almost all of the characters there are unbelievably unsympathetic antagonists to the main character. There is nothing that they say or do that can be viewed in a positive light. And they're all really angry and evil, almost to the point where it feels like you're in a dream. It's surreal. On top of that, every antagonist has a set of established beliefs about the main character that is so unbelievably resistant to change that they rapidly escalate their aggression when it's challenged, and anything introduced that they don't know already is assumed to either be a lie or a scam. That's how they work. Now, the 3 rules of a gauntlet are: 1, it can only be resolved by an outside person of authority entering the scene and punishing someone. 2, that punishment is either being fired or being executed. And 3, there is always at least 1 slap, but often there is more. When the main character enters a gauntlet scene, it's kind of like entering a boss room in Dark Souls, or at the end of Halo Reach where the mission just says to survive. And with how weirdly these scenes operate and the amount of characters involved, I'm going to summarize them in a different way, and I'm just going to give you all the facts right now. So get ready. Here we go. Here are the facts. Ethan and Cassie are the only good people here, and they are challenged by Ethan's relatives. His dad, Mr. Woods, who is the chief of police and running for senator. His dad's wife, don't know her name. His half-brother, Bradley, who is also employed at the Osborne Group. Bradley's wife, who is also very evil. And this couple who's not named, but they're also evil too. Everyone in this scene thinks that Ethan deserted the military, and that's why he was gone for so many years. And they detest the fact that he's a dishwasher. They hate it so much, they can smell it on him.
Oh my God, who's this? He stinks like dirty dishwater.
Isn't that just soapy water? This is an ongoing theme in this movie. Being a dishwasher in this world is the worst thing that could ever happen to you.
Dishwasher?
Dishwasher.
Scrubbing dishes?
Still just a dishwasher?
Working as a dishwasher like you're on the run.
You got liars, thieves, criminals, the devil himself. Below that, dishwasher. Even his dad hates him.
Dad, I'm back. Happy birthday.
There's the slap. As we know, even if Ethan explains that his time missing is classified information, they just assume it's a lie.
I'm running for office, and you've been gone for years like a deserter, only to show up now?
Deserter? You disappeared for years. You left the military.
Don't tell me where you've been all these years.
It's classified. Can't talk about it.
That's the funniest excuse I've ever heard.
They're always like, there's no fucking way that's true, Ethan. Nice try. It's like, did Ethan do something to his family that we're not aware of? They're not nice to Cassie either. His dad's wife rips up her drawing for her grandpa right in front of her. Then Bradley's wife stomps some cake on the floor and tells Cassie to lick it up.
Lick that up, and then get lost with your dad.
It's comically evil.
You've gone too far.
You think you can come here with a child's drawing and freeload?
I love how much stake they're putting in a child's drawing being offensive to them. You show up here after so many years, and what's worse, your kid's drawing isn't even good, Ethan. That's a bad drawing your daughter made there. That's a shitty drawing.
No.
I'm disgusted by your child's drawing, Ethan. I'm disgusted. And then when Cassie claims that Ethan is married to Leanne Osborne, obviously they think that's a lie too.
You're getting your kid to lie in front of everyone?
All of this escalates to the point where just from Ethan and Cassie showing up, Ethan's dad disowns him.
Don't call me dad. You disappear for years and then show up with a kid out of nowhere, and you ran away from the military? I don't have a son like you.
Please let me explain.
No.
Things devolve very quickly. But just as Ethan's father is actively disowning him, Leanne Osborne walks in the house with a selection of gifts for Ethan's father. And Ethan's entire family does not recognize the connection between the previous conversation they had and the fact that Leanne Osborne just walked in with gifts for the dad.
Brad, that was your chance. Introduce me to Miss Osborne. She could support my campaign.
The synapses are not clicking. I don't even know if this lack of pattern recognition is even possible in a healthy human being. They think that she's here because of Bradley's work at the Osborne Group.
We are honored, all thanks to Bradley's hard work.
Never seen so much gold in my life.
You better get used to it thanks to Bradley's shiny outlook now.
Did they all just forget what the fuck just transpired? But now in the context of the gauntlet, the person of authority is here. So Cassie spills the beans to Leanne. So Leanne gives a slap, fires Bradley, and the whole family can't believe that this is how things worked out.
Why does Ethan always get everything?
how am I supposed to run for office?
So Ethan survived the first gauntlet. What I think is incredible about how these scenes work is that usually when someone has a hidden identity, the challenge is in maintaining your cover. But in these scenes, all of the other characters are doing the work for Ethan because they can't believe he'd be anything but his fake identity, which I guess is like good for Ethan. The next day, Leanne runs into an emergency because Princess Isabel Grimaldi, the Princess of Monaco, is kidnapped from one of the Osborne Group's hotels, and it's apparently her company's fault and their stock is tanked. In reality, the kidnapping was done by Raymond Stewart as a means to once again try to get Leanne to marry him by saying that he has the resources to get the princess back. And to make matters worse, the government of Monaco gives Leanne 30 minutes to solve the situation.
We only have news about the princess.
I'll press the police for updates.
Don't bother. You have a half hour.
30 minutes? That's barely enough time to drive to and from somewhere close by. That's like the equivalent of saying, if the Princess of Monaco isn't here when I count to 10, I'm gonna be very mad. But of course, Ethan goes to where the princess is being held hostage and starts fighting all of the guys.
Beyond 7 steps, the gun's faster. But under 7 steps, the fist beats gun.
What sort of rule is that? He's talking about this rule like it doesn't just apply to him.
Didn't I tell y'all? You were surrounded?
What now? You really think I believe that these red dots are your snipers?
Nobody believes anything from this guy. He just caught a bullet. Oh, you expect me to believe you? The guy who just took down every person in this room with special ops precision, that you have snipers? Yeah, right. So Ethan saves the Princess of Monaco, and they share a hug longer than Ethan seems comfortable with, and he brings her back to the Osborne Group just in time.
Did you find the princess?
3, 2, 1. Look up.
Why? What was the purpose of that exercise? Why did he do that? Also, this is where like a weird side plot develops where the Princess of Monaco is like in love with Ethan, and she's like all over him right now. She's going for maximum surface area on the touch here. The next scene is just the Stewart group scheming to frame Ethan as a deserter by forging documents to get him arrested. Normal stuff, and that's important, but what I think is more important is Hendrik Stewart and his crazy fucking beard. When this man showed up on my screen, I was mouth agape. I've never seen a person with a beard like this before, and frankly, I'm obsessed. He's looking good. Dare I say dashing. I think that if he lived in another era, I think he may have ended up being a prophet of sorts, and I would have been his disciple. He's incredible. Look at him. But unfortunately, in this story, he's evil. Anyways, Ethan ends up being invited to a veterans reunion for his old unit from the army, and he decides to go, but what he doesn't realize is that he's walking right into his second gauntlet. That's right. The Veterans Party Gauntlet. Let me break it down. Hold on tight. You're about to get a lot of information. Hold on. Here we go. Tom, Ethan's old buddy from the army, invites him to the gauntlet because Jeremy West, son of the governor, is the investment advisor for the Princess of Monaco, and he is going to advise her to invest in Tom's new security firm company he started. Jeremy West is also now dating our old friend Tina, so she's there as well.
Are you a dishwasher?
Once again, upon Ethan arriving, things go sour real fast. Mostly because he's a dishwasher.
This is a reunion for former soldiers, not dishwashers.
I'm confused at the mutual exclusivity of that. So in this world, being a dishwasher after you get out of the military erases your veteran status? Got it. Okay, cool. This escalates to Jeremy ordering Tom to smash a bottle of wine over Ethan's head. But luckily, Tom's one of the boys. He rides with his brothers.
Ethan is my brother.
But because Tom isn't like a piece of shit, Jeremy says that he's not gonna have the princess invest in his company.
I'm not gonna fight him. All you needed to do was put this loser in his place and you hesitated. I gave you a chance and you blew it.
All you needed to do was assault this man with a wine bottle for my entertainment, but you blew it, dude. You blew it. But then Jeremy's like, I actually wasn't gonna invest in the first place.
I never planned on investing in your company anyway.
But then Ethan's like, okay, well, fuck you guys. I'm gonna call the Princess of Monaco. She's got the hots for him, so she shows up and delivers the slap. Gotta have the slap. Law of the gauntlet. Law of the gauntlet. You gotta have the slap. And then when all the bad guys are just like confused, the Princess of Monaco puts it all on the table.
If only you knew the truth. I would love everyone to think that me and Ethan are together. Because I am actually pursuing him.
Yeah, we know. We know, you've made that abundantly clear. Ethan's got to set some boundaries with the Princess of Monaco because she's way too comfortable being handsy with a married man. And as is law within a gauntlet, the Princess of Monaco fires Jeremy and invests in Tom's company. Hell yeah. You'd think the gauntlet is over at this point, right? Not even close. Gauntlet goes into overtime because Ethan's dad comes in as the chief of police with the fabricated evidence to arrest his own son for deserting the military. There's some back and forth. Ethan threatens Jeremy's entire family, which includes the governor of the state.
Mess with me, and your entire family is going to disappear from this world.
Ethan, have you lost your mind?
And then things escalate even further. What? How did Jeremy get the gun? Mr. Woods was reaching for his gun, and then in the same moment, now Jeremy has the gun. Did Jeremy take the chief of police's gun?
My dad is the governor. In this town, I am the law.
I really hate to be threatened with a gun.
What a unique character trait. Couldn't be me. I love that. I love that shit. Point a gun at me. But then we enter double overtime in the gauntlet because guess what?
General Atkinson is here.
Special Operations Command?
That's right. The General of Special Operations Command in the United States has shown up to the Veterans Park. He's shown up just in time to let everyone know that Ethan was in fact the leader of SEAL Team 6. And everyone is shocked beyond belief.
Ethan was the former captain of SEAL Team 6?
He was captain of Team 6?
You're a former SEAL Team 6 captain?
Does everyone need to say this? But Jeremy, lost in the bloodlust of the gauntlet, is still not convinced.
These people must be actors Ethan hired.
If you try anything, we have orders to execute you on the spot.
Whoa, damn, okay. General Atkinson did not come to play. Then General Atkinson awards Ethan a medal on behalf of the president, and everyone starts saluting him.
From now on, anyone calls Ethan Woods a deserter, I will personally take them out.
Oh my God. If anyone calls Ethan Woods a deserter, the general will personally kill them? That wouldn't even be a crime. That's a First Amendment violation. What a way to end a gauntlet. Later on, Ethan is walking the Princess of Monaco home, seemingly completely unaware of how inappropriate she's being with him, and they run into his wife.
Why aren't you coming straight home?
Ethan promised to protect me and walk me home.
What about your bodyguards?
None of them are as good as Ethan.
All right. What's going on?
Ethan's so dense that he's like, feeling a little bit of tension here, but I can't quite put my finger on it. So now it's this weird situation where both women want Ethan, and he's kind of just standing there like an emotionless husk. But then the Princess of Monaco is like, hey, I got you a present, which ends up being a fireworks show that causes Ethan to go into a PTSD episode. And then I guess he passes out because he wakes up the next morning. All right, I swear we're getting towards the end of the movie here. Let me just bang through some plot points. The Stewart group attempts to do a hostile takeover of the Osborne group by buying out all of their stockholders, but then Ethan is able to open up a safe that has the will from Leanne's dead brother that contains hidden shares of the company, giving her 51%. Because another hidden identity, Cassie Woods, is actually Cassie Osborne, aka daughter of Leanne's brother. You follow me here? Also, Leanne is tricked into thinking she'll be meeting with the leader of the Guardian Force because Ethan hasn't told her that that's him. And then she's kidnapped by the Stewarts for a bit. Raymond kind of tries to, well, no, he literally tries to roofie her. But it doesn't work because she just spits it out. And then he's like, why don't you like me?
I've liked you for so long. Why won't you just say yes?
I don't know, dude. Maybe every choice you've ever made. Ethan obviously shows up and defeats everyone. Dragon Jack is back to, oh, no, he's dead. And Ethan gets away again. Raymond Stewart is looking for another option to kill him. Jeremy, the bastard, has apparently been appointed as the adjutant general of the state's National Guard by his father, which is just some classic nepotism, baby.
My dad's the governor.
And as Jeremy's first act, his plan is to use the National Guard to kill Ethan Woods.
As a general, I command thousands. We can take him down easily. Perfect.
Damn, that sounds like a perfect plan. Which leads us to the final scene of the movie and the final gauntlet, the Guardian Force party. Basically, the Guardian Force is holding a party so that Ethan and the Guardian Force can get all of the corrupt parties in one place. This includes the Stewart group because they've somehow been utilizing Guardian Force's resources for evil. And pretty much anyone else that's been evil in this movie. They're all here. Tina's there.
It's a dishwasher doing at an event like this.
Tina's there, she's there. So now it's time for Ethan to make his reveal and tell everyone at this party that it's actually for him, the commander of the Guardian Force. Do we think people believe him? Choose now on your screen. What do you, no, over there, over there. There you go. Yeah, no, they don't.
Claiming this event is for you is just Embarrassing.
Yes, Ethan, even though everything you said up until this point has been true, don't even embarrass us by trying to trick us this time. Even though everything else we said was a lie, it ended up being true. You're just embarrassing us. Obviously, there's a bunch more back and forth until Ethan activates what I think is the greatest trope in these hidden identity movies, which I like to call, you can't sit there. Ethan and Cassie sit down in the Guardian Force Commander's throne, and everyone is beyond offended that he would do that.
Away from there. That is not your place.
He's asking for it. Get him.
Ethan, you're so screwed.
What's fantastic about this is this same situation happened in Return of His Majesty, a movie from a totally different time period on a different app.
That is the Imperial throne. How can you sit on it?
You have some nerve. That seat isn't for you. Get off it now.
So that's awesome. Brooke from Guardian Force then shows up and confirms that Ethan is the commander of the Guardian Force, which causes Hendrik to play his trump card, a deadly assassin that could rival even the likes of Ethan.
My trained assassins aren't here to play games.
Wait, who the fuck is this? That's not an assassin. They look like a shoplifter. Oh, that's not an assassin, that's a suicide bomber. This then leads to an interesting negotiation tactic from Ethan, because the suicide bomber has a grenade, and they're like, I'm gonna blow us up. But then Ethan also grabs a grenade, and he's like, well, now I've also got a grenade, so I guess we're at a standstill?
I've got a grenade too.
Are you insane? Do you not care about dying?
Do you? You're wearing 8 grenades on your chest.
Seen this trick before. All of those grenades are fake.
Why would they be fake?
How did you know?
He was right? I'm not sure what the trick would be. What's the trick? It's an explosive. What about one grenade being real or all of them being real changes the leverage of holding a grenade like this in a crowd? It's an explosive. It's a bomb. Everybody died. Somehow, Ethan gets out of this situation. But then the governor shows up, and Jeremy still thinks everything's fake.
Dad, this dishwasher and some actors are pretending to be Guardian Force. I think they're scamming us.
I don't know what his basis for reality is at this point. He doesn't believe anything. But he's so far gone that he suggests using the National Guard to kill all of the witnesses.
If he really is the commander, we're all doomed. You understand?
Then let's kill them here and now. No loose ends.
Luckily, the final person of authority arrives, which is a very real position. The general of the CIA.
Unless you want to die, keep your guns down.
Ethan Woods, after retiring from SEAL Team 6, was appointed the commander of Guardian Force.
And he gives Ethan his second award of this movie, which is the Ring of Kings.
On behalf of the U.S. government, I thank you and present you with the Ring of Kings.
Of which Jeremy puts on his ring finger in front of his wedding ring because he's married to the grind, folks. The last thing that happens in this movie is what happens when the final gauntlet is finished. And this is what we'll call the pathetic bargain, where every antagonist begins to betray and blame each other and beg for forgiveness, but they all get arrested, and Ethan and Leanne make their contractual marriage a real one. The end. This movie was a joy to watch. It does not summarize neatly, I will admit, but I learned a lot about hidden identities, and I hope you did too. Because if you did, you would have realized I'm not actually Ted Nivison. I'm actually a dolphin. What the fuck? It's the holiday season.
Getting cozy by the fire, hiding little gifts under a murdered spruce that we kidnapped and brought into our home. And what's more indicative of the holiday season than cozying up to a Christmas movie, a holiday flick? You've got Christmas cheer and holiday fear, and by that I mean Santa Claus kidnapping you and forcing you to work as an elf in his workshop because you were mean a couple of times. And if you think that's far-fetched, well, allow me to introduce you to the movie Santa's Boot Camp, a movie about Santa Claus kidnapping a group of teenagers and forcing them to work as elves in his little shop. I'm not even joking. You didn't think I'd let us get through the Christmas season without looking at one of these? So let's start by reading the synopsis of the film. Willy Wonka meets the Breakfast Club at Christmas. When kids become so bratty and self-centered that Santa's elves go on strike, Santa, in desperation, must bring 6 unscrupulous youths to his boot camp to help save Christmas.
what? So obviously we're working with a lot of factors here, but let me be the first to tell you that this movie is exactly as insane as it sounds. However, the people in the YouTube comments for this love this movie. Like, it is the best Christmas movie they have ever seen. Okay, so that's a lot of high praise. Let's watch this film. The movie opens up with people shopping at a mall during the holidays, and we get a glimpse of a typical mall Santa getting ready for his moment in the spotlight. Who is this mysterious mall Santa? I mean, what actor could possibly have the chops to play such a deeply nuanced role? It's Eric fucking Roberts, star of A Halloween Puppy. He's back! The Eric Roberts rabbit hole just keeps getting deeper and deeper now, doesn't it? Let's press forward, though. We're then introduced to two siblings that are window shopping in the mall, and the brother catches his eye on the late
cereal. It's the world's oldest breakfast food and the one with the richest history. For those of you who are cereal connoisseurs, you may remember the cereal battle of 1835. I know that your great-grandfather...
Yeah, he died in that.
Yes, he
Thanks
died.
for dredging that up.
But one of the interesting things about cereal, we always use it with milk.
I'll tell you why. Because Big Milk has a grip on the economy.
The motherfucking suits it, Big Milk.
And they've told us that it's not even acceptable, not even socially acceptable to drink milk with anything else.
They've got the blue-collar worker by their balls, and they're squeezing it for all the milk they can get. Even though I'm the milkman, Schlatt and I are a little bit unconvinced that milk is the only option when it comes to consuming cereal. So right now, Schlatt and I we're gonna head off to the supermarket and acquire a plethora of various liquids that we will now be trying with cereal. Schlatt? I will tell you.
But they kind of make you want to kill yourself.
We need something with a mascot that reminds you of Jerry Seinfeld. So we're gonna begin with our first liquid of the day, milk.
El Clasico.
Just a tiny bit.
Just a smidge. That's pleasant.
It's pleasant, it's nice, it sits in the mouth well, the flavor gets in the milk. It's hard to deny the boys at Big Milk.
They could have chose something a lot worse.
They could have chose, you know, piss. I don't know how successful that would have been. I personally don't really think that lactose intolerance exists.
Just power through it.
Just do it. What, you're gonna have some diarrhea later? Everybody poops.
Sack up.
Next up in our series of liquids, we've got water. I've heard that people do use water.
My mom uses water.
As a cereal, a cereal base?
She'll put water in her Frosted Flakes because it moistens it. This one relies heavily on the base cereal.
Yeah, it does.
I could do it. I wouldn't want to, though.
It's honestly not that bad.
The water also turns brown, which is fucking disgusting.
There's some view of the brown water.
It's like the LA tap water.
That's just, okay, what would you rate water?
Out of 10?
Oh yeah.
Maybe a 5.
Yeah, like a 5.5. Okay.
Oh, you going decimals on me?
Yeah.
You think you're fucking smart.
Next up, an interesting change in course. A Jose Cuervo margarita.
I'm gonna like this. He is weak-minded. He just follows everything I say.
This is my fucking channel, all right? Don't let me get... You want me to get the big guy? We're moving on. Get your fucking cereal.
We've got Capri Sun next.
Dude, that is like a squirrel pissing. Does it work? Let's find out. Same thing as apple juice.
Yeah.
It doesn't have the creaminess of the milk. That's what's missing from this whole situation. And I feel like it's been years since I've had that feeling.
You know what that is?
What
That's
is that?
Big Milk. He's got you by the balls and he's milking you.
And he's twisted.
He's twisting you. He's giving you that CBT, that sweet, juicy hot cock. I'll give this one a 6.
I'm gonna give it a 5.9. We're moving on from the juice section of this review of various liquids. Maybe you could have this in the morning. Coffee. This is a cold brew black coffee. There's a very small amount of people in the world. A very small percentage of people in the world, I think, that like black coffee. And having it with cereal, I don't know if that's going to be necessarily an improvement.
No.
It's like staring into the depths of hell. Ooh, it smells
good.
good. It smells
good.
good. Oh, it had a good start.
It felt good going in. I was surprised.
I was like, oh man, this is going to be, oh no. And all of the bitterness hit you at once.
But it still is just black coffee, which sucks. I will give that a 3.
Yeah, I'm going to, I'm gonna give this like a 3.5. We have now entered what I like to call the danger section of the video. On this side was the intro drinks. Besides the margarita, I don't think we had anything really crazy going on there. But now we're sort of entered into the chaos zone. Are you moaning while you... How do you feel about this upcoming one?
Sexy. No, never mind. It's Coca-Cola, ladies and gentlemen.
It's Coca-Cola. We're going to be having cereal with Coca-Cola. Oh, no.
Okay. Holy shit, that's weird looking. Bombs away.
Bombs away.
God. No.
The fizziness should not be going on while you're crunching.
No. When you have things to eat, there shouldn't be bubbles.
Yeah. That's a fucking 2 out of 10 for me.
I'll give that a 3. It sucked going in, but towards the end, it got a little better.
It's olive oil, guys. We're doing olive oil. Anything you want to say to the people at home?
It's highly caloric.
Is it?
1 tablespoon is 130 calories. That's because you cook things with it, and it enhances the flavor once it's sizzled into the food.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Just the essence of it
Just
is all
the
you
essence
need.
of it.
I don't think I've ever had a tablespoon on its own.
No. Red Bull. Ted, you ever wanted to fly?
I've always wanted to fly.
Really? You don't even need to drink Red Bull to fly.
Oh, yeah?
You just walk outside into Los Angeles, go down fucking Hollywood Boulevard and get some homeless person to shoot a fucking needle in your arm. Then you're flying. What you know about
rolling down?
It looks like motor oil.
It does look like motor oil. Cheers to getting high. Oh, no.
I just think I don't like Red Bull.
Red Bull has a very specific type of flavor.
It's not good. It is not the fucking war crime that
olive oil was. Yeah. I give it a 3.5.
I give it a 4.
Really?
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Wow, okay. Of course, we've got this energy drink here, but you know what else other energy drink exists? Schlatt?
What?
Bang! Bang energy
Bang.
is the next thing we're drinking.
Ted, we're almost done.
Shut your fucking mouth. This is the Sour Heads flavor. I'm a bit of a sour head.
Oh, yeah?
I had no follow-up joke
You
to
got
that.
a big head, that's for sure.
Oh, that's so fucking mean.
It's not good, but it's not terrible.
No, it's not good.
You don't like it that much?
No, I fucking hate that. I think at a base level, I think I just don't like Bang. No!
Bang! 5.
5? A 5?
I like it.
I give this a 3. Definitely worse than the Red Bull. I don't know what I gave the Red Bull. Next up, we've got the essence of water, Raz Cranberry LaCroix.
LaCroix sucks. LaCroix doesn't taste good. This is not as bad as many of the other drinks we've had. 4.5. Fuck LaCroix.
Frat bros of the world. Today's your day to shine, my friends.
It's time, boys, because today we're drinking Natty Light.
My dad's a big lawyer, and he's gonna get you for beating me up, Trend.
Trend?
Trend.
Trend?
His name is Trend.
He was beaten up by a guy named Trend?
Yeah, because his name is...
Bertram.
Yeah.
Bertram.
Yeah. Putting beer in cereal. Oh.
Rich.
Cha-ching.
Mommy. Mommy. Mommy.
Oh my God. 2 crisp 20s, baby, ladies and gentlemen.
I can't do it.
You can't do it? Yeah, water. If swallowed, drink a glass full of water. Here we go. This is the final one, Schlatt, for all the marbles.
It smells pleasant.
Oh no, it's a mixture between thick water, but it's not edible. It's not edible. Why are we doing this? Are you gonna swallow this?
It's cereal. But you have to swallow it.
It's literal soap.
How are you not going to swallow it? How are you going to know what it tastes like? I actually picked this because I knew I'd be better at it than you. The amount of times I've said bad words in front of my mommy, and she took me to the sink and put a bar of Dial in my mouth. She called it cleaning my mouth out because some dirty words were in it.
Holy fucking shit. All right.
Well, you can't actually swallow that. That's not swallow. I was confident, like, until...
I actually thought you were gonna swallow. I thought you were.
I was ready to.
Yeah.
I was ready to until I realized, oh, this will be physically impossible. Like, I subconsciously rejected it. 6 out of 10.
That's a little low in my opinion. I'd probably give it a 7 out of 10.
And thanks for watching.
Thanks so much, ladies and germs, for watching this video. If you liked me and Schlatt interacting in this video, then you may like the Chuckle Sandwich Podcast, which is a podcast we have together with our buddy Charlie Slimesicle that is available on Spotify and on the Chuckle Sandwich YouTube channel. Like the video. Peace out.
Bye.
Hey folks, just letting you know that this video is sponsored by NordVPN. If you haven't heard of NordVPN, perhaps you've been living under a rock, because NordVPN is the premier VPN service that is gosh darn criminally easy to use, my guy. You may be asking yourself, well Ted, what's a VPN? What's in it for me? Show me the goods. Well, calm down for a second, let me tell you. VPN stands for Virtual Private Network. It's a service that protects your internet connection and privacy online. It creates an encrypted tunnel for your data and protects your online identity by hiding your IP address. And it allows you to use public Wi-Fi hotspots safely. NordVPN is available on every major platform. We're talking Windows, we're talking Android, we're talking iOS, we're talking Mac OS, and we're talking Linux. Even your Android TV supports NordVPN. Thank you very much. NordVPN encrypts all of your traffic so your internet provider can't slow down your streaming speed. Because if I'm gonna watch 150 episodes of Naruto without stopping, I'm gonna do it without bandwidth throttling. Get that out of here! If you're interested in getting NordVPN for yourself, then you can go to nordvpn.com/Nivison and use the code Nivison. Thanks to NordVPN for sponsoring this video, and have a fantastic...
Vinny, you stole my daughter's Minecraft account. Now you gotta pay. Here's what family does to pieces of shit like you. Yeah!
Whoa. Let me just start off by saying that this entire video is sponsored by Universal Pictures for the new movie Nobody starring Bob Odenkirk that came out on March 26th. Which is crazy. In this video, I was challenged by Universal to recreate some scenes from this new movie, where I worked with a 30-year veteran stunt coordinator that actually worked on the film, and they gave me pretty much 30 days to figure out how I was gonna pull all of this together. This project was probably one of the most nerve-wracking and daunting projects that I have ever taken on with this channel. I mean, I went to film school. This is my degree, and this is Universal Pictures that's knocking on my door right now. You know, I mean, you get what I'm talking about. You best believe that I'm gonna welcome them in and put on a hot pot of coffee with a side of intense anxiety. God damn. So without further ado, follow me on my journey as I train to be a Hollywood action star in just about 30 days. Here we go. Okay, so the journey of being able to convincingly recreate a scene from this film Nobody began with being introduced to the stunt coordinator that worked on this film, Daniel Bernhardt. Daniel is pretty much as legit as they come when it comes to creating stunt scenes and just action films in general. One movie that he worked on that would be especially convincing to those of you who are not convinced would be goddamn John Wick. Dude, I mean, look at him go. He's right here in a fight scene in this new movie, and he gets to get his teeth knocked out by Bob Odenkirk himself. What a dream, right? These aren't some ho-dunk shenanigans that are going on here. I will actually be learning how to fight in a movie from the pros. And then suddenly they showed me a message that was directed to me from Bob Odenkirk himself.
Hey, Ted. Hey, so you went to film school, huh? Wow, that's great. So you think you can perform some movie magic and then that'll make you look like a badass? You might want to think again, buddy.
I'm gonna be honest with you guys right now. This is when the entire goal of the video changed for me a little bit. Okay, sure, I want to make a quality action scene to fulfill the inner filmmaker demons that are constantly clawing to burst out of my chest like some sort of passion-based xenomorph. But I was told that Bob Odenkirk himself will be seeing this video, the big man. Better Call Saul, Breaking Bad. Apparently he was in How I Met Your Mother, but let me ask you this, Bob, have you met Ted? So my goals have now changed from impressing a transnational multimedia conglomerate to Bob Odenkirk himself, the individual. So Bob, come on, man. I'm doing this for you. You don't believe me? Check this out. Sweet old Bob. This one's for you. About several weeks later, after practicing some moves that Daniel had taught to me over Zoom, I was ready to meet up with Daniel in person. So after getting COVID tested, I headed to 87 North's training facility to train with Daniel and learn the ropes on being an action star.
All right, folks, here we are at 87 North with Mr. Daniel Bernhardt, the master stuntman from the stars. Some say that he came from space.
Sometimes I wonder myself if I'm coming from space.
From the mouth of the man himself. I'm here to learn how to...
That's really good. That was actually really good because he's actually extremely strong. In our world, everything is about turning your hip. Anytime you throw a punch, it's my hip that turns, right?
One could say the hips don't lie.
Exactly.
He's training me to be an action star. Daniel's training me to be an action star. I'm doing it for the glory of Bob Odenkirk. I'm doing it to impress goddamn Bob Odenkirk.
Good.
Yeah, it's no problem. Yeah, I do this all the time. Me and my buddy Daniel, we get down to the gym too. Quick punches and hooks. My favorite thing to do.
Very good. So this is what you're doing right now. You're doing this great. Now you're doing this. You're going up like that, right?
Yeah, I have trouble with that.
Now as he ducks, do this. Nice
okay,
reaction.
Here we go.
Do it one more
I'm
time.
so sorry. Give me back my Bionicle. Fuck you. That's my Nerds rope. I like Cool Ranch Doritos.
Weirdly enough, that was the best.
Really?
So what Daniel and the rest of the guys were teaching me were the move sets for 2 action scenes that they wanted me to recreate from the film. The first one was a shortened version of the bus scene. This is a scene where Bob Odenkirk's character Hutch Mansell is fighting a bunch of ruffians in a bus, and it's just brutal. He just beats the crap out of them, and it's crazy.
We're gonna do our bus scene. Now obviously you don't have a bus at home, so you have to create this in your house.
Okay.
You know?
This is Ted right on the scene for the bus scene. Things are getting pretty crazy here. Dude's taking off his jacket. He's looking pretty buff. He is shredded and he's got a gun. That's never a good combination.
Super slow, super slow. Nice. Nice. Now, usually when we do this, like we know exactly what camera's gonna do. So let's say if camera's right there, I know I cannot punch here. I know I'm gonna punch here.
Right. Here's a question for you. What sort of stuff do you put in your hair? I put stuff in my hair and I'm sweating, but your hair, it's like...
It's an absolute secret, which I shared with Jeremy. It's called...
Are you sure it's not like Gorilla Glue? Very interesting to be in a place where I'm surrounded by 100% people that are far more athletic than me in practically every way.
But there's only one milkman.
That is so true.
There
Thank
you
you
go.
for mentioning that.
There's only one
milkman.
Whoa. Stumble back. You come back. Turn the other way. It's easier for
Yeah,
you.
you think so?
Because look, if you turn this way and then you have to punch that way, it's
Yeah,
not
it is
good.
a little goofy,
so
isn't it?
come back this way, then you can punch with your wrist.
Somebody stole my Cheez-Its.
I stole those Cheez-Its.
No!
Slow down, slow down,
Oh.
slow down. Yeah. Slow down,
You
slow down.
son of a...
Slow down. Nice.
Somebody stole my Minecraft account.
Who plays Minecraft anymore?
Actually, I do!
And then you've got the house invasion scene, which is a scene where a bunch of armed members of the Russian mob are invading Hutch's home, and he has to fight them off with stuff that he finds around his house.
We're moving on now from the bus scene to the indoor scene, so I'm gonna learn how to fight the guys with the guns. That should be pretty good. I'm exhausted.
The first hit to the face. Boom. Second, you hit the gun down. Super slow, slower, slower. He comes back. You knock the gun out of his hand to the face. Double hit to the face.
Wow. Hey, Vinny, you stole my daughter's Minecraft account. Now you gotta pay. Here's what family does to pieces of shit like you. Yeah! So I just finished my training session here at 87 North with all of these wonderful, magical boys, Stuntmen Deluxe. We've got Mr. Daniel, Alec, Anthony, Dave, and Jeremy on the camera.
That's me!
So thank you guys so much. This was actually really, really cool. I had a fantastic time. So thank you guys so much. Boom.
So now that I had finished my training with Daniel, all of the pressure was on me to actually put this thing together. Luckily for me, Universal provided me with a care package of a bunch of things that would help me recreate the scene. Let's see what we got. A completely rubber AR-15. Like, this is the magazine for it. And it looks pretty damn realistic too. Bam! They also gave me a rubber Uzi and rubber pistol. They gave me 2 of these breakaway bats, a fake knife, and a rubber cast iron pan. Check this out. If you didn't know any better, you would definitely think that this is a pan. However, one of the problems was I had to be fighting the bad guys, so I couldn't also play the bad guys myself. What do I look like, Mr. Million Hands? Yeah, what do I look like? Like I have 1 million hands? I had to assemble a team. And at this point, I pretty much had less than a week to throw this all together. So I contacted my buddy Ryan Leader. He's a fantastic YouTuber. He does a bunch of sketches online. And I asked him if he wanted to be part of this action scene. And he did me a total solid and brought on fellow sketch comedians Sir Spence and their friend Hunter to help me complete the trio for this action scene. I had to teach them the entire choreography of the scene in less than 2 days. It was like action boot camp. And honestly, these guys did a fantastic job learning quickly. While action scenes may not necessarily be these guys' main line of work, they were super down the whole time. And we actually managed to learn the entire bus scene in like a matter of a couple of hours. At the same time that I was working with my 3 beautiful stunt boys, I also had to figure out who was going to shoot it. Who was going to shoot this action scene that I was acting in? If I wanted to impress Bob Odenkirk, then I had to put a whole film crew together. That was the only way. I was able to contact an old film friend of mine, Christina Shing, who has directed a slew of these incredible music videos and films, and she was able to put me in contact with her main man for director of photography, Shane Bagwell. And through him, we were able to get a sound guy, a gaffer, a grip, a first assistant camera, and an assistant director. And if we're getting this whole film crew together, I mean, we might as well shoot on an Arri Alexa cinema camera. I mean, why not? One of the things that was really important for the house scene was to make it look like it was very similar to the film. And broken into his home and woken him up with a ball of energy. He's got some leeway because he's a spiritual being, but not that much. Not in my book.
My real name is Christopher Andrew Eugene Bazzioni, at your service. But it's okay if you don't like it. Just call me Chris.
Okay. So this is a ghost named Chris.
Listen, Joshua, I came here to take you on a little kind of trip, you know?
Not the first thing I would be saying.
Where do you want to take me?
I can't tell you that till we get there.
We are less than 5 minutes into the film, and this has all of the signs of a run-of-the-mill abduction right now. I think the usage of the phrase little trip is probably the most problematic for me. 90% of the time, when a character in a movie says, we're gonna go on a little trip, it has proven to never be a good thing.
Come on. You trust me, don't you?
I guess.
Why? Why? Why would you immediately trust this floating ghost? And why does the ghost have to use the phrase, come on? You trust me, don't you? He's peer pressuring this child into going on a little trip with him, and then he won't tell him where. So Joshua, utilizing his terrible decision-making skills, decides to go to an unknown location with a floating ghost. He has to hold Chris's hand in order to travel with him. And there's this moment in the animation where the fairy absolutely dislocates Joshua's arm as he's floating up into the air, and they don't even hide it. They add like a punching sound effect to it. From there, they just rocket out of the house, and then they do a jump into hyperspace. The first thing that Chris shows Joshua is the biblical story about how God had freed the enslaved Jewish people, and they were escaping from Egypt, but the Pharaoh didn't like that. Oh no, he didn't. So we see the Pharaoh in question, who definitely has the walk of a Pharaoh, and he's got the voice of one too.
Get me my chariot!
Also, a side note, I find it fascinating that it's been established that all of the characters in this film are bipedal versions of animals, but then Jim Lyon includes ancient Egyptian depictions of humans on this building. Like, those are humans. Does that mean humans are canon? That increases the confusion of this entire story. Like tenfold. I'd like to appreciate how smooth this man's chariot is. That is riding in luxury.
You know, some people just never learn. God can hit them right over the head with a big, thick hammer, and they still don't get it.
What doesn't he get?
When you fight against God, you always lose. Just like that Pharaoh there is about to find out.
Not slavery is wrong. The only reason why we have a problem with slavery in this context is because God wasn't a fan of it. So the army of the Pharaoh departs to catch the Jewish people, and we'll see this several times over the film, but some of the chariots have a completely different perspective. Like, where is he going? He's on a completely different mission. Thus far, I've been a big fan of when Joshua and Chris the Ghoul are traveling from place to place, especially in this clip that I'm about to show you, because whenever they are traveling around, it's less like it's this magical ride with a Christian ghost, and more like he's just pulling Joshua at the speed of a fighter jet. So there's this big fire that was created by God that prevents the Pharaoh's army from advancing and catching the Jewish people. And Joshua wants to check out the fire. But Chris doesn't let him, and he says,
Sometimes a no means maybe, I'll grant you that. But when it comes from God, a no means no.
sometimes a no means maybe? This ghost is a registered sex offender. Everything he said, besides a lesson about God, has been sus at the very least. So now the prophet Moses is introduced, and you can tell that he's Moses because he's got a staff, and he's also got a beard. The only character with a beard in the whole film.
According to the Bible, Moses is the guy God picked to do all his miracles and lead the slaves to freedom. He's one of the good guys.
Oh, is he? I think that Jim Lyon placed this statement in because of some of the things that Moses does later in this film. And also some of the things that Moses did in the Bible that aren't even included in this movie. We'll talk about that later. Chris basically has Joshua possess an adult lion that was there at the time because I guess Joshua's interested in this biblical story now.
I'll meet you on the other side.
Why, Don? What happens?
Throws him into the body of a random lion, and then he fucking pieces out. What we'll find out later is that Joshua had been placed in the body of the biblical figure of the same name, Joshua. Here's something I haven't had the chance to point out that I think that you guys would find a little concerning. For some reason, the horses are green. Why did he make the horses green? There's camels later, and they look like normal camels, but then there's green horses. Why is there green horses? So the Pharaoh reaches the firewall, and he is not happy about the firewall. Generally, firewalls, negative thing. And you know how I can tell? Because of this face he makes. We all know what happens next. Moses parts the Red Sea and all of the Jewish people walk to the other side and they're safe and sound. And then the Pharaoh tries to go through and they get absolutely dunked on by the ocean and God. Not only were they killed by the force of the water pressure falling upon them, they were eaten alive by sharks. Everyone is cheering that they're safe now, and Joshua is just this stone-faced badass for some reason. I don't know if he's collecting trauma from seeing hundreds of people drown underwater. Right. All of the Jews got out of that land so fast that they didn't bring any food with them. So I guess God sends a huge flock of quails into the desert. And Moses asks Joshua directly if he can get him a quail to eat.
I'm hungry. Would you mind fetching a quail so we can eat?
And we get this ridiculous animation sequence where Joshua is just chasing around the quails and doing a terrible job of doing it. The way that these characters are animated, it's almost like they were just born and they are very recently learning motor skills.
These guys just love to complain. Sure, they had enough food, but they didn't have enough water.
Well, yeah. They're starving and thirsty in a desert and living off of quails.
So they told Moses to solve the problem, or they all go back to Egypt to become slaves again.
To who? You literally just watched with your own eyes as the Pharaoh was swallowed by the Red Sea. I'm sorry, man, but there's no going back now. But Moses, being the homie that he is, manages to get them some water. Uh-oh, bad news is on the horizon, though, because the Amalekites are preparing to attack. Don't believe me? Listen to Moses.
As we speak, the Amalekite army prepares an attack.
That's the exact same thing I said. This time around, though, they're not going to run away. They're going to fight the Amalekites. And Moses thinks it's a wonderful idea to recruit Joshua to lead the entire army.
I will assemble the soldiers. I want you, Joshua, to lead them into battle.
Me?
What are you basing this upon, Moses? Exactly. He caught you a quail. That's the only thing that he's done in this story for you. It's like nobody's ever done Moses a favor before in his entire life. So Moses' army begins to prepare for battle. We get this wonderful perspective issue as they're running to their spot. And also, can we touch on this again? What kind of animal is this? Is that a bear? Doesn't look like a bear. Kind of looks like a methed out version of Arthur from PBS. I just find it funny that this child who was just complaining about having to walk several miles to cross the Red Sea.
I'm tired.
Now you know why I didn't take that long walk with you.
It was miles and miles.
Is now leading an army. And he really just does not seem to have too much of a problem with it at this point. After a little bit of hyping up the soldiers.
Let's beat these guys!
Joshua leads this entire army into war. This war is awesome because if this was the only thing that my Christian parents showed to me when I was a kid, then it's honestly pretty damn brutal. It doesn't have any blood, but it doesn't really need to. I don't know what it is about the tiger characters in this war, but they are pulling some serious weight. There's this one shot of a dude that slices a man off of his chariot. One of the tigers does this badass spin move and knocks another guy off of his chariot. Then this other tiger guy is like, yo, Josh, want to try something wild and wacky? And Joshua smiles like he's saying, fuck yeah, baby. And then they hop on this chariot's horses, steal the horses, and then just beeline it into the middle of the battle like they're actually insane.
Where are you from?
From New York.
From New York? Everyone says New York's the city of milk.
I've never heard that before.
Never heard that before? New York. It's the city of milk. But not as of late. The people of New York have forgotten what it means to drink milk, and that's why I'm here. I'm the milkman, and I'm here to spread the gospel of milk to the people of New York. Let's do this thing. The city of milk. Isn't it beautiful? Times Square, the place that nobody wants to be and everyone wants to be at the same time. This is where we're going to be focusing our milk efforts. It's a big city out there and not much milk, and that's a big problem, and that's why I'm here. So I'm going to be giving out milk to Times Square people. Hell yeah. That's a lot of milk. Batman! Hey, Batman! The hell's going on, man? You haven't been drinking milk.
I don't drink milk.
You don't drink milk? Are you sure?
Oh, yeah, all right. I drink milk now. Thank you so much.
You want some milk?
Yeah, what's good, G's? Your boy, what's your name, man?
My name's the Milkman.
The Milkman. He don't mess around, man. Fred Suave on deck, man, all out.
Fred Suave.
Milk is body good. Vitamin D. Pause. No freaky.
Potassium.
All the time. You know that. Thank you. We don't fuck around. What's good, G's? Hey, yo, sell that dick. Love you, man. One.
People of New York, I am the Milkman. I'm not here to ask for any money or any apples. I'm just here to spread the gospel of the milk. You guys want some milk?
No, thank you.
Okay.
You want some Jesus? Oh, thank you. I can't even have milk. But thank you.
You want one?
Jesus.
You want a milk?
It's about Jesus.
There you go. I don't know what you're talking. I'm just giving out milk, man. You guys aren't drinking enough milk. What the hell's going on, guys? Hello? I've been seeing you all drinking water. Aquafina, that expensive water you get at the movies. What's that about? Excuse me. Do you like milk? Damn it. What's your name?
Scientific from the Wu-Tang Clan family.
Holy, that's intense.
Oh, okay. Yes, indeed. I'm intense with the universe.
Do you know where the files are?
What files?
About the birds.
What birds?
The birds that work for the bourgeoisie.
Nah, I don't know nothing about that. School me, enlighten me.
All the birds?
Yeah.
They're all cameras.
Oh, okay.
Created by the government. When they go south.
I know what you're saying. Yeah, man, of course. That's everywhere now. You know, really, that's part of the one world order, but I don't want to go into that.
If there were no legal repercussions, would you kick a baby?
I might. Not to be fucked up or anything, but babies are annoying.
Just to see what happens, right?
Just like, let's see like how they fall over, if they're just gonna fall straight over because they're so short, I don't know.
Hello, John, I'm the Milkman.
Well, you're dressed for the part.
Would you like some milk?
No, thank you. I've had enough Bloody Marys today instead.
How's it going?
Good, hi.
What's your name?
Rochelle.
Fuck, marry, kill your mom, your sister, or your dad.
You fucking wallet.
What do you think of milk?
Milk? I thought milk for kids, right?
Milk is not for kids. Milk is for men. It's for strong bones.
I know, but
This is the problem. People in New York City, they're not drinking enough milk, man. A lot of potassium in those.
Yeah, I know, but we have other multivitamins.
Well, listen. Check this out.
All right. Great.
Will you promise me you'll drink that?
I would drink it then.
Would you like to get interviewed, sir? Would you like to get interviewed?
Hi, what's up?
What's your opinion on milk?
Milk in hell is a escalation of fear.
What?
A milk in hell is the escalation of a fear.
What does that mean, though?
It means that milk is in hell, but only certain people could drink it.
Okay, like who?
Like sailors.
Like cells?
sailors.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, you spell sailors S-A-I-L.
I was thinking more along the lines of like what that is.
Oh, a sailor is somebody who explored the depths of the earth.
I like that idea.
Yeah, yeah.
What's your name?
Jan from Alabama.
Hello, Jan from Alabama.
Ah, how are you?
I'm doing good. What's your opinion on ghosts?
Ghost. The Holy Ghost, he's out there.
Whole milk's my number 1 milk, but oat milk is my number 2 milk.
Rearrange your milk.
Hey, man. Hey. Oh. Ah. Hey.
Speaking of milk, my U2s is now available for purchase at U2s.com right frickin' now, guys. It's a beautifully crafted vinyl figure that ships worldwide for free. I mean, check it out. It's literally a little mini milkman. That's the coolest thing ever. If you're planning on getting one, then you should purchase one now because I have no idea how fast they'll sell out, and once it's sold out, it's legitimately gone forever. So head on over to U2s.com and get yours right now.
Buy Ted and Vizian's U2s.
Buy the U2s.
Hell yeah.
Now let's get back to the milk mission.
How stealthy is Batman? Batman, you didn't see me. I was sneaking behind you.
Batman, no English.
I thought you were sneaky.
Me sneaky.
Yeah, but I was just sneaking behind you for a good period of time. What the hell's going on, Batman?
I'm alright. I'm perfect today. You? How you feel?
I'm doing good.
Alright, brother.
Have a good day.
You too, bro.
You know how many good vitamins are in milk? This guy knows. A lot of potassium in milk. Have you ever heard of a banana? How you doing?
Good, thank God.
Can you help me hide a body somewhere?
No.
No? Please?
No.
Yes, okay.
Hey guys, how you doing?
You.
Kids always like this.
Oh yeah?
They growing big and bright.
Speaking of children, if there were no legal repercussions, would you kick a baby?
No, we shouldn't do that, never.
You wouldn't get arrested?
No, never.
Just to see what it was like?
No, I don't think it. To kick a baby?
Little toddler.
Yeah.
Take it here. Boom! No, it could be anyone's baby, really. If there were no legal repercussions, would you kick a baby?
Sometimes, because them little motherfuckers be getting out of hand in stores.
I don't want
to kick it hard, I would just give it a little tap.
I only want to kick a baby if they're crying and be annoying as fuck overnight. Like, if they're crying at night, I want to just kick them. But, like, I don't want them to get hurt. I just want to, like, kick them, you know?
Would you help me hide a body in the trunk of my car?
Hell no.
Damn it. Do you like milk? Milk. Leche?
Yeah.
¿Te muchas leche?
Yeah.
Sí, mucho.
Mucho. Aquí.
Gracias.
De nada. If there were no legal repercussions, would you kick a baby?
No.
If there were no legal repercussions and you got a pack of mint jewel pods, would you kick a baby?
Cucumber, yes.
There's legal and religious things in hell because we all have beliefs.
I believe in milk.
Many people from Earth don't believe in milk, sir.
What's your opinion about the birds being made by the bourgeoisie to spy on the American people?
I believe Poseidon let it happen.
Poseidon did?
Yes. I believe Poseidon let it happen.
Isn't Poseidon the god of the ocean? Why would he be in hell? It's pretty hot there.
Poseidon, I last heard in mythology, was the god of the ocean, but I think that's what he can do. But he's the god of the middle layer. You know, up there's heaven, down there's hell, me. And this is Poseidon, the middle between heaven and hell. The middle.
Yeah.
From the sky to the hell.
Yes. Okay. You want some milk? I see you. Don't think you're hiding from me.
He gave it to me for me. This is the juice. I like it. Where's the cookie?
I'm the milkman. You're the cookie monster. Where's the cookies? I should be asking you.
Oh, I forget it in my house, the cookies.
I'm the milkman. You're the cookie monster. You know, we're supposed to be working together here, and you're not holding your end of the bargain here.
Oh my God.
We got to be drinking milk, guys. Seriously. I don't care if it could be whole, skim, could be oat milk. Oat milk's pretty good. Remember that. Opinions on ghosts.
They're real.
What?
Marilyn Monroe, whole ass could be walking around anywhere like right now.
Bloody Mary?
No,
Marilyn Monroe and Bloody Mary aren't the same thing. If there were no religious or legal repercussions, would you kick a baby?
Never.
Come on, Jan.
Never.
Jan, come on.
Never.
Okay, fine.
I'll kick a baby. If it's not my baby, I'll kick somebody else's baby. If they're messing with my baby, getting slapped.
Boom!
I'm the Batman, New York Times Square. I'm ready for protect all you guys. Right? Thank you so much.
That's incredible.
Ghosts aren't real.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of a disagreement.
You don't think ghosts are real?
Real? No.
Yes, they are real.
You're capping.
Okay, we go. I'm not Ghostbusters. What's that show? Ghost Adventures.
Show me, prove to me that there's real ghosts out here.
Orbs.
Where?
Orbs? Orbs. Like, you never seen like the spirit orbs?
Michael Jackson could be right here, where we are.
Like, where he at?
Michael, where are you? Where are you?
There's some really good vitamins in milk, right?
Yeah.
If there were no legal repercussions, would you kick a baby?
No, no, I don't think I would. Normal baby? Did the baby?
Like, it could be like a significantly bouncy baby, I suppose.
Did it do anything to me? Let's ask that.
Maybe the baby gave you like a weird look.
No, that's still not reason to kick a baby, I don't think.
Milk.
I don't like it.
What the hell?
I don't know.
It's got potassium, it's got vitamin D, vitamin C. Don't quote me on that. Don't Google that. I don't know if that's true. How fast have you ever driven in a car before?
Really fast.
You're incredible. Excuse me, do you like milk? What? Milk?
No milk.
Opinions on ghosts?
Ghosts don't go to hell.
They don't go to hell. Where do they go?
Ghosts go to the next dimension. There's really no dimensions in hell because there's a god of hell called Hades too. Everybody name it hell is Hades.
Okay, yeah. So what the hell are we gonna do, New York? This is a bad situation to be in. There's no milk being drank, and that's a real big issue. Did you know that cashews come from an apple?
No, they
Called a cashew apple? You can literally Google that right now. It's true. Big recession coming. We haven't been in a bull market for this long.
Maybe you can ask Zeus.
Excuse me? So you believe in Greek mythology?
I don't know if Zeus was Greek. Was he? Was he Greek? Oh, he was Greek.
Is this rhetorical or?
I'm Jamaican.
So my time in New York City is coming to a close. I think it's been a successful campaign on my part. I gave milk to many people in New York City, and I think the milkman has won the Big Apple.
Fine, I promise. No, you won't. You suck at everything.
I have to point this out. In one of the examples, they reused an actor that was previously playing an elf. And it wasn't just a background character either. This child had speaking lines as an elf, and then they gave that same child speaking lines as a human child.
However, things take a surprising Christmas turn when it's revealed that they have to vote on each other.
And my God, these teens are not good people. Here's some of the things they did. Zoe's crime was she took a massive spoonful out of the center of a forbidden pie and then framed her brother for doing it by placing whipped cream on his doorknob. Also, they've got a picture of their dog on their fridge, and I think she's feeding it cocaine. Then they move on to Sarah's crimes. What a non-subtle way to take a photo of someone. She was standing like 5 feet away from them.
That should work. You're a cyberbully? Yeah, I guess I am.
She said that like Sarah was a terrorist. And Sarah's acting like she's realizing that she's one too. Next they show Casey's crimes, which occur in her ballet class. Casey is frustrated that she's not being recognized for her talents in ballet, which she makes clear within earshot of everyone.
There was probably more than 3,000 posters that I had to sign, and the posters were being kept at the house that the Misfits YouTube group were staying at in LA. Carson was there, Schlatt was there, Cooper was there. We were all just trying to like sign all of these posters as fast as we could because there's so many of them, and it was taking us literally hours to do. At this point, there was maybe about 5 or 6 people in the house at this time. And that's because at that point, the whole main Misfits crew had gone out to dinner somewhere. I don't know if you know this about the Misfits in general, but they smoke a lot of weed. Every trip they do, they probably spend a couple $1,000s on weed, okay? They smoke the Mary Jane. They do the weed. In order to make the process of signing these posters go a little bit smoother, I had smoked like half a joint of weed, so I was already decently high because I hadn't smoked in a while either. Signing away, crossing my I's, dotting my T's. However, my personal reaction to weed is that I get the munchies. I get the munchies pretty hard. I smoke a little bit of the marijuana, and then I say, oh, I'm going to eat an entire sleeve of club crackers with no cheese because gluttony. I had originally planned to go to dinner with my girlfriend and her father, so I was trying to wean off of the high and just kind of sign the posters and wait until it kind of wore off, and then I would go and do that. One of the things that they had at this house was they had a giant counter in which a bunch of snacks were all laid out. There was chips, there was more chips, there was, I think, pizza, I don't fucking remember. As I look across this horizon of bountiful snacks, I see a Nerds rope, and my munchie brain is like, oh. And I'm thinking to myself, man, I remember Nerds Rope. I haven't had Nerds Rope in fucking forever, dude. I'm thinking back to my childhood where we would go to a campground in Maine and I would waddle on down to the snack shack and grab myself a Nerds Rope, and before eating it, considering its potential applications as nunchucks or trying to tie a knot with it. But then realizing, I'm a kid. I don't know how to tie knots, and my prefrontal lobe won't even be done cooking for another 20 years, so what's even the point? Give me a slush puppy, give me a Game Boy SP, let's fuck it up.
But Lord have mercy, did I learn in this moment I no longer was a child, but a man.
A man who experiences consequence in the worst way possible. So I'm signing more posters, I'm cruising, I'm having a great time, alright? Nerds Rope tastes a bit strange, but that could also be my perception that I have of being already high, and it kind of, if you've ever been high before, it kind of messes with your perception of taste a little bit. It was like drinking a Diet Coke versus a normal Coke, where there's like, there's something there. There's something there. But I don't fully process why it tastes different. So I finish the Nerds Rope. And then I go to have another Nerds Rope because I'm high and have the munchies. As I'm biting into the next Nerds Rope, one of the Misfits guys says, Ted, don't eat those. Those are edibles. Sorry. I must have heard you wrong. Scusi? Yeah, Ted, that's an edible. So I say, no fucking way. How much was it? And he says, I think it might be like 60 milligrams. What? 60 milligrams? To give you context, the largest edible I'd had up until this point in my life was 20 milligrams. So of course I ask, are you sure? One of the guys walks over to the counter and picks up the package of the Nerds Rope, and with the most you are fucked face I've ever seen in a person, he says, it's actually 400 milligrams. Now remember, I've already freaked out when I heard that it was a 50 milligram edible, and I've just been told that it is actually 8 times that amount. So you may be asking yourself, Ted, how the fuck did you not know that that was an edible? And that's a good question. Let's start with the packaging. That's the packaging. It uses the same packaging as the actual branded Nerds Rope. It's got a thing that says tear and share, as if it's just a normal candy. In hindsight, that's very much so implying, for a good reason, that you really should be sharing it and not eating it entirely on your own. If you're not really paying attention, and it's been like 8 years since you've had a Nerds Rope, this is pretty easy to mistake for a Nerds Rope. In addition to that, there was a very specific and deceptive way that everything was laid out as snacks in the Misfits house. And I'll just let Swagger Souls explain that for me.
There was a very reasonable way, like we set it up, because the Nerds Rope was an edible. It was a 400 milligram edible, and he didn't read the packaging. But we have, on that bench, it's a big-ass bench. It's snacks and food, chips, Pringles, gummy bears, all that shit.
Munchies.
And then there's weed food, which is edibles, in between that and the weed, which makes sense.
Like a spectrum.
Yeah, like a spectrum.
Progressively dangerous as you go
Yes.
on.
That's the thing, is that it would make more sense to kind of put the weed food away so that you don't confuse the
it
food
with
with
the
the weed.
actual food.
Which is
I'm
what
so-
happened
which
to
is
poor
what
Ted.
happened to Ted. He was tripping
Amazing.
balls.
If you've ever been in a car crash, even if it's not your fault, there's a certain feeling after it immediately happens. It's this mind-racing feeling when you have absolutely no idea what to do, but you also know that something has to be done or you're fucked. AKA panic. So at this point, I begin to freak out for 3 reasons. First of all, I didn't know if I was personally prepared mentally to get as high as I was about to get. Second of all, I had made plans for dinner with my girlfriend and her father that night, and I definitely won't be making it. And I'm pretty sure she's gonna be a little bit pissed. And the third reason, I hadn't smoked weed in 2 months, which meant that my tolerance was rock bottom. I like to explain this with what I like to call the skyscraper analogy. Right here we have the tolerance skyscraper, which represents my tolerance to marijuana. Let's just say that whenever I smoke weed, I start at the ground floor in the lobby. If my tolerance were higher, then maybe I'd go a couple stories up to the mid-level apartments. That's where all the stoner kids from high school hang out. And they're all pretty high up there, but it's nothing really to be worried about. You're probably couch locked, but you'll be fine. With my tolerance at 0 though, I knew in my heart and my soul that I was going all the way up to Cheech and Chong's fucking penthouse as an unwilling and unexpected guest for an undetermined amount of time. As things stand right now, I don't even live in the building. I'm from out of town and I sometimes commute into the city. Oh, it's a Friday night. Oh, we should go get drinks in the city. That's what I'm operating on. I know that I'm on a timer. Most edibles take about 45 minutes to an hour before they kick in. But I know that I've taken this edible about 10 to 15 minutes prior, which means, math, I've got about 45 minutes before this edible hits me and I die. Although other things can affect this, such as being on an empty stomach, which I was. My first thought was that I need to make myself throw up, because if I can get rid of as much of this edible as possible, I could potentially mitigate the level of inebriation that I was about to experience. So I stumble over to the bathroom and I start to gag, and I'm trying to make myself throw up, but I've never made myself throw up before. I don't know how to do it. So the next step is that I got Carson on his phone looking up how-tos on WikiHow on how to make myself throw up, and then Cooper's in the kitchen and he's making cups of salt water for me to chug, because apparently if you chug salt water it helps with the throwing up process. I'm not sure how true that was. It just ended up with me just throwing up a bunch of pinkish salt water. So I can't speak for its effectiveness, but there you go. And I'm pretty sure since the Nerds Rope was sort of a candy, sugar-based food, it was really easy for my stomach to digest it really fast. So I'm pretty sure if I hadn't thrown it up within maybe 5 minutes, there really wasn't that much that I could do from there. So by the time I was done throwing up, some food that we had ordered earlier arrived, and Cooper basically advised me that the best thing that I could really do for myself would be to just fill my now completely empty stomach. From this point on, all I could really do was, buckle up, strap in, and get ready for the fucking high of a lifetime. God bless my soul. So I'm gonna give you guys a walkthrough of what this high was like. It wasn't fun. I also have some video footage that Cooper took, so link to his channel in the description. Once I kind of came to terms with the fact that I was gonna have to ride out this high no matter what, I decided to give myself a home base. Just somewhere where I could ground myself and not really need to worry about moving around or anything. I found myself a nice armchair, and I sat myself down there and prepared for the ride of a lifetime. The first thing that happened was a classic weed symptom, which is cotton mouth, which is when your mouth gets really, really dry. So I was pretty much just constantly drinking water. I remember starting to get colder. And the Misfits, they had a room where they just had a bunch of extra merch laid out where they could just give that to friends and stuff while they were in LA. And I kind of just walked in there and just threw on one of the sweatshirts and then just went back to my home base and sat down. And I was wondering for myself if that cold symptom that I was experiencing was real. I did research on the symptoms that I was experiencing, and this was something that actually happens. Informally, it's referred to as weed chills. The THC literally lowered my internal body temperature, so I actually was getting cold. Another thing that happened, and I think this also might have been a symptom of being cold, but I started getting shaky. And it's really funny the way that I described that when I was high, and I actually have video footage of that right here. Welcome back to the vlog. It's gotten worse, friends. It's been about 45 minutes since last, and this is fucking bad.
Ted, I think you need another stick of butter.
I feel like my entire body feels like rubber bands. Pretty much after that point was when things started to get, they started to get bad. Fuck. The shaking was also the reason why in the video you can see me clasping my hands together, because I was literally like shaking so much that I had to hold my hands together really tightly and keep my body really tight and close so I could be in like a comfortable state. And then I get into what is called the painful zone, or the first level of weed hell. Pretty much any position that I was sitting in felt painful.
Update.
it fucking touching shit and feeling the world around me feels bad.
Damn.
And uncomfortable.
Don't do too much weed.
I hate this. I was in the Payne Hotel, and I was its only guest. Any surface that I touched, whether it be the arms of my chair, putting my hands on my knees, anything like that just felt bad. And what I think I would attribute that to is just being so high. My sense of touch was just so elevated that my brain was just overloaded or something. Most of the time I was just trying to like breathe deeply and kind of maintain my composure. But whenever Cooper would turn the camera on me and he would start recording, I would sort of like try to elevate my attitude and try to seem as cheery as possible because I didn't really want to seem like an idiot high stoner on camera, you know? At a certain point, I had to move my home base because it was too disorienting to be sitting straight up. I had to go and get fucking horizontal, baby. And I pretty much had to make a mental agreement with myself just to survive.
Is it just pure pain now? That's what you hate to hear.
It was during this time of unbearable dizziness that my good friend Schlatt decided to use a fucking handheld massager on me.
You are a criminal for trying to do that shit to me right now. That is, I'm
just getting the lactic acid flowing.
You can't do
I just want to get the juices flowing.
Fucking high.
I just want to get the juices flowing.
That's gonna turn me into like another
Ted, if you please.
organism.
If you please.
I will fucking jujitsu you, bitch.
Ted, what's the update? What's the status?
DEFCON 1.
Oh no.
Do you see my attitude there? I wonder why I wouldn't like that. A rapidly moving massager. If you want a lesson on what not to do to someone when they're high, that really takes the cake. Eventually, the fateful moment happens. I had a weed barf. I honestly think it was really just because of how dizzy I was getting from being high. And luckily for me, I had a whole sandwich about an hour ago. I literally had to run across the entire room and just run into the bathroom and throw up. After I threw up though, that's pretty much where the high took the downturn though. It was cleansing. It was a cleansing barf. Yeah, it was detoxifying. I went to go eat some Skittles, but without even knowing I was on camera, I went around to people and not trusting my own ability to determine this, I asked them if the Skittles were edibles or not.
Jack, this, when you know these are normal Skittles, right?
Yeah.
Normal Skittles?
You don't get edibles in that big of a quantity, bro.
I ate the edible at about 6:30 p.m. that day, and I stayed awake all the way until about 4 a.m. that night. I woke up at about 9 a.m. and I was still very high, but I was definitely a manageable amount of high. What struck me though was I was high for the entire next day. I went to bed that night high. So in total, after eating a 400 milligram edible, I was high for about 26 hours. If there's one thing you guys shouldn't take away from this is like any anti-weed sentiment from this video. I think weed is a perfectly healthy drug to use recreationally. But weed, like everything else, follows the rule that too much of anything is definitely a bad thing. Obviously, only consume weed in a state in which it's legal and if you're of age. Hope you guys enjoyed this video. Let me know if you want more stories from my life. I don't really know how many stories I have to tell. This is like the second one I've ever told on this channel. But I hope you learned a thing or two. And if there's one thing you should take away from this, it's this. Weed is for sinners, and I'm going to hell.
Ted accidentally took 400 milligrams of edibles.
Fuck. Over the next 7 days, I'm going to be attempting to create a TikTok sound with my voice in it that goes viral. And I have no idea if this is going to work. So on TikTok, there's a phenomenon where somebody will create a TikTok and the audio from that TikTok has so much application to hundreds of other themes that the audio itself will go viral. Here's an example.
How did this become this?
become this.
Then after that video takes off, people realize that this sound could be applicable to other circumstances. Like watching a small little puppy grow from that into a wolf. Or a teenage boy that watches Andrew Tate religiously grow into a man that gets angry when he sees a woman driving a car. How did this become this? Some of these audios have tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of videos that are offshoots from the original. And most of these people probably don't even know where the original sound came from. So I have a theory that if I try really hard, I could make a series of the most generally applicable TikTok sounds in existence. As mouth-watering as a pumpkin spice latte to a soccer mom in flannel. But I'm not an expert on the world of TikTok. I mean, sure, I busted out dance moves at weddings that would make Charlie D'Amelio shit herself in fear and awe. But if I'm gonna make sounds for TikTok, I have to learn from the experts on what the ideal sound would be. What do you think are the defining traits of what make a TikTok sound go viral?
Something that they could then make into a relatable thing of their own.
It's more of like the cadence of how you speak rather than what you're actually saying that actually makes a TikTok go viral.
Something that needs to be able to be memeable. If you have something that people can kind of put their own situations into and either make a joke.
One of the top things that makes a great TikTok sound is cringe. Cringe plays a large factor in everything that happens on TikTok.
You make your own meme, people could flip it with just a different text and they would kind of lip sync what you're saying.
What's the minimum amount that I would probably need to hit in order for it to be like viral?
Like 15 to 20,000 times. Like that's like lightly viral. Anything over 50,000 is like, okay, yeah, probably everyone and their mother is seeing this.
At least like 10K videos. I feel like once you see that K, it picks up after that.
If the top ones have over 100K plus, then that's really when you know you're getting somewhere.
Do you think I have a chance?
I think you have a chance.
I feel like that's gonna be hard to do.
At least like one of these ideas has to work.
And I agree with Aviva. It's the entire foundation of my strategy. Keep throwing shit at the walls until something sticks. Kind of like Instagram with its features, or monkeys with shit. So with my research finished, here are my rules. Number one, the sound has to use my voice. I can't go grabbing sounds from TV shows and stuff. This baby is gonna be custom. Two, in order for a sound to be considered viral, it has to pass a threshold of roughly 15,000 videos using the sound. And finally, I can't tell my audience that I'm trying to make a viral TikTok sound because then people are just gonna try to help me. And let's be honest, I fucking hate you guys. So with all this in mind, I prepared for day one by creating my first TikTok sound. New, epic, viral TikTok sound. Yeah, no, that makes sense. My idea is a TikTok that applies to something that people like. A NASCAR race, or a basketball game, a Build-A-Bear. Like it would be a thing of me as an 8-year-old walking into the Rainforest Cafe. And then I'm like, well, this is gonna define my personality for the next decade. Yeah, no, that's probably what I'm gonna say. Well, this is going to define my personality for the next decade. This is going to define my personality for the next decade. Wow. Well, this is going to be my personality for the rest of my life. Well, this is going to be my personality for the rest of my life. That seems like it could do well. It could just be someone discovering something for fan fiction shows. Shows that kind of feel like they're written by a 14-year-old who's parasocially obsessed with Hiccup from How to Train Your Dragon and has a Wattpad account. You understand what I'm getting at here? And after discovering this movie, I was surprised to see that there is like an obscene amount of these shows. Just from the suggestions on IMDb when looking this movie up, there's plenty of options. The Alpha's Daughter, The Alpha's Rejected Mate, even Fatal Temptation. Between two alphas, clearly. And when I downloaded the app I needed to watch this show, Short TV, I realized that fanfiction shows are the only genre this app has, and they're all filmed vertically for phone screens, and the titles for them increasingly got weirder the longer I looked, such as The Female Janitor Revealed as Hidden Tycoon, or Why is Joe Like That, or Well, I'm actually the most wealthy lady. And of course, who could forget, Mommy, don't refuse Daddy this time, huh? Well, what did he do? Either way, let's dive into the movie we're focusing on today, Call Me Alpha. The movie starts off with a castle in what looks like Europe. Next, we get a shot of an awesome VFX wolf that shows up in a mirror. There's a bottle of blood, I think. And this woman, who I believe is the main character, some dude's kissing her. Wait, before any information about the story happens, it's just immediately a makeout scene. For like almost a full minute. I think this is meant to be a hook for the target audience, you know, those who aren't there for the riveting plot and lore like myself. And this makes sense. If I was paying $50 of real legal tender to watch a fan fiction Alpha Wolf TV show made up of 77 individual minute-long episodes, I want to make sure my fiction was getting fanned. You know what I'm saying? So we formally meet our protagonist Ashira for the first time with this enchantress during something called a mapping ceremony. She's a rogue wolf, so she doesn't have a pack, so I think this ceremony is meant to like find her a place to live. She cuts her hand with a knife and smears it all over the map, and she's revealed to be something called a stealer.
A stealer? You're a stealer.
What is a stealer?
A stealer can have a pup with anyone, mate or not.
So we're getting a lot of wolf lore right off the bat. Apparently this is a really bad situation for Ashira. But the enchantress seems kind of psyched about this the whole time.
Being a stealer, it sounds like a punishment. Who will choose me as a mate if they know that I can mate with others?
And you don't even know the worst part.
And guess what, bitch? It gets worse. Ashira's learning life-ruining information. This is the Enchantress's Super Bowl. So basically, Ashira's goal is to go and find her mate as soon as possible because I guess she's in a bunch of danger from, I guess, rogue, horny wolves who think she's their soulmate. So Ashira goes to the Prime Pack where there's a mating party going on. Crazy name for a party, by the way. You're not making it any more intellectual by just calling it mating. It's like, oh, we're mating. No, you're banging. This is a banging part. This is apparently a perfect time for her to be washing her clothes in a pond. And this is where she meets Aiden, the alpha of the Prime Pack. You can tell he's an alpha because his eyes grow all red and wolfy. Whoa. And also they give him a description when he shows up. Of course, this wouldn't be a wolf show if he didn't immediately take his shirt off and give it to Ashira.
You look cold. Take this.
That's like one of the main tenets of being a wolf guy. Doing hour-long planks every day and being able to easily find excuses to take your shirt off. That's like 95% of being a wolf guy, I think. And then he brings her back to the party because apparently this part of the land is off limits.
No, this part of the land's off limits. Go back to the guest house.
To be honest though, I'd probably say something like that too if I found someone randomly washing their shirt in a pond in my backyard. Please don't do your laundry in my pond. Come back to the party, please. Later on, Nick, who's the beta of the Prime Pack, bummer title to have, dude. That's a bummer title. Gives Ashira's information to Aiden because Aiden believes Ashira is his mate. But when she finds out she's a rogue, which is a wolf without a pack, he gives a very impassioned delivery of surprise.
A wolfless rogue Luna? Gotta be kidding me.
A wolfless rogue Luna? You gotta be kidding me. Next up, we meet one of the female members of the Prime Pack, Mila.
Hi, Ashira, it's nice to meet you. Yeah, look, I'm just here to tell you to keep your hands off my alpha.
Can you tell that she's a mean girl because they play mean girl reality TV music? Now that I think about it, it would be kind of sick if they made a reality TV show around a group of people that think they're a pack of wolves.
Greetings, fellow wolves. My name is Alpha Jared. I've been looking for my Luna, my mate, for most of my wolf life. I haven't found her yet, but I can sense her presence. I'm 32 in human years, but according to an online wolf to human year calculator, I'm considered to be about 172 in wolf years. Some might consider me to be an elder of the wolf community. I would agree with this notion. Am I Hal, you may ask? Let's just say it's immaculate.
So yeah, we've introduced Mila, already creating a little bit of drama around the pack, and Ashira has just gotten here. Later on at the party, we get a really strange interaction between practically every character that we've introduced at this point in one shot. Because you start off with Ashira and her friend Lucy hanging out, then Mila shows up to cause problems, then Nick shows up from the other side, Mila leaves, Nick asks Ashira to dance, and then Lucy leaves. They're dancing for like 2 seconds until Nick learns her name.
What was your name?
Ashira.
Then in comes Alpha Aiden out of nowhere, but then Mila is coming back to flirt with Aiden, which fails, so she leaves again, and it ends with just Ashira and Aiden. This whole sequence here happens in less than 30 seconds. And immediately after, talking less than 5 seconds, Ashira's getting pushed up a wall by Aiden. He basically complains that she danced with Nick, and her response is, well, first of all, not really, and also, why didn't you come up and dance with me first? And then his response is like it's like a 5-year-old boy.
But maybe if you had stepped forward, I would have been dancing with you.
So it's my fault.
Yeah, dude, you gotta communicate these things. Also, how did we get here so quickly? The longest and only interaction that these two had was him giving her his shirt and then telling her that she couldn't be in his backyard. Maybe him giving the shirt was wolf culture for I wanna bang.
What do I do in my free time? Easy question. Baring my teeth, eating raw meat, and giving my shirts to rogue Lunas that look cold. I'll be honest, a lot of my monthly budget is currently going to my wardrobe to replace my shirt. In my defense, that's the only way I know how to interact with Luna. It's seriously really frustrating. I keep having to pay for shirts. I haven't heard of a single other way to interact with Lunas in all of wolf history. But if any wolves figure it out, please ping me on my WhatsApp. I'm really freaking lonely.
So basically Ashira's like, why won't you claim me? Little bit of lore, wolf woman, zero rights in this society. And he's like, I'm never gonna claim you. But then in the next scene, he's introducing her to Arya, who's like her assistant now or something, and tells her to make sure that no males go near her.
Don't let any males near her.
Take that as a warning.
So what's the deal, Aiden? You got commitment issues, brother? Especially because after Nick comes in the room, Aiden freaks out at him because she danced with the sheriff for like 2 seconds.
Hold up. Listen, we gotta do something.
I will say it's a little silly for Nick to try to cover his ass here by saying that he didn't know what Ashira looked like. You know, because he was the one who brought Aiden a full dossier about Ashira. You're telling me that he got all that information without figuring out what Ashira looked like? Come on, dude. Either way, the assistant takes Ashira to her new room, they have a short chat, and then Ashira asks,
Where is Aiden?
what are you talking about, Ashira? You just saw him. He's in the other room that you just came from? The room you just came from. So the next day, Nick and Aiden are talking at Nick's house about how Aiden needs to bang someone or he's gonna go crazy. He's got this whole thing going on about how he doesn't want his wolf to take control.
I can't let my wolf take control. Not now.
And Aiden's explanation is this.
I can control it. I'm the alpha. I'm just in heat.
So that's crazy that he's saying that.
I'm just in heat.
Male wolves do not go into heat. That's a biologically female trait. Aiden basically just said that he's ovulating. Maybe he doesn't understand what the word means. He's just been hearing people say it his whole life, and now he's like, that's what I have when I pee funny. It seems like it's affecting him pretty seriously, though, because this whole scene, he's practically paralyzed in this position. It doesn't look like he can move. Later on, Ashira is dress shopping with Arya for her first night with Aiden, when she suddenly goes into full heat mode and falls into the arms of this dude Zeke. So she's rushed home, and Aiden carries her upstairs, and she's pretty much losing it at this point. But Aiden is like, still not gonna claim you, and also, you can't leave anymore. You're gonna stay in this house and you can't go anywhere.
It happened because you haven't claimed me. Why can't you just make it stop?
From now on, you're not allowed to leave this house.
I would rather be a rogue than trapped in here with you.
What's this dude's fucking deal? What's his trauma? Well, we actually find out. Both of his parents died in a war. But I'll be honest, I'm assuming that the usage of the word war here is implying a bunch of plainclothes people pretending to be wolves scratching each other in a public park. I don't think this was like Vietnam, although Wolf Vietnam would have been crazy. Either way, Aiden's got trauma, he's got trust issues, and he's about as emotionally stable as you'd expect from a guy that pretends to be a wolf and calls himself Alpha, aka he's not. But they talk about his trauma, and now Aiden actually decides to claim Ashira by like biting her on the neck. Obviously that's how it's done. That's what I learned in school. Until they're interrupted by an emergency.
What's wrong?
How did he know specifically what emergency was going on? Is he like a Bene Gesserit wolf? Is he Lisan Alpha Gaib? Apparently Zeke from the store and a bunch of rogue wolves had just attacked the Prime Pack. They killed like 6 people, but all of this happened off screen. Also, for future reference, they don't show a single fight on screen. They only show the aftermath. So the most substance of the action we get is a bunch of wolf dudes threatening each other and changing their eye color, which honestly is kind of fantastic. The only reason Zeke killed all of those people is seemingly because he wanted to talk to Ashira, because I think he wanted to mate with her, only to find out that Aiden had just claimed her, and he has like probably the worst possible reaction to this information.
Oh wow. Congratulations. It smells recent. It smells familiar.
Ew, what the heck? Ew, why would he say that?
Impressive, Alpha Aiden. You smell like cum.
Either way, this creates a whole drama surrounding the rogue wolves and Zeke that will be expanded upon later. But before we continue on with this riveting tale of wolves and drama, this video is sponsored by SoFi. SoFi is the ultimate finance app and a new kind of bank that doesn't believe in account fees. It's fully mobile, tracks your spending, and you can manage your money right in the app. You might still be using the bank that your parents set you up with in like high school or something, but let's be honest here, folks, you can do so much better. If you're a student, you can sign up for a SoFi checking and savings account with a .edu email address. Fund it with 10.
I'm here with Waluigi today. How you doing?
Waluigi. It seems like every year technology gets to a level that we would have thought ridiculous as children. You can buy yourself a home that was 3D printed, take a taxi with nobody behind the wheel, and robots are doing backflips now, something previously reserved for frat guys whose six-pack is their whole personality and high schoolers a little bit too into parkour. Yes, I'm projecting. I wish I could do a backflip. And in the last 2 years, I've gotten pretty into growing my own plants. I've conquered growing basil and making my own pesto. I've conquered having houseplants, kind of. But this whole time, I was using the same thing. Soil from the earth, the substance that may have been holding us back this whole time. We've elevated our technology in so many ways. Why not do that with the dirt itself? This is a Lomi. This is a device that lets you turn food scraps into usable soil, or at least what the company calls Lomi Earth. Obviously by food scraps, they mean things like vegetables and fruit, but this device can turn any food scraps into soil. So what would happen if I turned fast food into soil? Could I grow a plant from that? So I'm gonna try to turn fast food into soil, grow arugula, and make myself a salad. Let me be clear. I'm going into this with no research whatsoever. I'm essentially doing a highly produced experiment that I'm planning on posting with no actual assurance that any of this is going to work. It would actually be a miracle if it did. I'm utilizing the most highly processed foods we put in our body to grow a life form. That's like trying to teach a dolphin to drive a car. Nobody's tried it because if they did, they'd be an idiot. But wouldn't it be funny if it worked? The most research I've done has been Googling, can you grow a plant from just Lomi Earth? And the answer has been frequently and only a resounding no. And that's because I'm operating based on Lomi Earth being compost, which you can grow plants in. But Lomi Earth is something different. Lomi Earth is the nutrient-rich, soil-like end product created by the Lomi countertop food recycler, designed to be used as a natural fertilizer for plants and gardens rather than traditional compost. Basically, it's not actually compost. I would have loved for this to be real compost coming out of this machine. In fact, that would have made it a lot easier for me. Unfortunately, making compost takes a long time, and also the usage of worms. And I hate worms. They're like the losers of the ground, meant to be consumed by children and fish. But that restriction won't stop me from trying to brute force a miracle. Whoa. Look at this thing. The plan is to put all the fast food into this thing. It's going to grind it up and then hopefully turn that into soil that we can use to grow a plant. One of the first things I see is a QR code answering the question, what can I put in my Lomi? I don't know if we're gonna follow that, but let's ask. It specifically says to have a smaller mix of processed foods. Batch number 1 would be McDonald's. 2 large fries, 2 double cheeseburgers, 20 chicken nuggets, and just to be safe, apple slices. Just to give it a fighting chance. Although I was looking at the ingredients of these apple slices from McDonald's, they also have an ingredient on them that's meant to maintain freshness and color. These are just apple slices, and they still had to add something into that. I need to fit all of this stuff right here into this. Oh, jeez. Oh, God. So it's got pickles. There's a little bit of plant life going on, but there's a lot of meat and there's a lot of cheese. As I was doing this, I started to seriously doubt how this could even come close to dirt. Well, okay, they're in there. For this experiment, I'm gonna be using Lomi's grow mode. This is their longest mode, taking somewhere from 16 to 20 hours. It, quote, runs at a lower temperature to preserve microbes and boost soil health. And I guess the express mode is if you need dirt like right now. Today. I'm also going to be utilizing Lomi Pods. These are little tablets you put in that are allegedly packed with powerful microorganisms, and I'm for sure going to be putting those microorganisms to work, and I'm not paying overtime. Microbacteria in there now. I guess with all that being said, let's turn this McDonald's into dirt. Okay. Oh, it's spinning. Oh, it's beginning the process. So I guess we gotta wait 16 to 20 hours before this turns to dirt. I don't know what I expected to happen here. When I got back from being out this last weekend, I got home and I've left the Lomi going, and my entire apartment smells like McDonald's. Oh my God. I had to open up the windows in my apartment just to filter out the air that I was smelling. And I gotta say, the resulting dirt is a little bit creepy. What the fuck is that? It smells like Cheetos. I made Cheeto dirt. It's dry, but there's like kind of a greasiness to it that isn't preferable, to say the least. I think a plant would taste that and be like, guess I'm just not gonna live. This is nasty. This is essentially grease slop that I have here. What's to do now that we have all of this dirt? Well, I've got a special little friend, the dirty bucket. The dirty bucket. This thing's gonna live outside. Unfortunately, this batch of dirt was not nearly enough for me to do this whole experiment. This couldn't even fill one pot. So I placed the dirty bucket as far away from me as I could get it and cleaned the Lomi in preparation for batch number 2, Taco Bell. 1 cheesy gordita crunch, 1 veggie bowl, 1 chalupa supreme, and 3 crunch wrap supremes. I think that Taco Bell has a little bit more vegetables within it than something like McDonald's. Half of these things have some form of like lettuce or tomato in them, so there's some plant matter going on here. I feel like this one might turn out a little bit better than McDonald's did. At the end of the day though, I'm putting most of my hope in this veggie bowl here. This one's gonna take us to the finish line. And I think the thing that's gonna screw us from making usable compost is probably gonna be the crunch wrap supremes. I don't know if nature really called for that. Nevertheless, I stuffed all the Taco Bell I could into Lomi and started my next cycle. There it goes. It's beginning its magic to do horrific, unholy, godless things to this fast food.
Taco Bell's done. This thing's got a little bit more dirt than I think the first round. I may have added some eggshells that I had left over from some eggs that went bad. I didn't want to put them down the garbage disposal. So if you're wondering what the white stuff in this is, it's eggshell. So it's a bit browner than the other one. It doesn't smell like Cheetos, it just smells like ground beef. It's also closer in color to what regular potting soil is, but it is still clearly not.
But after all of this, I still did not have enough dirt. So I prepared for my third and final submission to the maw of the Lomi, batch number 3, KFC. And I may have over-ordered chicken tenders, fries, mashed potatoes, sweet corn, coleslaw, and a chicken pot pie.
If you told me a year ago that I would be taking a chicken pot pie and turning it into dirt, I'd probably send you to jail. I think that this corn might be the thing that saves this whole video. We might be getting saved by the Colonel. Now the chicken, this might cause some problems for us. The chicken pot pie, there's not a lot, but there are carrots and there are peas in a chicken pot pie. There are vegetables in it. I saw that they had applesauce that was available in the kids meal on the KFC menu, so I ordered that as well, thinking like, might be good to have some classic applesauce in there. Didn't know I was gonna get tricked. They gave me a Capri Sun. I don't know if I'm living in crazy town, but this is very different than an applesauce.
Either way, the Lomi hungered for more grease, so I once again fed it willingly. Also, the coleslaw was far too wet.
Oh, that's barely even mayo at that point. That's just milk. Oh, I'm excited. I think this is gonna be a delicious dirt. Time to see how the KFC dirt does.
The Lomi had the hardest time with the KFC. It took like maybe 48 hours.
I don't know if that's because the Lomi's starting to struggle a little bit.
Maybe the Lomi's starting to get a little bit depressed because it's currently operating in a job it was not designed to do.
Looking a lot like the McDonald's. I don't know if that's all the corn that I added. Let's give it a feel test. Yeah, no, it's greasy.
The dirty bucket hungers for more dirt. Oh God. So I mixed all the fast food dirt together to make one final dirt.
Doesn't look that bad. All of this in the dirty bucket, I think I just might have enough to run this experiment.
But while I'm leaving much of this plant growth up to chance, you shouldn't be doing the same for your career. Which leads me to the sponsor of this video, Strawberry.me Career Coaching. It seems like these days the job market is more competitive than ever. And the people who'll succeed in a world like this are those who have a solid plan and solid goals, which is where Strawberry.me comes in. Strawberry.me will help you create a strategy for your career. When I met with my coach Vincent, I wasn't really sure what to expect from the experience, but right off the bat, he was asking some pretty thoughtful questions to figure out my specific goals and what I'm struggling with. One of them, for instance, was genuinely addressing how to improve my YouTube video output, which I'm sure might be a relief to those of you who want to see more than 4 videos a year from me. This was nice too because I do have a therapist that I talk to sometimes about my career worries and issues, but meeting with a career coach was very clearly different. It was more oriented to figuring out the root of my issues in direct relation to my work, based on like who I am and how my working brain ticks, and then giving me actionable steps that I could take to address them as opposed to just talking about them. Like, I am legitimately going to keep using this service because I can see how helpful it can be to talk to a professional who is directly invested in your own success and someone who will create accountability for you. Like, I'm going to check in with my coach next week and we're going to talk about how the week went. This platform can be really helpful to speak to someone who has an outside perspective on one's career. They give you tools to be able to find the right path for you. Plus, it's virtual, accessible, and flexible, meaning you can spend the time to take ownership of your career without your schedule taking ownership of you. So go to strawberry.me/Ted Nivison or scan the QR code on screen. They're offering a $50 credit so you can actually try it out. Don't leave your career to chance. Find the right coach and make it happen with strawberry.me. Thanks for watching the sponsor, and now to the plant store. So I headed off to the plant store to grab supplies for this experiment. I'll explain in a second, but I needed a lot of pots in order for this to work. But I also didn't really remember how much.
Dumbasses. Yeah, I'm very excited for this.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
Yeah, I can't wait to see your reaction. Was that because of the electricity or?
I've been paying. That's actually good. I mean,
did it actually turn out good?
Yeah, no, it's like fucking fresh pasta.
Wow.
Fresh, delicious pasta. Wow. My arms feel like they're on fire. Delicious. Oh no, Rambo. What did we learn today?
Well, I think that we learned that electricity makes cooking food
A lot better.
I think that we've beaten the challenge a little bit, guys. I think that we beat the electricity. Electricity has nothing on us.
You know, the real lesson that I learned all
What'd you say? What'd you fucking say, asshole?
Nothing. I didn't say anything. I wasn't gonna say a lesson about...
I'll fucking murder you in cold blood.
Is that because of the electricity, or is that just something that you wanted to do?
See you guys later next time for the next video.
Tiger guy is like, yo, Josh, want to try something wild and wacky? And Joshua smiles like he's saying, fuck yeah, baby. And then they hop on this chariot's horses, steal the horses, and then just beeline it into the middle of the battle like they're actually insane. I haven't really seen the chariots be successful thus far. I don't know what their tactical usage is in the nature of this war. I'm only seeing people in chariots get their asses kicked. Next up, we've got these hammer soldiers that are just, they are putting in work. They are demolishing people. It was at this point of my screening of the movie, though, that I realized that this is a child experiencing this. He is being put in a situation by Chris where he is killing people. The maximum age that I would place Joshua at is like 7. Granted, they do want to kill Joshua, but he is without hesitation whatsoever slashing and stabbing these guys like he's been doing it for 50 years. Also, who is this Tiger character? He's absolutely fucking goated. He's like the John Wick of the Bible. This is insane. So Joshua and his army caused the Amalekites to retreat, and Joshua and his army just running after them with their hands up in the air. That's like power level 70. And that's a lot. And yeah, Joshua and his army win the battle. They fucked them up. God begins talking to Moses about creating the promised land. And the whole time that God is talking to him, Moses is just,
though the whole earth is mine, you will be for me a kingdom of priests and a holy nation.
He's in another world. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know if he took like 2 of his old person pills instead of 1 this morning or something, but I think he's high.
Though the whole earth is mine, you will be for me a kingdom of priests.
And then a little bit later, God just straight up shows up as a lightning cloud and just says all of his rules to everyone.
I am the Lord your God. You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an idol in the form of anything on earth or in heaven.
I didn't realize that the Old Testament was this on the nose. This is an interesting directing choice on the part of Jim Lyon, but at this point in the film, he starts inserting walrus people into the mix of characters. So I think that somewhere along the line, Jim Lyon was like, walrus people would add an extra layer that is missing from this film. And I agree with him. I think that there was an underrepresentation of walruses in this movie up until this point. So I think stylistically and just in terms of walrus representation, this was a really good move. I give that a rating of 5 pogging Moseses and 1 angry Pharaoh. Moses tells Joshua to follow him up the mountain just to figure out what this God guy wants to say. But like halfway up the mountain, Moses just turns around and he's like,
wait here until I return.
And then he leaves Joshua there for 40 days. I guess normally in the context of the Bible, there's this whole thing where Moses and Joshua both like fast for 40 days. Also, I hate to bring our buddy Chris into this, but he's pretty much the source of every problem in this film. I think that we're implying that Chris thought it was a good idea to have Joshua wait there by himself for 40 days. So Joshua's kind of like in a dream, right? But he experiences that 40 days. So this has more of the energy of like a Black Mirror episode where this malevolent ghost is forcing someone to live out this messed up dream. So Moses receives the 10 Commandments, and I love the way that Jim Lyon shows this. God basically just becomes one of those laser cutters that you see on TikTok. I don't know what else to refer to this to. God is using laser cutting on the rock. So Moses has got the tablets, they head back down the mountain, and they start to hear singing from the freed slaves.
It is not the sound of victory or of defeat that I hear. It is the sound of singing.
That is the worst singing I have ever heard in the background of anything ever. It is just someone singing la 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 over and over again. However, what Moses does see freaks him the freak out.
No! No!
That has got to be the most heart that I have heard in any of the lines of this film. That is gut-wrenching.
No!
Yes. Moses is freaking out because he finds out that the Jews are worshiping this golden calf, which is a big no-no because God clearly said no idols. Have you ever been to vacation Bible school? You should know this. I gotta say, I find it funny, after being spoken to by a lightning cloud, seeing the entire sea part, walking across the seabed, and then seeing it swallow up your enemies, and then defeating an entire army you were outnumbered by. It only takes them 40 days to start being like, I think that God is a golden calf. Let's worship it. I have to say, if things didn't seem unhinged in this story from the Bible or this movie's depiction of it, they begin to get unhinged just about now. Moses destroys the golden calf. He then mixes it with water and forces everybody to drink it. That's not Jim Lyon taking creative liberties. That is just straight up something they say happens in the Bible. And I'm glad that the only thing after this was Moses just going and getting new tablets and then asking for God to forgive those folks, because that's not what happens in the Bible, because I looked it up. In the actual biblical story, Moses gathers all of the guys that didn't worship the calf, and then he has them slaughter everyone by mass execution. I'm not joking. I don't know if Joshua would necessarily be on board if Chris included that part of the story. So they reach the promised land. Fuck yeah. And Joshua goes in as a spy to check out this city of Jericho that had people in the land that God had promised Moses. Conveniently, I must say, every single one of these people in this city are depicted as red devils. If you can't get more obvious than that, they are not the good guys, I guess. And there's this ceremony where they're sacrificing a baby, I think. I honestly can't tell because there's this insane screeching in the background. So Joshua returns to the camp and he's feeling pretty bad because he obviously doesn't want to kick all of these people out of this city because they live there.
I'm not a genius, you know, but even I can tell something's wrong.
Well, yeah, Chris, you made a child participate in a war, the killings of hundreds of people, and then you had him stand next to Moses as he broke down a statue and forced people to drink it like a deranged psychopath. He's building up a sizable portfolio of trauma, and it is entirely your fault, Chris. So Joshua presents this problem to Chris about them not being able to move into the promised land unless they get rid of these people. And this is where kind of the fucked up part happens, where Chris is like,
Josh, when you were scouting Jericho, did you see anything weird?
What do you mean?
Like evil, bad.
They killed a baby.
Ritual sacrifice. Don't you see? These people are doing things detestable to God.
We gotta get rid of these people because they're breaking laws that they wouldn't have even known about because the laws were written last week.
The point is, they're breaking all 10 commandments and God has decreed they've got to go.
Well, I guess if you put it that way.
Good man.
I don't know if this is clear to you guys at this point, but Chris is literally gaslighting a child into performing genocide now. I knew something was wrong with him at the beginning, so, you know. So the people in charge, including Moses, say that they have to go fight the people that live in Jericho. And the rest of the community, they're not so sure that they can beat him. So their first idea is to get angry and then start saying,
Stone him! Stone him! Stone him! Stone him!
So what the film says is that God made them wander the desert for 40 years like an asshole. Because apparently...
Because they were afraid to do the right thing.
Which I could only assume would be kicking all of those people out of their land. And I also assume probably killing them. There's also this one clip where God is punishing some of them by literally opening up a hole in the earth and just letting them fall in. I gotta say, God's decision making, it is getting questionable by the minute. And if you don't believe me, even Moses was condemned to die in the desert when he didn't complete a game of Simon Says with God.
He was angry and he hit this rock with his staff twice. God had told him to call forth water from the rock with his voice, not to hit it with his staff. So even Moses is condemned to die in the desert.
Moses is then like forced to look upon the land that he's never allowed to enter, and then hands the mantle over to Joshua, the child, by the way. The child now has the mantle of being a prophet of God, which is 40 years later, they cross into the promised land. I'm very curious if Joshua has been experiencing this time flow in real time. Like, has Joshua just gone through 40 years of his life within a dream? Because if he has, that is, oh my God, that is terrible. The kid's gonna come out of this dream and he's gonna have the mind of a 47-year-old. That's kind of messed up. At this point, Joshua is just straight up indoctrinated. He has become Joshua from the Bible, speaking in Bible talk.
3 days from now, you will cross the Jordan here to go in and take possession of the land the Lord your God has given you as your own.
Also, the narrator just like kind of enters the movie.
That's my cue. I'll see you in a minute.
As a holy angel from God's army. Don't know what that's about.
What message does my Lord have for his servant?
The place where you are standing is holy.
And then, ladies and gentlemen, we get to the grand finale of this film. So in order to take down this city of Jericho, the plan was for them to go around the city 6 times, and then on the 7th day, they stop. And then all of the people in Jericho just start laughing at them. Which in most stories is usually a bad sign when you're the bad guy. Although they don't know that they're the bad guy, they just live there. And it is at this point, ladies and gentlemen, that the most insane moment happens in any terrible movie that I have ever seen in my entire life. Massive fucking angels with smashing hammers, mind you, start destroying the walls of the city. It is absolute brutality. Just goddamn scorched earth. Nothing is left alive. Women and children, gone, killed. Old people, fuck them, they're gone. They're smashed under the hammer of God. The only thing that would make this funnier is if Joshua turns to the camera and just threw up a thumbs up as this city is getting wiped off the face of the planet. And then after the city is just positively obliterated, a rock turns into a devil head that just growls and then flies away. When I originally watched this, I didn't even have enough time to figure out what that was. I think it's the devil. So I guess they're saying everyone in this city was the devil, which is kind of fucked up because there's children in this city. And then after they've just destroyed this entire city, Chris is like, okay, time to go home.
So, are you ready to wake up?
I thought I was dreaming.
So then Chris takes him through a portal, but then the devil head follows them through the portal. And then Joshua, in his room, has to fight the fiery devil head because I guess it followed him outside of the dimension of the dream. He defeats the devil with like a wooden fucking prop sword, and it turns back to a rock, and then Thanos snaps away. So Joshua's out of his dream, right? And it's basically like he's just taking a nap. He goes downstairs to have dinner with his parents, and they are still arguing.
Please stop.
I don't care about Grace right now. I'm hungry.
I'm sick of this. First it's the car, now it's dinner.
Wine.
But then the moment that Joshua sits down, without saying a word, his family apologizes for no reason.
I'm sorry I yelled at you, honey.
I forgive you.
Darling,
Yes, dear.
I'm sorry I yelled at you. I'll try to spend some more time with you. With both of you.
He didn't say anything about God. He didn't say anything about forgiveness and Moses and Jesus and Joseph. They were literally just arguing before Joshua came in. And then they just decided, we're sorry. And then the movie ends, and then that's it. Jim Lyon, you are the Prince of Peace. How dare you make such an atrociously wonderful film, you goddamn genius. But you know, Joshua's terrible father would have had an easier time purchasing parts for his car if he had Current, the future of mobile banking and the sponsor of this video. Listen, a problem that I know as a 24-year-old YouTuber that has little to no life skills is that finances are a confusing and overcomplicated process, and they hurt my little brain. Luckily for me and you though, there's Current, which helps you save, spend, and manage your money better and securely. If you're unaware of what Current is, it's basically the banking of the future. It's entirely controlled through your phone, your mobile device, your doodad. You get a Current card that's just like this, and you can spend your money buying ridiculous things. For instance, when I went to buy frames to put these ridiculous, obscure cereal art in, such as the unicorn cereal, you guys should remember this. And there's more. Current and I are giving away $5,000. Just use my code TED when you sign up and we'll be giving away $500 to 10 random people. Just go to the link in the description, use the code TED, and you're ready to rock. Thanks to Current for sponsoring this video, and I will see you guys in the next video. Whenever that is. Goodbye. That it hit all of the beats with Daniel's choreography that he made for me, but also worked within the space that I already had. And obviously, I'm not going to be able to have the same set that Bob Odenkirk worked with for this fucking YouTube video that I'm doing. So I had to be really creative on how I went about blocking the scene so it worked and made sense. Finally, I had to add that extra pizzazz to make this scene truly my own. Some piece of my YouTube channel that was undeniably me. So I decided to bring in a little blast from the past from my YouTube channel lore, the Milkman. The Milkman is one of the most powerful characters in the Ted Nivison universe, as far as we know, and there is no other character that I would want to represent my power as an action star for the glory of Bob Odenkirk. So after training with Daniel, teaching the moves to my stuntmen, hiring all of the crew, planning out every shot and making sure the blocking was perfect, a 12-hour day of shooting action scenes non-stop and editing this scene to be as brutal and ridiculous as possible. Without further ado, I present to you my recreation of these scenes from Nobody. Enjoy.
What are you doing here, Milkman?
I'm gonna fuck you up.
I got this. Oh! Who are you?
Me? I'm the Milkman. Wait, look! It's Bob Odenkirk in a giant TV in the sky!
All right, I gotta admit, you proved yourself to be a worthy student. Very nice.
Oh, thank you, Bob Odenkirk. I appreciate that.
Some might have doubted you.
I mean, that was you, so.
But you were able to find and unleash your inner rage.
Oh, thank you. I'm angry all the time.
Congrats on becoming a nobody.
Thank you, Bob. I did it for you. I did it for you, Bob. I did it for you!
And there he goes. Sweet old Bob. Always on another adventure.
So there you have it, folks. That was how I recreated these scenes from nobody. This was probably one of the coolest projects that I have ever worked on this channel, as I've said. And it was really cool to be able to combine my interest as a filmmaker with my YouTube channel and just make something ridiculous. So I really hope that you guys found this video interesting. Make sure to check out Universal's new film, Nobody, starring Bob Odenkirk. It's going to be available on paid video on demand starting April 16th. I really do recommend it. It's a fun ride. So yeah. Thanks for watching this video. Besides the eggs, I didn't burn the eggs. Turns out when you're trying to film a little montage, you forget to turn things over and then they end up like this. Hey man, bacon is bacon though. This is what I was looking forward to all day. And now for the piece de resistance of this meal. The Mike's Hot Honey over the eggs. Oh, okay. I bought these avocados yesterday, so a little bit lacking in ripeness. Sort of a strange flavor profile for eggs. I'm with it a little bit. I'm kind of with it. I haven't eaten any food today. It has been like 7 hours. Basically fasted most of the day. And I've only pretty much been working out or putting myself in cold situations. I mean, this is a good breakfast. I'm enjoying myself deeply. I think the most exhausting thing out of anything today, though, is the thought in my head that I have to do this 6 more times. I bodied that meal. Ashton Hall does this final ice dunk bath while he's fully dressed. Here we go. Into the fray. That's so painful. All right, give me another one. Why did I do this? I could die. Wow. The first one, it's surprising, but it feels kind of good. When I go for the second one, it hurts. Final time, 11:58 a.m. So not quite as fast. Here's the time split that we need to make up for. Accounting for the hour off that we were at because my gym wasn't open yet, I would say that we pretty much were only behind by an hour. That's pretty good. Day 1 complete. I'm exhausted. So if you didn't realize at this point, Ashton Hall's morning routines are probably a lie. They're probably false. And at the very least, Ashton's filming process surely takes longer than he says it does. I know this because I had to directly set up each of these shots. It's taken me longer than I'd expected to, and I'm not doing it on a camera where I'm gonna get lens blur. I'm doing it on this little thing because it's super light and I can move it around really easily and not this camera setup I filmed the beginning of the video on because that would be ridiculous. Like, look at him doing those push-ups in the morning before he knocks over the Saratoga water. That's a match cut. Are we doing cinematic editing here? Look at him when he's journaling. That's a shot reverse shot. He's making a movie. The actual action that Ashton Hall is doing here is creating viral content by portraying something so ridiculous that it's shared across the internet and everyone has something to say about it, including me. I'd be foolish if I didn't recognize that me making this very video is playing into the hand of his viral marketing strategy. At the same time though, it's clear to a certain degree that he takes himself quite seriously. Previously, he had simply been creating gym workout content, where it was just him showing off various workouts he'd do for people to see online. And this is also Ashton can create an image of himself as an authority on health and wellness so he can funnel people into his main job, which primarily from my research is that he is a fitness coach that coaches other fitness coaches, which if I'm following the hierarchy correctly, that would make him the fitness coach Pope. But on his official website, he also offers services to the lowly small bicep peasant class, which is one-on-one personal fitness coaching. It starts at $3,300 for the base plan, and it expands all the way to almost $10,000 for 1 year of remote coaching, which interestingly enough is the only program in which you'd actually get one-on-one coaching from Ashton. Which makes it kind of silly that all of them are titled Train With Me. Right? But if you're worried about whether or not it'll work for you, the 10K program also comes with motivational support from Ashton. I like to imagine it's just a text message every other week that's just like, bro, lock in. While Ashton has this entire business that's centered around being this serious workout coach persona, he also surprisingly plays into the memes that he unintentionally created. Like the first time that he said,
looking at it, bro, we gotta go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
That was a serious attempt by Ashton to act. But later on in his content, you'll start to see him reference it more.
You've made your first 10,000, congratulations. We gotta do at least 20, bro. Tomorrow, we gotta do at least 10,000.
And then what you start to see is this intentional attempt to create moments that will create engagement for him. One is by creating strange moments that go unaddressed. Like there's an increasing amount of moments where things are just getting shattered all the time. I don't know what sort of reaction Ashton is trying to get from this, but it's coming off like he's a big toddler that hasn't figured out motor skills yet. He seems to have a fixation on wearing socks when people normally wouldn't, like taking a bath. Brother's just walking around with soggy socks. But then he doesn't wear socks in scenarios he should, like wearing shoes. It drives people in the comments crazy, so that means it's working. As his virality has waned over the last month, he's been introducing new steps into his routine to keep people interested. My personal favorite he posted on May 12th, where now he's introducing a red light mask at 4 a.m. He's just sitting there looking like Dr. Doom as this woman pours water for him. What could he be scheming about? And at 8 a.m., he engages in the strangest thing I've ever seen. He puts his nose tape and his mouth tape back on and then begins to saran wrap onions to the bottom of his feet, puts socks on, and then takes a 15-minute nap. Then takes it all off and continues on with his day. What the hell was that? Did he run out of routine ideas and now he's taking inspiration from the Brothers Grimm? This looks like something I'd be told to do by a witch doctor to cure my plague. And amongst all of this nonsense that Ashton is posting to his social media, at the same time he posted a video, The Truth About Stealing Content, where he decides to address all of the people copying his video.
I came here to address the nonsense. So many videos are being sent to me, duplicates of my videos. This is for the creators that are sick and tired of their work being copied.
This video has been perceived in two ways by the public. The first is that Ashton is seeing all of these people making joke versions of his viral routine and being upset that they're copying his lifestyle, which is what the majority of the comments think that he's doing. On the other hand, some people think he's referencing this other content creator, Marvin Achi. This guy is another fitness coach content creator. He's got a website, he's got an app to sell. And when Ashton started blowing up, this guy started doing the same thing, but to like a cartoonish degree. He's also trying to start a little bit of a water war between him and Ashton by only using Voss water instead of Saratoga. This is the type of person I think Ashton is talking about, but the way that he frames this problem is that he used to care about this stuff, but he doesn't now.
I used to get pissed off. The running videos, the ASMR workouts, I'm not gonna act like I'm a saint. I used to block anybody who was doing anything similar to me.
And then he somehow works in a way to compare himself to Jesus Christ.
Then I realized, bro, like, people follow Jesus. Why? Because he was great. As a Christian man, why are you angry if they're following you?
Ashton, you're right. That dude is copying you. Totally fair. He is definitely copying you. That doesn't make you Jesus, though. Overall, what's strange to me about this whole situation is that Ashton doesn't really seem to know what the tone of his content is. Because you can't market yourself as this serious, God-fearing fitness coach that's gonna make you shed all that fat if you follow this simple routine, but then be saran wrapping onions to your feet for a 15-minute nap as part of that process. It kind of takes away from any chance that people were gonna take you seriously, doesn't it?
Okay, it is bedtime number 2. I can't believe that we're already here. But there's been an update. Look at that. I got the real thing now. Glass bottle. I've never actually had Saratoga water before, but goddamn was it expensive. Tastes like water, Moses. This time around I'm doing a little bit better than last time. It's actually 8:30 right now. I found myself getting exhausted pretty much around like 4 p.m. So I'm hoping that that won't happen tomorrow. It's time to tape up.
So I mummified myself and it was time for day 2. Welcome to day 2. First problem today, the mouth tape had fused with my mustache. I couldn't get it off.
This is gonna hurt. That's pulling my mustache hairs out. I'm having a bit of a slower start this morning already. I'm hard behind the Ashton schedule, so I gotta get moving immediately. I made a couple mistakes last time I did this morning routine. I didn't do the banana scenario.
I think I was stressed and trying to keep track of so many parts of his routine that the banana wipe somehow slipped my mind. But never again. So I brushed my teeth.
And today's a special day. We're going pure Saratoga. God, that got water everywhere.
Привет, comrades.
These push-ups once again were a pain in the ass. And then I assumed maybe Ashton Hall did other workouts on the balcony, so I tried doing sit-ups and that was just as miserable.
I just don't want to do this. I just woke up. I don't want to do this.
But I pounded some Saratoga and I did even more push-ups until my misery hit a peak and I moved on.
Fuck this. I gotta say, I definitely feel a lot better than I initially felt. Yesterday morning, it's probably because I have more sleep in my system because I went to bed at 8. Nobody's going to bed at 8 p.m. unless you're a regular at bingo night. What's crazy about this morning schedule, motherfucker doesn't take off this nose strip until like 6 a.m. He keeps this thing on for an extra 2 hours. Why? Why do I have to keep this on, Ashton?
Then instead of meditating, I decided to use the time to instead call my parents, who I hadn't spoken to in a while.
I woke up at 3:50 in the morning.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I've been going to sleep at like 8 p.m. because I'm doing this morning routine thing for a YouTube video.
They live on the East Coast, so they were awake, and it just seemed like a better usage of my time.
And of course, I have to watch my daily sermon.
Adam and Eve were caught on camera.
Then I did the journaling.
5:49, it's time to move on to the next part of the routine. Here we go. Doesn't get any easier. Man, fuck that.
So I got dressed, made sure to bring some Saratoga with me, and headed off to the gym.
I'm so excited to go to the gym. I'm not. I'm not. Okay, I made it to the gym now. Today I'm gonna be doing my cardio here. Okay, I'm ready to go home again.
Then it was time for my favorite part of this routine.
This is gonna suck.
No, why have you forsaken me? I gotta say, I am not a fan of that. Least favorite part of this journey. It is now time to do the banana skincare. I thought I was filming myself, but I wasn't. I ate this whole banana. How does he do this specifically? Okay, so he wipes it on like his cheek. Okay, this feels counterintuitive. I'm making myself dirty again after having just showered. Appreciate that, Ashton. Get it on the forehead, of course. I feel like I just did something dirty. I feel like a new man already. This isn't the last time that my face is getting wet though, because I have to do another water thing. It hurts every time. Ow. Some of you might be wondering, Ted, is there a difference between submerging your face in Mountain Valley water versus Saratoga water? No. Next on the docket, make some food. This time I focused entirely on cooking this well, because I don't think I could handle the embarrassment of burning everything twice. I did not burn it this time. I think it actually looks pretty good. Then I pounded the food to finish off the routine. With this meal finished, that is my morning routine. All I gotta do now is just walk into my office and the morning routine will be done. It's 10:05 right now. With this, I'm only 50 minutes behind him. Yesterday was like 3 hours behind. So we got a little bit closer to Ashton's time. Let's keep going. Ashton Hall is obviously the first person in a while that's gone very viral for his specific morning routine, but what he does is not new. Ridiculous morning routines have always been a part of the online space, and as is law in the ecosystem of commentary, it is our job to point out why it's ridiculous.
This pandemic, it's gonna weed out the weak.
But the reality is, Ashton Hall's content is a much more packaged and mainstream-friendly version of what people generally call manosphere content. There are so many versions of what this looks like, ranging from the most extreme examples that would come to mind, such as like Andrew Tate.
Next time your girlfriend says, let's go movies, say, no! No movies! I'm locked in, I'm in the trenches, I'm getting rich. Stand by me and enjoy the fruits of my labor, or be gone!
To others who are just obsessed with constantly behaving like they're in a state of, like, berserker rage. Ashton Hall signals similar themes as these other content creators, but in his most popular content, it's done in a much quieter way. He's refined this sense of alpha male grind set into like a chic aesthetic, something seemingly peaceful and satisfying with these ASMR-esque sounds edited into his content. As if engaging in this world is in itself a form of meditation. What's ironic about this is that very similar imagery was used in the movie American Psycho, with the character Patrick Bateman doing an extensive morning routine where he points out every little detail and facet on how he gets ready for his day.
After I remove the ice pack, I use a deep pore cleanser lotion.
And that movie was meant to help illustrate an obsessive and unnatural fixation with the superficial, and helps build out the character of Patrick Bateman, the murdering psychopath. I don't think that Ashton Hall is a psychopath. I'm sure that he's probably a nice guy. But it's interesting how this sort of community of online personalities has shifted into behaving this way. In the modern era, there's clearly some level of desire by some men to somehow reactivate a hunter-gatherer context in their life. And if I'm having a bad week in terms of motivation, I would be lying if I said that listening to one of these guys tell me that working at my computer every day was the same thing as killing a fucking wildebeest with my bare hands didn't hype me up like a little bit, because it does. I've got testosterone flowing through my veins. I do. And yeah, he's speaking at a specific frequency that when I hear that, I'm like,
you must learn how to eat by yourself.
No movies!
I might transform. If you asked me unprompted if I could land a commercial airliner if both of the pilots passed out, I'd give you an optimistic answer. I would. I know it isn't realistic, but my soul wants it to be true. There's this one guy that's been memed on to hell where he worked like one double shift and now he's acting like he can manipulate time.
So I over a year, you're toast.
Stack that up over 10 years, I got a higher GDP than some developing nations. Stack that over 20 years, you're donezo. I'm already hunting humans for sport. Stack that over 40 years, I'm way ahead. I don't have a body anymore. I'm fully bionic. I don't need to sleep. I've tripled my tripled weight. Stack that over 80 years, I've bought the sun. I'm selling people light. Stack that over 160 years. Also, a guy living in a cave 300 years ago?
Who was living in a cave in 1725? These guys are always going on podcasts and making content talking about how this is the ideal lifestyle to get what you want out of life. But when I listen to these people speak and talk about their lifestyles, it seems more like a really roundabout and complicated projection of their own ego. We don't necessarily need to know or have proof that these guys are waking up at 4 a.m. every day, grabbing Loki by the nutsack and manipulating the time stream. All they really care about is being able to say that they wake up at 4 a.m. every day, so that they can fabricate a hierarchy where they're above the average person. Because what authority do they really have to speak on these things other than being an early riser, having suspiciously large deltoids, and speaking like they're mad?
Now, for me, $250,000 is not much money. As you guys could understand, $250,000 is not much money.
Well, a lot of the time it's the appearance of being rich. Ashton Hall's entire brand is drenched in this thick outer coating of luxury that's very hard to ignore. We'll see how much loamy dirt I had. So I bought like 2 sets of pots in different sizes. I have a lot of clay pots now. Seeing the beauty of the plants around me here made me feel kind of like a spy. Everyone else was here to do right by the souls of these plants, whereas I was here to do something devious and unholy. So I quickly got what I needed and headed home. This experiment would be conducted at the utmost level of scientific research. In order for us to get tangible results, we needed to have a control and different variables. There might be more to it, but that's all I remember from high school science. Obviously, we'd have our control, which is just growing a plant in regular potting soil. But then we'd start adding our loamy creation at 10%, 50%, 75%, and finally 100%, allowing us to see a range of how the plants will react to different levels of fast food soil. We sort of got a spectrum going on here, ranging from it would be really surprising if this didn't work to it would be really surprising if this did work. I'm gonna make the soil mixtures now, and then tomorrow will be day number 1 of trying to grow a plant using soil made from fast food. This soil's made a name for itself clearly. We've got Edna's Best Potting Soil. So we're using the greatest here. I've also got a little bit of pumice. This is basically just like little rocks that you put in soil in order to encourage water to drain through the soil properly. Because I think at the higher levels of the loamy soil, that's just the water, it's just gonna suck it up. So I went ahead and created my first mixture, the 10% loamy. So that's about 10% loamy soil and 90% potting soil. I also made sure to mix the loamy dirt with the soil to make sure it was as homogeneous as possible. Kind of looks like cookies and cream or something. So out of anything involving the loamy dirt, this one probably has the best chance because it's 90% being supported by actual soil. This is one that if something grows in it, I get to say, kinda. I think the worst thing about this is that as I'm putting the dirt into these pots, the loamy dirt has a smell to it that makes me believe that anything involving this stuff is going to just wither and die. Then I went ahead and created the 50% and 75% loamy mixtures. And finally, the worst of all, the 100% fast food dirt pot. I wonder what this one smells like. Ah! Ooh, 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 ooh. I don't know why I kept smelling this. It smelled almost like vomit or something far more ancient and demonic, like Mother Earth herself was crying out to stop this at once. It's a wonderful gradient going from healthy looking dark soil to mutant. Today is the day! At the end of yesterday, I was feeling a little bit down in the dumps. Wrong! In order to achieve anything in life, you have to be positive. You have to assume that it's going to work. I feel like manifestation is the biggest thing that's gonna help us through this. I'm not saying I'm making water into wine, but it's damn close. Allegedly, these take 10 to 15 days to just emerge in the first place from the soil. We won't know until a little bit more than a week in if we're even rocking with some livable plants here. In an ideal world, we'll get so much plants from these that we'll be able to just make a whole salad. I'll be able to do a taste test from each of these to see if the salads taste different. These beautiful seeds hold all of my hopes and dreams in them. If I was already gonna have trouble getting into heaven right now, those gates are gonna be locked when I'm done with this. This is kind of like the Hunger Games for these seeds. Like the ones that are going into the 100% soil, they're gonna live a normal life. The ones that go in this one, they're going straight to the fucking slums. So I planted all the arugula seeds into their respective pots. Good night, my pretties. I believe in you, loamy seeds. You got a lot rooting against you, but I believe in you. Now we gotta take these guys outside and we gotta water them. I'll be honest, after days on end of me converting fast food into dehydrated pseudo compost, I was starting to think I'd never get to this point. But when watering those seeds, I felt the infinite potential of nature within the palm of my hand. That is until after watering the mixtures, I noticed the very stark difference in texture between the control and the 100%. It was like touching an evil, stinky mud. But I set my worries aside now, as all that had to be done now was wait. So I set up my time-lapse camera that night, and the grand experiment had begun. I'm a little bit disappointed with the results that we've got here, ladies and germs. I think I may have been a little bit too hopeful. I may have had too much of a twinkle in my eye. Week 1 went pretty much as expected. I didn't see any sort of response from any of the dirts because I had just planted the seeds and put them outside. By the time that day 6 rolled around, we started to see some sprouts from the control, which makes sense. That is objectively the best scenario that a plant could grow. Then day 7 and 8 rolled around, and I started to get a little bit nervous because none of the other things had sprouts in them at all. I'm starting to think to myself, oh shit, I've spent so much time already on this video and it's not gonna work at all? That'd be kind of miserable. One of the first things that I noticed about the various levels of the loamy dirt is that as you go up in percentage of the fast food dirt, it gets harder. When the material reacts with water, it gets more solid. I think this is because of all of the grease. With the 100% loamy dirt, looks like the surface of Mars. And I don't even think that the guy in The Martian would have been able to grow potatoes from this. This is worse than Mars dirt. It is gross. On top of that, when I watered it, none of the water would even really seep into the dirt. It was kind of just sitting on top and turning into kind of like a swamp. So that was cool. That was great. So as I rolled into week 2, I was getting a little bit depressed. I was getting a little bit worried. But then on day 9, I got some actual sprouts from a loamy dirt experiment. And wouldn't you know, it was the one that Loamy themselves recommended, which was the 90-10 split. But this was huge. I now had 2 of the pots growing at this point. The control was a relief because at least that meant that I could grow a plant from seed in the first place. And the 10% was a good start. We now knew that with a small presence of fast food soil, a plant could still sprout from it. I'd taken a knife and dug into the 50-50 mix to see if there was any reactions there, and I did actually find a seed that had sprouted a little bit. But the problem is the dirt in that mixture is so hardened that I don't think that a little tiny baby plant can burst through the soil there to get to the light. They're trapped in the claws of a greasy mess of McDonald's dirt. That's freaky. I feel bad for them, but I also salute their sacrifice. I waited the rest of the week for any of the other pots to sprout, but just nothing was happening. I was like, this is miserable. I don't want to have to be like, oh, Loamy was right, 90-10 split's the only thing that works. I don't want to tell a company that they're right. Nobody wants to do that. At the very least, we've got actual plants that are growing a little bit from the nutrients that are in all of that fast food, which is kind of cool. Week 3 rolls around. The 50-50 and the 75-25 started doing some weird stuff. Namely, they both started to mold. The 50-50 was probably the worst of them. It had this sort of blanket of mold all over it. I'm assuming that's because I'm taking dehydrated fast food, putting it in a mixture of dirt and covering it in water. It could also be a curse from an ancient god. I'm not really crossing that out as a possibility here. But mold showed up and then came the flies. Even now, as I checked upstairs on the plant, there is actively like full-on flies on this loamy mixed dirt. They also smell nasty. Any seed that's getting planted in that is just getting poison damage and dying. I possibly created a more inhospitable environment than like when a plant bursts out of concrete. Then another weird thing started happening. The 90-10 mix started growing better than the control. I was starting to see actual baby arugula leaves forming in the 90-10 mix, whereas the control reached this weird baby purple sprout stage, and it wasn't growing any further beyond that, which confounded me and still does. I am terrible at waking up in the morning. No matter what I do, I cannot seem to consistently wake up and live the life that my caveman ancestors dreamed for me. Waking up with the sun, hearing the sounds of the birds, and going off into the wilderness with just a loincloth over my balls to pick some berries. Or expediting extinction. It sounds like a dream. I am so terrible at waking up in the morning that I pay legal tender for an alarm app that forces me to do math in order to turn it off. Unintended result of that strategy, I've gotten really good at math while I'm half asleep. I started on easy mode and now I'm on hard. But I want to be better. Every time I've woken up in the early hours of the day, there's a certain sense of baseline achievement that comes with that. Like I'm not wasting my life away in bed and I'm getting up and changing the world by making YouTube videos. Which is why I became very interested a little bit more than a month ago when this influencer started blowing up all over the internet for his phenomenal morning routine, and his name is Ashton Hall. Ashton Hall is a fitness influencer who this year has morphed into a morning routine influencer due to the explosive popularity of his new content strategy, where he documents a minute-by-minute walkthrough of his daily routine starting at 3:52 in the morning, which is earlier than the birds are awake. Since he began posting these in January, he has gained over 12 million followers, the majority of that in the last 2 months. And people have been loving these videos, mainly because of how ridiculous and strict his morning routine is, with pretty much everyone on the internet making their own parody of his ridiculous routine or other fitness influencers trying to follow in his footsteps. And as I was witnessing all of this unfold, I began to ask myself, well, how reasonable is a morning routine like this? Obviously it's not normal, but Ashton implies that he does this routine every single day. So surely that means as a normal guy, it is possible to do this every single day. So I challenged myself to live like a morning routine influencer for 1 week. Let's dive into what makes Ashton's morning routine so special. Day 191 of the morning routine that changed my life. 3:50 a.m. to 9:30 a.m. 3 a.m. to me seems like an almost mythical hour to be awake in. The only times I've had to use it in the context of being awake is for emphasis of pain. Like, oh, I gotta wake up at 3 a.m. in order to catch my 6 a.m. flight. I'm saying that to highlight how much pain I'm gonna be in. That it's a painful experience to be awake that early. Not because I'm enlightened or something, but Ashton's done it 191 times in a row, allegedly. Sin lives late at night. If you're dealing with a weak mind, bad decisions, or lack of productivity, go to sleep early. Sin lives late at night? That's a crazy thing to say when your routine starts during the literal witching hour. Sin lives late at night. You're in it. You're in the sin. You're drowning in sin as you brush your teeth. You're brushing your teeth with demons. Ashton then washes his mouth out with a freshly cracked bottle of Saratoga spring water. This water brand is a significant theme across Ashton's entire persona. You're never gonna see him take a lick of tap water. And then he goes outside to begin his very regimented pre-gym process, where he's out on his balcony, he does some very loud push-ups, sipping on that Saratoga, and then he heads downstairs to meditate for 2 minutes? That's how advanced he is at meditation. A Tibetan Buddhist monk might spend an entire lifetime to get to this level of effectiveness in meditation. For all intents and purposes, we could assume that Ashton Hall has reached nirvana. Then he does some journaling. I'm not sure what I would be able to journal about at 4:42 a.m. other than my toothpaste tasting a little bit more like sin than usual. Next, he does what I originally thought in my first watch through was his designated TikTok time, but that's actually just him watching sermons.
Be serious about the Lord's business.
Next up is one of the most critical portions of Ashton Hall's day. So critical that he does it twice in one morning, and that is the Saratoga Ice Water Bowl Facial. That's right. No tap water is allowed in any circumstances, ladies and germs. It'll burn his skin. It's like holy water to a vampire. He is a man of luxury. He cracks open a fresh bottle just to dunk his face in it. He doesn't even drink it. This was one of the parts of the routine that I was weirdly excited to see how it would affect me. I imagine if you're waking up that early in the morning, this is possibly the only thing that's keeping you awake. He's got to expose himself to Arctic temperatures so he enters survival mode just so he can keep going. After this, Ashton prepares to go to the gym, making sure to acquire shots of him putting on every piece of prohibitively expensive jewelry he owns, which, as we know, is incredibly important when you're going to the gym. He then starts absolutely blasting his thighs on the treadmill like a monster before heading out to the pool to engage in one of the most famous rituals of his routine that we shall call the time dive. Did you catch it? That's right. Ashton Hall was suspended in the air for 4 minutes while he was doing that dive. There are a lot of theories on how this is possible. Some say the footage is sped up and he is floating in the air over the course of 4 minutes. Some say he manipulated the flow of time. Others say it's an editing mistake. I consider the merit of all of these theories to be equal. From there, Ashton returns to his apartment, he takes a shower, and then he eats a banana and then wipes the banana peel on his face. This is apparently some type of skincare routine. It remains to be seen if this is actually effective or if Ashton's just being a fucking weirdo here. Then Ashton sits down at his desk in a full suit and a mystery woman brings him his second ice facial, and then that mystery woman makes Ashton an entire full breakfast. And while he's waiting for that, he pretends to have like a conversation with a client where he delivers his most famous line.
So looking at it, bro, we gotta go ahead and get in at least 10,000.
Gotta be at least 10,000.
At least 10,000.
This is great because nobody really knows what this number is measuring. It could be money, but the possibilities are endless. He could be talking to his best friend and telling him how many kisses he's gonna give him the next time he sees him. All right, how many kisses am I getting?
At least 10,000.
Either way, by 9:25, his routine is finished, taking him a total of almost 6 hours. This means throughout the week, Ashton Hall spends almost 40 hours of that week just getting ready for his day. And it's also what I'm going to be doing. There's a lot more I'll go into about Ashton's content, but let's get prepared to try his routine. Beyond Ashton's original routine that made him go viral, there's a variety of other routines that he's posted online that throw into question what an ideal Ashton Hall routine might be. For instance, sometimes he's sprinting at the gym, but other times he's lifting weights or playing tennis or basketball. Sometimes he's got an entire film crew shooting him sprint against the toughest challengers in the world, like a German Shepherd.
or DJ Khaled. Sometimes he's putting cucumbers in his ice facials, other times he's squeezing a lemon in there. So in order to assemble the perfect routine, I've simplified some stuff. I'm gonna be switching up what I do on certain days in order to cover as much of Ashton's routine as possible.
Also, just gotta mention this, shortly after Ashton's original routine went viral, he also released a night routine, starting at 5 p.m. I'm not gonna do this. I'm not gonna do this. Because if I added this into the regular routine, I'd be spending close to like 60 hours a week either getting ready for the day or getting ready for the next day. So I'm gonna settle for 40 hours, all right? I'm just doing the morning routine. This is the official finalized version of the morning routine I'll be doing. Here's some things that you should know about this routine. I don't have access to a pool as I'm going into this routine. I was in the process of figuring out how to have access to one, but I for sure couldn't do it every day. I'll be switching the cardio portion of my routine between running at the treadmill at the gym or doing basketball like Ashton does, amongst other things. I will be trying to use only bottled water, specifically Saratoga water.
Ashton doesn't specify what type of shower he does, but there is an Instagram post he made where he talks about cold showers being a thing for him. So I have to assume that that's what he does in his routine. Cold showers every day.
And for breakfast, I'll need to be making it myself because I don't have a mysterious assistant that does everything for me.
Each day I'll be trying reasonably my best to achieve Ashton Hall's morning routine time, which is finishing by 9:25 a.m. I knew that most of the time I probably wasn't going to achieve this, but hey, it's good to shoot for the stars.
So with all that being said, it was time for me the night before to go to the grocery store. But before we do that, we've got our sponsor. Thank you to Midas Merge for sponsoring this video. I've been playing this game for the last week, and honestly, I've been having a blast. Midas Merge is a Merge 3 game where players combine creatures and treasures strategically, completing quests and harnessing the sun's energy to dispel the darkness cast by Nyx, the goddess of night. She might be the goddess of night, but she's not the goddess of nice. She's diabolical. Basically, the story in the game is that you've got to team up with King Midas and Queen Leah to revive the Gardens of Gold from the darkness cast by Nyx. The game is filled with all these little cute creatures, and you can evolve them by merging them together to make them look even cooler. Also, I got to a point in the game where I can rename my creatures. It's become very fun for me to rename them to like ridiculous names. Some of my best work is the Drowned One, Wretched Little Weasel, Cerberus's Weird Brother, or my personal favorite, that Freaky Diesel Drinker. I'm having a lot of fun with that. The game is free to download. It's ad-free and there's no dead ends. Plus, the game's perfect for offline play, so you don't need Wi-Fi or internet connection to play, which is sick because I'm gonna be traveling abroad in like less than a week, and I'm definitely gonna be playing this on the plane. Now listen up. Be among the first 100 to install via my link or the QR code on screen, and you'll get a unique U-Turtle level 1 that is personalized with my name. That's a TED Turtle right there. Don't miss out and download now. I know this is sponsored, but I've genuinely been enjoying this game. It's actually fun to play, it's ad-free, which is cool, and it's very satisfying to merge things together. So if you're interested, absolutely check it out. Now let's get back to the video. So I headed off to the only grocery store I could see near me that carried Saratoga water, Whole Foods. Picking up the main groceries was a breeze. Avocados, bananas, some bread, bacon. Everything was going smoothly until I realized to my horror, this Whole Foods was out of Saratoga water. Was it possible that Ashton Hall's virality was clearing Saratoga water off the shelves? I didn't know what to do, so I scanned the shelves in a panic, and I chose what I assumed was the next best option, Mountain Valley Spring Water. I gotta admit, I was a little embarrassed about this, but I had to start the routine tomorrow, so I loaded up the truck and I headed home. I'm back in my apartment right now. It is 9:25 p.m. I'm actually really tired right now. I think my body knows that I'm about to go on a journey that I've never quite been on before. And it's like, you gotta get to sleep. We're gonna have to deal with the mountain water for now, but I'm definitely gonna try to get some Saratoga tomorrow. I'm just gonna toss a bunch of this in the fridge so it's like cold, because I'm gonna be using it to do an ice bath on my face. Now all there is to do is just to go to bed. I'm actually super late to going to bed. I totally screwed myself for the first day. It's 10:45 p.m. I got a little distracted. Time to head up to bed. I'm ready for bed. So all there is to do now, really, start putting on these hostage tapes onto my mouth and onto my nose. These are the self-mummification devices you see Ashton Hall wearing in the morning. The mouth tape is meant to encourage nose breathing, and the nose tape, I think, also does that. I'm a little bit concerned that I'm gonna suffocate in my sleep. I've never done this before. It's alleging that I will breathe better than ever before. Come on. Okay, it's time for the mouth tape. Here I go. This is the last time I talk until the morning. Okay, this is the part where I take over. How are you feeling? What do you do? What is that, so-so? Well, whatever. It was time to go to bed for day 1 of the morning routine.
Oh my god. What an inopportune time to be waking up. That was a delectable 4 hours that I just got. It's already 4:03 right now, so I feel like a psychopath.
First step was to grab some water downstairs.
Hello? Usually you can't see all the colors of my eyes like this. So now I look like I'm in that movie Pretties or something. I get like turned into like the fancy people. Hi, welcome. I wake up at 4 a.m. every morning. And I love it.
Anyways, I grabbed some Mountain Valley and I headed up to brush.
It's 4:10 a.m. I'm already 15 minutes behind. It honestly took me kind of an embarrassing amount of time to finish the math problem. I was like, oh, time to wet the brush with bottled water. That water's so cold.
Then it was time to head out to the balcony.
Good morning, Los Angeles. I'm supposedly supposed to do push-ups for like 13 minutes or something. I feel like I'm a stray cat that got caught digging through the trash.
I did my best to do my push-ups, but admittedly, it had been a while since I'd done some.
How much more time do I gotta do this for?
So I wasn't the biggest fan of this part.
This fucking blows, dude. This fucking blows.
And then I immediately started rationalizing not doing push-ups for the full 13 minutes.
We have no idea how many push-ups he actually does, right? I did like 30 since we're on the balcony right now.
It was time to sip on that bottled water.
That's the good stuff. The next step in the Ashton Hall routine is to do the ice facial. And now I gotta add my Mountain Valley water. This feels like an obscene waste of fresh spring water, which is a little bit of a bummer. I just don't think that having this much spring water at your disposal is reasonable at all. I've never, that's cold. Oh God, here we go. God, I feel like a wet cat. I gotta hand it to him. That did wake me up. Should I go for another hit? Let me try it again. Second time was a mistake. Shit, I got a brain freeze. I got like a brain freeze in my face. Oh, that's painful. An obscene waste of water. I feel like I should save this for later. I'm gonna put it in the fridge.
I tried my best to do some meditation, but because I was on camera, I was having a hard time taking it seriously.
Seems so ridiculous to try to do that with a giant light in my face.
So I moved on to the journaling. I basically just used this time to free write, sort of just writing whatever was on my mind without stopping.
It's actually becoming light out. I need to watch a sermon on my phone. So I'm gonna go do that right now.
Can you find Jesus in Shrek?
You can get paid up to 2 days early and earn up to $300. And another great feature of SoFi is their Vault feature, where you can save and track your progress towards different goals. For instance, I don't know, going to a road trip to every Bubba Gump in the United States and Canada, which we are not doing, by the way. Everyone keeps asking us that we're not going to do that. Eddie and I don't want to eat that much shrimp. You could do it. You can do that if you want, and you should save up for it with SoFi. Click the link in the description or scan the QR code on screen to get up to a $30 cash bonus when you sign up with a .edu email and fund your SoFi account with $10 or more. Thank you to SoFi for sponsoring this video, and let's get back to it, baby. Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah. Next up, the Gamma of the pack, Seth, returns home for the first time, and he's instated as basically Ashira's bodyguard. So later on, Ashira and Seth head over to this guy Titus's house. He's the head guard of the Prime Pack, and he's getting blamed for letting the 6 members die in the attack because he was, and I quote, too distracted to fight back.
His negligence. He was too distracted to fight back.
They don't explain what he was, like, what was he distracted by? Was he just on his phone? We also learned that Titus's wife died in the attack too, which is a problem for Ashira because she knows that he'll be attracted to her because she's a stealer. And she is absolutely right because Titus immediately tries to kiss her.
This is incredible.
Dude, give yourself some time to grief, man. That's like hitting on someone at a funeral, but a funeral for your wife. This is like the day after his wife died. And then Titus gets like mad and totally flips the script and starts blackmailing Ashira because now he knows she's a stealer and tries to get her to go to Aiden so that he can get his job back. So Ashira tries to convince Aiden to forgive Titus, but Aiden is super stubborn, but also keeps asking if she's asking what she's asking, like over and over again.
I think you should give Titus another chance.
Another chance?
Yeah.
Think I should give him another chance?
Yeah, that's why she brought it up.
What, you think I should give him a second chance?
Yes. And then he just says no.
You thought wrong. Because I'm the alpha. I make the rules around here.
I'm the alpha, I'm the leader. And the next day he apologizes to Ashira for going all alpha on her, but also says that she should never question him again.
Ashira, sorry. Don't question my decision next time.
Very soon after, Aiden finds out that Ashira is a stealer and confronts her about it, and then Aiden and Nick beat up Seth for hiding this information from Aiden. While Ashira secretly watches, for someone who has alpha powers and the sense of a wolf, Aiden is incredibly unaware of Ashira's presence. Wouldn't he be able to at least smell her if he wasn't directly sitting in her line of sight? Maybe he's getting those old dog cataracts. So Aiden's really pissed about Ashira's lie of omission, but they end up banging anyways. They still bang.
You hungry?
How could I be hungry when I just ate you?
Ooh, banned, jail, right to jail.
Right to jail, right away.
Am I allowed to take the writers to criminal court for this? So another thing I start beginning to think about at this point in the movie is like, what do these people do for work? Obviously at one point Ashira is at a clothing store, so there's some level of economy going on, but nobody's going into detail of what their work entails. Even later on in the movie, Nick says this to Ashira.
You see, your alpha here has been delegating his work to me ever since he met you.
And Aiden also says,
You know, Nick was always good with the paperwork.
The paperwork? What are you talking about? What paperwork? Are they keeping records? For what purpose? Why are they doing that? Is there a larger governmental body that audits the packs? Is there a wolf IRS? What a strange piece of lore to drop in here. Anyways, at this point, for some reason, we've got Alpha Jacob from the Shadow Pack visiting the Prime Pack, and he's brought his Luna, who also happens to be Ashira's friend Lucy. Lucy immediately reveals to Ashira that this dude's been cheating on her all the time. And then she drops some kind of unnecessary and strange lore on what happens to female mates when the male wolf cheats on them.
Feeling cramps in my belly, and all of a sudden these bruises started showing up on my chest and stomach. You probably don't know this, but if your mate begins having sex with others, those awful things will happen to your body.
Just seems like it sucks more than anything to be a female wolf in this world. You go catatonic when you're horny, men have to claim you in order to get anything done, and Ashira, even though she's the protagonist, doesn't really make a single choice for herself. Pretty much all of the events of this story kind of happen to her, with whether she likes it or not. She's kind of just like a bucket floating down a river. Lucy then enlists the help of Ashira to help her go escape to the north. So they go do that. But then during that ordeal, she runs back into Zeke. And while she's missing, Aiden and Nick are running around Twilight style all over the forest. And it turns out that Zeke needs Aiden to give his mother some of his blood in order to save her life. That's the entire reason Zeke came to the Prime Pack in the first place, I think. Gotta say, doesn't totally explain why they had to kill 6 people to get that point across. I guess they just got carried away. Aiden agrees to this. And we cut to a scene with Zeke's mom, who is for some reason wearing like fucking 9-inch heels while she's essentially on her deathbed.
How are you feeling today?
Not good.
So Aiden cuts his hand open and she just kind of nuzzles up to his hand and instantly recovers.
Thank you, Alpha Aiden. I feel fully recovered already.
Okay, so next up, we're introduced to the leader of the Ravenous Pack, Elon. They're supposed to be signing a treaty, but they also just attacked the Prime Pack, like maybe 4 minutes before this scene.
The Ravenous Pack has attacked. They're declaring war.
What?
But Elon is like, I didn't tell those shitheads to do that. And Aiden's like, well, you represent them, so it's kind of still your fault. And Elon's like, okay, still signing that treaty though, right? And Aiden's like, fine, but I'm pissed. Then Ashira and Aiden bang again, and then reflect on that bang in completely different clothing. And we actually see their wolves for the first time in like an hour, where they're just marveling at the beauty of their wolves in the pond.
Oh my god, your wolf is so beautiful. So colorful. That's really amazing.
If they reveal at the end that this is just a community of people acting out a long-term LARP scenario, I would believe it almost immediately. Then all of a sudden, Ashira gets kidnapped by Elon out of nowhere. He's got Ashira in a fucking dungeon like an asshole.
You're mine now, kitten. I can do anything. And you can't do anything but cry.
Was this script written by an 8-year-old? I'm a super duper freaking cool alpha wolf, and all you can do is cry and wee-wee in your diaper, which is actually a thing that babies do. And also something I do not do, because I'm the alpha. Also, the stakes are super high because Ashira's pregnant now. And also, Elon gets a potion from his mom that lets him steal a stealer, because he's trying to steal Ashira for some fucking reason. So he gives her this curse that brainwashes her and causes her to lose her memories. The next episode, which is 10 seconds later, we're cutting to Aiden saving Ashira. Apparently, he killed Elon, the largest antagonist of this story, off screen, which is so wild because they spend like a half an hour hyping up how conniving and evil this Elon guy was. And he's kidnapped Ashira and he's poisoning her and then he's gone, never to show up again. So now Ashira thinks that Elon is the father of her child and she doesn't recognize Aiden. So Aiden, the cool-headed leader that he is and being fully aware of Ashira's condition, decides to reason with her.
How dare you come into my room?
It's my pack. I make the rules around here.
You are heartless.
You're the heartless one. You know nothing. I killed that guy with a pistol. Don't you ever forget that.
Stop being brainwashed. Don't you know you're not supposed to do that? I didn't tell you could do that. I'm the alpha. Lucy has to come in and be like, dude, you're escalating things right now. And also, forgot to mention this one. When did Ashira get to a 3rd trimester pregnancy? Is she gonna give birth to the Antichrist? Is that what's going on here? Eventually things cool down a bit and Ashira and Aiden are in the backyard. And out of nowhere, in comes the Alpha King.
Alpha Aiden, the Prime Pack. This is your king. No need to worry. I came to help.
He's the king of all of the packs, and he just kind of shows up unprompted. Looking for me? The king of all the packs? Did somebody say Alpha King? He's like the king of England popping into someone's backyard. Where the fuck did he come from? He's also kind of like a genie because he says he can remove Ashira's curse, but their baby is not going to have like wolf powers. But Aiden ultimately decides to follow through with the ceremony.
Alpha King. Is this
Damn, dude. Alpha King does not give a single shit. But now everything is good. Ashira is cured, and now they have to decide on a name for their baby. Of course, as the Alpha, Aiden gets to decide on this name.
I should name him Quillian.
Quillian? Quillian. Where the fuck did that come from? As far as I know, this is just a random name. I think he just likes the way it sounds, or he just made it up on the spot. That sounds like a name that you would make up on the spot. But she gives birth to Quillian, everything is all in good, and there's a party at the end where Beta Nick is dancing like this.
Yeah, he really went all out for this.
Yeah, and how's your hunt going?
And I'm about 95% sure that this is one of the final takes of the film shoot, because that is the behavior of an actor that has totally checked out of their character. Either way, that was Call Me Alpha. Now, I told you guys at the beginning of this video that there was a very specific way that I found this movie. So finally, I get to reveal to you how I did. Ashira, would you come in here? This is my friend Mia, who also happens to be the actress that plays Ashira in Call Me Alpha.
Hello, people of the world.
So this is how I found out about this film, because she was working on this film, and the whole time she was saying, you gotta make a video on this. How did you find out about this role for Call Me Alpha in the first place?
Actually, I got asked, I think like 4 days before the production, I got an email that was like, hey, take a little read over the script and let us know what you think. It starts shooting in 4 days, and I was like, I gotta make rent for these. And I've done a few of these short series, but for this one specifically, it was 10 days straight,
oh my
12
God.
hours a day, about anywhere
just
between...
wolfing it up.
Yeah, when I got the pitch, it was like photos of Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey.
Oh, so this is like exactly what I thought, exactly what they were trying to go for.
Oh yeah, you hit the nail on the head.
It seemed like they were trying to go for like Bella and Edward kind of relationship.
Yeah,
with...
yeah, it's like if you took Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey and then fan fiction.
And then told it to a person and then hit them with a bus. And then they were like, write what you remember of that story. What was the script like when you first got it for this movie?
Uncompleted.
What does that mean?
To no fault of the production, because we were all employees. Like the producers and the crew were like amazing. The script when we got it was not the final script, nor was it really in English.
Oh.
I mean, no, it was in English, but it wasn't. Let's just say that there was a lot of improv work. There were several moments that I do remember where we all kind of just looked at each other and were like, yeah, we're gonna change that. Yeah.
Was this the first type of vertically shot project you had done before?
This was my first one.
Really?
It led to many more.
Because there's this one portion at the beginning of the movie, beginning at the mating party, which is, by the way, I think a crazy name.
It's a sex party intrinsically.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's like, it's just a fancy way of calling it a sex party. But there's like this one shot where it's like, you're with Lucy, and then Mila comes in, and then Nick comes in from the left, and then Mila leaves, and then...
I think that was the last shot of the entire production. Like, that was Martini. Safe to say that most of this production, we were one-take wonders, because we were also shooting anywhere between like 15 to 38 pages a day. I think that was like the max.
So that sounds insane. Was it stressful?
Yeah. But
was there any explanation in the script or anything you were told? Ashira and Aiden banging to all of a sudden you are in a 3rd trimester pregnancy. Like you bang at one point, and then like maybe I think no more than 2 days happens, and then you're fully pregnant.
Well, time has passed, Ted.
It took them 9 months to figure out where you were.
Well, oh, that's a good point.
You did a good job for what you were given, I think, you know?
Thank you. I do appreciate it.
One of my favorite moments. You're paired up with the Aria girl, and she takes you to your room, and then immediately after that, you're like, where's Aiden? You were just with him.
We talked about that the day we were filming it. We were like didn't we just film a scene where we were just
And what was the response? Well,
listen,
was that in the script that you were washing your shirt?
Yeah. I was supposed to swim in this pond and I was not. I did not swim in this pond because there are catfish in this pond. In fact, actually, that's lore. Every time I would put the shirt down, catfish would think it's food and I'm...
You hate fish. That is a fun piece of lore about you. Hate fish.
It was a
Huge person.
catfish farm.
Oh, this is a catfish farm?
Yes.
Was there any deleted scenes from this? Really? Why were they deleted? What were the scenes about?
There was one sex scene that was, dare I say, a little rapey.
Oh, good that they got rid of that.
Yeah, no, that was pretty good. There was another scene where I think we turned into the wolves.
They were supposed to be VFX, you turned into wolves? Oh, that would have been the best. What's the deal with the name Quillian?
So we have a theory, and we talked about this intensely, but we think that they meant to write William, and then it just kind of got fucked up, and then
because it's right next to Q on the fucking keyboard.
And then we had already filmed the scene saying Quillian.
That's a name I have never, ever heard before.
That's what we saw that name, we were like, so his name is Quillian now.
That is so funny. Well, thank you for offering some insight onto this. And my good friend Mia, Ashira in Call Me Alpha.
Please hire me.
All right.
But again, done a million takes of this, but my strength is unlike anything anyone's ever known.
There's new merch, baby. We got shirt. We got a crew neck. We got a sweatshirt. They say love you to death on them, and I think they look pretty good. Available for a limited time at TED.store. Get some if you want it. So almost 4 years ago, I made a video on my second channel where I tried to find the worst VR game. And it went as well as you could expect. Do you need something? What do you want? What the crap? What the? I played a variety of VR games in that video, some that worked and some that were practically impossible to even see where I was going. But I think that the perfect, terrible VR game might still be out there, hidden in the mist, waiting for me to discover it. So today, I am returning to the world of VR to see what sort of slop they've been working on. So the first game that we're going to be playing is Chef U. This is apparently a chef simulator game, and the way I found this game is similar to 4 years ago where I scrolled all the way to the bottom of Steam's VR section, and I slowly scrolled back up until something caught my eye, and this was one of them. Whether you want to smash plates, learn recipes, bother customers, or make your own recipes, you can do it all with Chef U. This sounds incredible. Chef U is easily one of the most immersive and engrossing games to date in the VR space. Chef U could be played endlessly and be fresh every time. This is a really strong description of this game where the user reviews are mostly negative. One user gave a negative review and said this game is best played drunk. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm sold. Let's play some Chef U. Luckily this headset allows me to wear my glasses inside, but if I do it for too long, it starts to get steamy in there, so that's gonna be great. Entering into the world of Chef U, I'm first greeted by the front of house manager guy. Whoa, hey
Good morning,
buddy.
Chef. Hope all is well.
We got a little friend here. We'll call him Jerry.
It cost a fortune, but the lounge area turned out great, and the art we chose really makes everything pop.
Why is the artwork so high up in the air? Yeah, no, this looks like a great lounge. If you were a super villain, maybe. This is somewhere I feel like I'd be taken and sold. After giving me a rundown downstairs, it was time to head up to the kitchen. Okay, I'm going to the kitchen. Here we go. Whoa! You're fucking quick, dude. Jerry gave me an overview of everything in the kitchen, but I was more interested in what his deal was. He's got a pretty cool outfit, I'll give him that. It seems like his clothing is painted on, though. Oh shit, there's a camera. Smile. Oh! Me and you, my guy. Keys. Let's see how that came out. I'm a fucking vampire. As I attempted to begin my cooking, I realized insulting his outfit may have been a mistake. Recipes,
No.
okay.
No.
What?
Ow. Ow.
Huh? Whenever I turned away from Jerry, he would begin to heckle me. What am I doing wrong over here?
Stop.
My guy, what's your problem? But the coward would stop whenever I turned towards him.
Ow. Stop.
So I tried to show him again who he's dealing with. I'm the chef, right? Am I not the chef? So I'm gonna go over there. I'm gonna start making some meals. Okay.
Stop. Stop. Stop.
Are you four? Am I not the chef? So, in some way, I have the right, if I so choose, to just... The objective of the game is to create the recipe that you're given on the little tablet. Seasoned steak generous. No, I'm not listening. Seasoned steak generous. And then place it on the dumbwaiter that'll take it down to the customers. And after, you'll get a rating out of 5 stars on how you did. I tried my best to ignore Jerry, but he persisted. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna fucking lose it right now. On top of Jerry's heckling, I began to run into some problems with the preparation. Just gotta take it out of the packaging. Despite that, I was determined at this point to make this steak.
Ooh, fuck you. Why don't you take the trash out, Squirt?
I'm gonna turn down the game volume so it doesn't get annoying, but know for the rest of this gameplay, Jerry was heckling me the whole time.
Watch and learn, motherfucker! I'm gonna burn you when I get out of this.
Despite the obvious issues so far in this game, it was actually pretty detailed in the preparation category. They had every tool you'd need in a kitchen, even a whole spice rack. It wasn't without the occasional issue though.
Oh yeah, babe. No! No!
But despite every obstacle, I made a 5-star steak.
Suck it, bitch.
Dinner service will start in a few hours. You should take
Oh, baby! How do you feel knowing that I've defeated you? In the face of adversity.
In the description of the game, it mentions that you can bother customers, so I decided to try that out.
Hey guys, what's up? Everyone's breathing really heavily. Seems like everyone's a little stressed.
I have to say, it was pretty hard to bother customers that seemed to be trained to survive any form of interrogation at a CIA level.
Are you okay? Like, what is happening here? Are you here against your will right now? Are you real?
For the next level, thankfully, I didn't have to deal with Jerry's heckling anymore.
Oh, he's not watching me this time. Thank God.
So I could finally make a real meal. A nice, simple meal for the...
Holy fucking shit.
Holy crap, that's like a real recipe.
That's horrifying.
I was a little sick of this game already, but I decided to give it a try. I was cutting up zucchini. I was cutting up onions. My dish fell off the counter.
No!
Cutting up zucchini, cutting up onions, peppers, broccoli, squash thing, tiny little garlic, salt it, pepper it, salt it, pepper it, add some
What the fuck?
Add some spice, give it a bake, pull it on out, and send it downstairs.
Okay, 3 stars. 3 stars, not so bad. And the kitchen looks great.
Yeah, I think it's time we move on. Now, I had to spend an ungodly some sort of exponential growth. It's kind of ridiculous that it's day 3 and I'm putting all of my hope into the first attempt that I made. Right now, that's all I have. I haven't posted a single TikTok today. I need to figure out what is relatable. I need something to write on. Mental illness. I got ADHD. You probably got something going on. Being stressed. I'm stressed right now, so it's pretty relatable to me. Nihilism. The world's gonna end. Everything's falling apart. Queen Elizabeth is dead. I'll be honest with you. I had no idea what to do for a sound at this point. Everything I had done thus far had maybe a day of preparation, so I was just straight up out of ideas. It is so easy to go viral on TikTok. So the rest of day 3 was quite literally me sitting at my computer and scrolling through TikTok, just trying to find ideas. That being said, it gave me an opportunity to get all my ducks in a row so I could come into day 4 stronger than ever. The first sound is still doing the best. It's now at 667 videos. This is the most that I've ever gotten. 17K likes, 12K likes, 50K likes, 20K likes. And what it's telling me is that simplicity is what's gonna win me the game here. People are gonna be frothing at the mouth to get a hold of my sound. I'm gonna be releasing luxury sound. So for this day's TikTok, I tried to enter into the vein of content where influencers will make relatable, nostalgic content in order to get likes. My goal was to make a viral TikTok while secretly promoting the sound. It was like a Trojan horse that was targeted specifically at people that grew up in the 2000s. Do you remember in elementary school how every single kid had an LL Bean backpack? I remember it being cool to have the backpack straps just so loose, and I have always needed to run to catch the bus. But when you have a backpack that is filled with books and it's hanging so low, when you run, it's like it's a pendulum. This is what it would look like. So my idea is to do a recreation of what that would look like. Missing the bus and you're running for it with your pendulum swinging backpack. I could find some like royalty-free intense music or something. Because when you're a kid and you're trying to make the bus, making the bus is the most important thing that you could possibly be doing in your entire life. Kind of pretend that I'm like running, like, you can do it. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. That should work. Let's try it out. Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. God. Didn't totally intend for this to be the case when I made this sound just now. It definitely sounds like it could be interpreted as something else. What is that thing it could be interpreted as? Someone getting really into a video game and playing it so hard and fast and long. Duh. All right, I'm pretty much ready to record this TikTok. Let's see how this goes. I have a treadmill that I use sometimes for my standing desk. I'm gonna see if I could use that to make the running more realistic. I guess I'm gonna use this sound now. Okay, here we go. Oh, that's perfect. Switch over to this one. Come on, come on. You can do it. Ha! Come on. I have just made TikTok art. This is so fucking relatable. So now all there is to do is just give it a caption. I think we're ready to post this. There's no way that people aren't gonna love this.
Come on. Come on. You can do it. Come on. Come on. Come on.
Here we go. I'm posting it. Fuck. Right now it's at 36K likes over 4 hours, which I think is not good. There's only been 2 videos made from it thus far. I thought this video would do better than it has right now. I thought it was super relatable. Nah, when it was too loose, I just held the straps like suspenders. Yeah, when you have a loose backpack and you put it into sport mode is what that is. Just based on the way this one is performing thus far though, I don't think this is gonna be a relatable sound. I made it too complicated again. It seems that whenever I put music in the background, that screws me somehow. And if that first video does well, fantastic. It's gonna feel really bad though if I spend 7 different days doing this and my first try is the most successful one. It is day 5. Something is happening. The first TikTok I posted is doing even better. 1,453 videos. Holy fuck, I might actually do this. The top one on here right now has 64.8K likes. It was posted 21 hours ago. And it is by a TikTok account with 1.6 million followers. I didn't ask them to do this. They found it themselves. As I writhe my hands in satisfaction. This is the beginning of the virality, folks. And it all started with a bit about the Rainforest Cafe. So what other sort of accounts are making TikToks from this sound? How much clout do they have? That's what I care about most. 176K followers. 483K? And since I've been talking about this, 8 more people have made videos. On a darker note, this TikTok, the one that I probably put my most effort into, has only 3 videos being made from it. There seems to be a noticeable trend. Every time I try to make a viral TikTok, it works less. So at this point, I developed a theory that the reason why my first TikTok did so well was because of how easy it was for people to replicate it as a trend. All someone needs to do is just replace Rainforest Cafe with any passion or interest they have, and then they're pretty much done. All the other TikTok sounds I had made were paired with videos where the trend wasn't really clear at all or hard to replicate, or in the case of when I made old video clips, just not even there. So I can't just give people the sound that I think might work. I also have to give them the joke. So I'm gonna start off with a really easy joke, okay? Hand sanitizer says it kills 99.9% of bacteria. So obviously you could do a bit about the 0.1% of bacteria that hand sanitizer doesn't kill. I'm gonna try to give a voice to what that bacteria sounds like that people can use to apply to their own achievements. So with my handy dandy thesaurus and a whole lot of vine booms, this is what I came up with. You thought that would work out, huh? Unlikely, unrealistic, unimaginable, and implausible. Unbelievable, inconceivable, preposterous, and dare I say absurd. This should be ready to post. I think that this is gonna work out. I was right. I was right. That doesn't usually happen to me. Let me just walk you through what's going on here because this is a big deal. It's got 40.8K likes. It's doing all right. It could do better, but I go under the sound, 33 videos in 4 hours. The last video I posted, it's still at 4. I'm getting a rare feeling right now because I wasn't good at math in high school. When I did figure out how the equation worked, I felt pretty good. I feel like I figured out how the hell to find the area of a circle. A squared plus B squared equals C squared, baby. I figured it out! I was feeling like things maybe weren't gonna work out the way that I wanted them to. And now, I feel like I could cure cancer. I feel like I could show up to the White House right now and stop the inflation. $21 trillion in debt? I could probably figure that out. It's only 33 videos, but that is a very different reaction than the last 3 days. I started strong, the 3 days of drought, and then bounty time. Or treasure day. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like a fucking genius right now. That's a TikTok sound. What I just said is a fucking TikTok sound too. I was riding on genius energy. I was fucking Jimmy Neutron the rest of day 5, and I had the hair to prove it. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like a genius right now. So I spent the rest of the day perfecting tomorrow's TikTok sound, but I don't think I was prepared for what I was gonna wake up to. Things are going really well. As of right now, the video that I posted yesterday has 63 videos being made from it. I'm sure you're wondering what the update is on the first sound. The sound is now at 2,609 videos. Here's the thing that's got me the most jazzed though. Holy shit, the heavy hitters have come to play, baby. There are some seriously large TikTok accounts that have used this sound at this point. Let me give you some examples. Right here, we got this guy who is very popular. He likes to cosplay as Willy Wonka. 20.8 million followers. This woman right here, 16.9 million followers. This other dude here with 2.5 million followers. My voice has even made my way onto Christian TikTok, a reverse crusade. Things are going pretty well. If my most recent TikTok is any evidence, I think I figured it out. So the first order of business today is to make my TikTok that I will be posting. That TikTok is POV, you're high and putting cookies in your taco. The TikTok that's doing the best right now is 7 seconds long. Maybe if I limit the length of this TikTok to being 7 seconds long, maybe that'll help. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like a genius right now. I think this sound is ready. Let's try to make a TikTok with it.
I think in order for the TikToks to do even better, what I need to do is I need to actually act the part.
Now I'm a stoner. So I got Chips Ahoy and empty taco shells to do this bit. I don't know about you guys, but I'm feeling like a genius right now.
I think this looks pretty good. The last thing that I need to do is just put the caption on. I'm gonna be really disappointed if this one doesn't pop off.
And post. It is day number last of trying to make a viral TikTok sound. Here we go, folks. For some reason, I was so proud of the weed joke that I had made. As a TikTok, it bombed. It has 35K likes. However, the sound itself does have 9 videos. My first TikTok sound has 5,810 videos. So that's a big jump. It's pretty obvious at this point that this first sound that I made is my best chance to actually completing this challenge. And everybody knows what I'm doing at this point. In my last TikTok, all of the top comments are people just saying, Ted, you're trying to make a viral audio. But that doesn't change the fact that I'm almost there. What I think would be the best use of my time at this point is to just make another TikTok with that audio. The sound is out of my hands now. It's growing on its own. So the best option for me at this point is to just help it along. So what I'm gonna do for this next TikTok is I'm just gonna make an ADHD joke. Me in 7th grade getting diagnosed with ADHD. So I'm gonna record a TikTok right now using that sound again, and then we'll see if I can help make it go even more viral. Wow. Well, this is gonna be my personality for the rest of my life. Wow. Well, this is gonna be my personality for the rest of my life. That's pretty good. I think it's still gonna hit that sort of millennial positive, but the actual meaning is bad kind of joke. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like someone getting in a car crash and saying, well, I guess I'm not gonna beat the traffic now. And post. Hopefully this one will do well and it'll make it even more viral. Now all there is to do is let the TikTok sounds marinate. And we will know for sure if I was successful in making a viral TikTok sound. 20 hours later, the sound hit 10,000 videos. It was gaining a momentum that I had never seen before. People were finding this sound from all corners of TikTok. Athletes, dancers, musicians, everyone was using the sound. The sound was going viral. But what I did not expect was for it to go this viral. 15K, 20K, 25K, 30K. The sound was expanding, exploding. Like the Big Bang itself that created our universe, the sound was turning into galaxies and stars and aliens that eat people and fuck them too. Videos were getting double, even triple the amount of views and likes as my original videos, and sometimes they even crossed into the millions. But what told me that my sound had gone full-blown viral? Well, that was when Ed Sheeran used the sound. Yeah, everybody's favorite smooth-voiced ginger, and my God, I was loving the shape of him. Celebrities were now getting involved in my sound, mouthing the words that I spoke as if to tell me that I had won. I had succeeded. Somehow, through a stupid level of luck and my dumb low register voice, I had artificially crafted virality. And the dumbest part about it is that it was my first try. So here we are, 35 days later. Let me give you the final stats. In total, as of October 21st, 2022, my sound is sitting at 51,300 videos. And through my sources, I was able to pull more data that expands on what this number means. Those 51,300 videos in total have 268 million views and 37.5 million likes.
I'm British, so I'm pretty cool. Hey man, I can think of some things that the British did that aren't that cool.
Is it just because you live in a weird neighborhood? So we're having 10% of success right now. Personally though, that's not enough for me. 10% of a win is not even close to a passing grade. We're on academic probation to say the least. Things aren't going well. So I need to change a game plan here. I'm a greedy bull. I want results. I need pictures of Spider-Man. At this point, we can say with almost absolute certainty that nothing from 50% loamy and up is going to grow a plant. It's just not gonna happen. But we've also learned that in 10%, something can grow. But think about this little number. There is a 40% split in loamy percentage in there that I have not tested. Now the experiment becomes, how much fast food dirt can I add to a mixture and still be able to grow arugula? Lucky for me, I had 6 extra pots and I had some loamy dirt to spare. So we were gonna figure out exactly what percentage our ceiling was.
Dirty Buckets here. Been sitting outside for about a month now. I checked what things look like today with the control and the 90-10%, and the control is still not going past like the little weird purple sprouts. I don't know what's happening with the control. If there are plant people out there that can tell me why the control is doing worse, that'd be perfect. If I was the entire scientific community, the scientific community is baffled.
This time around for making my mixtures, I tried going for a different strategy.
Last time I mixed it in the pot.
So this time I mixed it in the clear measuring cup, making sure that the loamy dirt was completely homogeneous with the potting soil.
For almost a 50-50 mixture, that looks pretty good. So with all of the seeds planted, now it's time to bring these puppies outside, water them, and just hope for the best that I win this. It's been a month and a half I've been working on this video.
Things are going all right. In that first week, we got nothing going on. But I'm watering them. I'm being a little bit belligerent about it too. I've got the fear of God in my heart and I've got the joy of plant growing in my soul. Luckily for me, at about day 7, I was given a gift.
In the 20%, I've got a little bit of sprouts going. I have to stoke that little ember and try to make sure that it'll grow. I have no idea how that plant was able to burst out of that rock hard soil.
That's right, baby. The 20% came through, which means that I've officially doubled the amount that Lomi said was possible. Fuck you, Lomi. I'm feeling good. Fingers are still up. They're raised high to the sky, to the heavens. I'm going to kill God. 20% has sprouted. It's growing actively right now upstairs, and it's going to blossom into a beautiful salad. That is 1/5 of the soil that this plant is growing from is made up of 100% fast food soil. That's a lot of numbers thrown out there, but it feels good. What I'm a little bit curious about is why the 15% didn't grow. Because the 15% is like demonic. This is the worst mold infestation I've seen in any of the pots that I've planted. It is the corpse of all of these experiments I've done. So where we're at right now is, okay, I've got the 20% growing. All I need to do really is just keep it alive. And I'm really excited to see how big the 20% grows in comparison with the 10%. 10%'s doing really well at this point. I'm hoping that the new plant can get to maturity fast enough so I can try both of the salads side by side. So that's the current status in week 6. This is kind of a victory, right? Please. Unfortunately for me, I set my sights too high again. The 20% grew for a bit, but at a certain point it just stopped. This tiny little set of sprouts that managed to break through the soil were not, I think, able to get roots down below. For a couple more weeks, I watched this sprout grow into nothing but a disappointment for me. And at the same time, the only successful part of my experiment, the 10%, got further and further into maturity. So I had to make a judgment call. Here's the deal. I don't think that I'm going to get this 20% to grow any bigger than it has. I'm probably 2 weeks late to accepting this fact. 20% ain't gonna grow any bigger than a little tiny bit it is now. Which means that if I'm going to make my salad, I need to use the 10%. This has been a long journey over several months. One thing is known for sure. I kind of grew it in the 20%, and I definitely grew it in the 10%. So now all there is to do is harvest that arugula, buy some control arugula from the grocery store, and we'll see how good my kind of fast food grown salad is. We're finally here. We finally have our harvest of the only arugula that I was able to grow, which is the 10%. The one that Lomi said was the one that I'd be able to grow, which pisses me off to a very large degree. This has been a long journey to get to this point. I waited way too long to harvest this arugula. I waited so long. The comparison that I'm going to be making here is inherently ridiculous. I'm currently going to compare tender young baby arugula leaves to the experiment, which is 90% off from my original goal in terms of the soil content. Some of the leaves are yellowing because this is a frail old arugula leaves grown in 10% fast food compost. Maybe I should have believed the research I was doing into this. But no, I will waste 3 months of my life on growing this plant. I don't even know if I can eat some of these leaves. They look spooky. Some of these leaves look remarkably like something I'd find in a witch's garden. Nevertheless, ladies and gentlemen, we will be comparing them. Will there be a difference? I wonder. This is a private selection small batch lemon and olive oil vinaigrette, which sounds really good. First, I made sure to wash the leaves thoroughly. And since I had a bad experience finding a weird worm on a basil leaf 2 years ago, I checked every single leaf individually. All roads lead to victory in some way. I don't know who said that. Probably because I just made it up. It's important at the end of the day to have perspective. Right here is a little bed of seeds that never got a chance to have the chance that this salad right here was able to have. Think about that for a second. Muddle that in your brain. We're all lucky to be alive. And maybe that's the lesson of this video. We're all lucky to be alive. Let's finish off this science project. That's a pretty good comparison right there in terms of what we're dealing with. These are our 2 salads. We've got our control and we've got our experiment. First to do, try a piece of arugula. Arugula, a little bit of sweetness in it too. That's pretty good. And now it's time to try my 10% fast food grown version. Oh. I don't know if this is because this isn't baby arugula, but the aftertaste is a little bit aggressive in some ways. There's a darkness in that. If I start glowing green, call the cops. But at the end of the day, our goal here was to make a salad. We're gonna do the serving size, which is 2 tablespoons in each of the salads. Toss the salad a little bit. First, let's taste our control salad. Oh. That's awesome, actually. I feel like I'll definitely have lemon olive oil vinaigrette in the future. That's fucking phenomenal. I set out more than 3 months ago to grow a plant from fast food to create a salad. And after all this time, we finally can determine if that salad is good. Here we go. It's not that good. Hey, what's up? I've mentioned about 1,000,000 times that I do a bunch of road trips in my 2002 Toyota Tacoma. And as a result of that, I've got a bunch of bumper stickers on the back of my truck. Now, I like to think that those bumper stickers have aged pretty well on my truck. However, there are a lot of bumper stickers out there that have not aged very well or were just bad to begin with. They were just always shit. So I decided to get in a call with my buddies Schlatt and Charlie Slimesicle, and we took a look at some of the worst bumper... Sorry, I just had a 1,000-year sleep. I'm a vampire now. Oftentimes, I travel the web. I wander. I trot even through the World Wide Web. I don't know what just happened there. Sometimes I find YouTube channels that truly enlighten me beyond belief. And one of those channels is Lynn McGonagall's channel. I found Lynn's channel through Reddit recently, and she runs a series called The Angelic Initiative. I'm not exactly sure what to call her channel, but they work with spirits, and it kind of seems like a cult, but with 2 people in it. So, that's what we're working with here. They have over 1,000 episodes of this series on their channel, which from the outside seems like them just kind of sitting in a garden. But trust me, friends, it's much more. So come with me. Let's go down the rabbit hole. You don't have a choice. This is the first episode that I stumbled upon through Reddit, and it's called Cool and Uncool Trees.
Hi friends, in Planet Earth Dating, it's Sunday, November 6, 2016, in the Lynn Life and the Jamie Body Mind.
So right off the bat, you know something's going on. Something's going on in this video, and I don't know if I vibe with it. They are sitting down doing yoga. What the fuck, Lynn? Sit-down yoga, by the way, is also the most suspicious form of yoga.
The authorized souls continue to be only child souls.
What? The authorized souls continue to be only child? If an adult soul came by and they wanted to get in on the yoga, would Lynn just be like, sorry, 18 and under souls only, dude?
From the smaller subatomic, and the intrusions from above continue.
That's true.
That's true. What is true about that statement? That wasn't...
Above meaning larger and less dense levels.
That's true.
We're going to go with the foundational assignment, which is to do what is ours to do right now in all dimensions to manifest the divine plan, since that's what our soul contracts commit us to doing.
It's almost like she's just kind of filling in words there, like she doesn't want there to be a pause in her speaking pattern. Now we must do what it is to do with ourselves. Once we are there with ourselves, we must do. It's almost impossible to determine when the sentence is over. I'd go as far to say that this entire video is one entire sentence.
Speaking to the grass right here in our filming location.
Oh, you're speaking to the grass. Okay, yeah, no, I can fuck with that. Yeah, okay, we're speaking to the grass. Cool. Yeah, no. Alright.
What we're doing right now is we're pulling out trauma threads that are messing us up in our own lives, in our own experiences of sentience. And this particular thread, which is really common.
Yo, chill. Don't hurt yourself. You're getting yourself really worked up over that grass there.
And so it's likely that you have this too, because we all have stuff that's messing us up. We all have these weird, cloggy tangles. If we're taking it as our working theory that we all have this stuff, would you like to do this exercise with us and pull out your own trauma strands? Pull out your own problems that are choking you?
Yeah, it's not about enlisting them to pull out their own problems.
Oh shit! She did not like that. She's roasting her right now. She was like, why don't you come along with us? And she was like, no. Wrong.
Because that window of opportunity opened and closed a long time ago. We're way past that. This is about...
What? She was like, oh, how could I have been so stupid? While this lady is like, they had their chance. Now they're fucked. You can understand at this point how confused I am by this video. And there's just no explanation to what they're doing. You know, at a certain point later in the video, they start asking the trees if they want to become portals for the dead. This girl on the left gets roasted again, and I love it.
So are you willing to join us in being portals for dead presences, rather than joining everybody else and being a hindrance on the course of presences who are trying to get to a consistent source of significantly higher vibration? In other words, trying to get to God.
That's true. Are you willing?
That's a no.
No.
That's a no.
Yeah,
okay, let's do it.
That's true. No, it's not. I wonder if this girl on the left is just along for the ride. That throughout 710 sessions, she's just improvising this and just guessing whether or not the things that this lady is talking about is true or not. It's like this long-winded improv session where the girl on the left has no clue whether what she's saying is right or wrong. They're asking the tree for something, and then the tree is just like, dude, screw off. Stop. I'm trying to take out a small $10,000 loan to start a small cupcake business. Will you invest with me, tree? And the tree's just like, fuck off. That's true. Even the tree knows your credit score's shit. Throughout this video, they discovered that there is a social structure. There are popular plants, and that there are non-popular plants. There's the plant high school jocks, and then there's the plant nerds.
And what we learned is that we need to start with the trees before we get to the grasses, because apparently the grasses think the trees are cool, and the trees don't apparently think the grasses are cool.
How is she so blown away by that? She literally was knocked back by that information. One of the most amazing things about this video is that the girl on the left says that's true 1,000,000 times. In so many different ways, too. There's quite a level of diversity in the way that she says those. Roll the clip.
That's true. That's true.
About
that's true. That's
presences.
True. That's true. That's true.
Now,
that's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true. That's true.
Now you look like an idiot.
Oh no. Oh, that's true. That's true.
And,
that's true.
And
That's
so
true.
when people are crazy,
that's true.
They
That's
get to
true.
the light
That's
and into
true.
a spin. The
That's
trees don't
true.
appear.
That's
And when we
most of their videos are the same, but there are some gems. Ooh, a gem here. Ooh, a gem there. Let me grab that gem. Let's look at the gem closer. This one is pretty awesome because this one was posted on July 2nd, 2019. It's episode 1054. It's called Get the Dead Out. As you can see, they've changed locations. They've gone from a Florida villa to like a bayou.
my friends, In Planet Earth Dating, it's Tuesday, June 25th, 2019.
Those microphones are like the best thing ever. It's like they're doing a TED Talk every time, but in the woods. They do their normal ramble in this video.
But now, how do we do this on a mass scale?
That's the question.
Because we have, it seems to us, billions, with a B,
yeah.
billions of dead people around here.
I figured out the dynamic here, okay? She's like the main preacher person, and then the girl on the left here, she's the hype man. She's like, we gotta figure out what's going on with the spirits. Fuck yeah, we do. They go on to talk about something truly enchanting to me, and that is that they literally are claiming that they can speak to the dead. People who have died hundreds of years ago. But specifically, like famous dead people. They start to tell a really interesting story, and through this we discover that Lynn is the mom, and then the girl on the left is actually her daughter. The way that they establish that relationship is really interesting.
When our son was in high school.
Yeah, it's the brother of this one, son of that one.
Yeah.
What? What a strange way to indicate a familial relationship. Why are you speaking in riddles? Now I'm pissed. I hate riddles. She starts talking about this assignment that her son had.
His teacher gave him an assignment, his English teacher,
Yes.
saying, why did Shakespeare choose the sonnet form for this particular poem?
Yeah.
And we said, well, let's ask Shakespeare. And he had grown up around his mother, obviously,
That's
so
true.
understood that she was psychic, etc.
That's right.
And we did connect with Shakespeare, and we asked him why he had chosen the sonnet for that particular poem, and he said something beautiful, and we stupidly did not have a recorder running like we do now.
Ah, shit. You talked to Shakespeare and you didn't have a fucking recorder out? You idiot. That's convenient. Lynn.
And he said something beautiful, and it was a poem that was about springtime and about love.
That's right.
And he said that those were two really beautiful things, and he said it very poetically.
That's
and how
true.
could he have chosen anything but a sonnet for a poem about love and springtime?
Yeah.
It was the best poem and reason ever, and shoot, we did not record it.
My son said, so do you think I should use that?
Are you saying that that's something I should turn into my teacher in high school? I should turn that in as homework.
He said yes. We think you should use it because that's what Shakespeare said.
Yeah.
But
She made her son fail an English project because she convinced her son that she actually talked to Shakespeare. She literally said to her son, well, duh, yeah, that's what Shakespeare said. Now go to your room, I gotta talk to Nikola Tesla. They go on to start, like, demonstrating that they're actually seeing a bunch of, like, famous people in, like, this really trippy part of the video.
Albert Einstein. How do we get the dead out?
That's
Leonardo
true.
da Vinci. I see him.
I see him also.
Hi. And to Isaac Newton, he was a physicist also.
I see him also.
Hi.
The girl on the left waits. She waits until the main lady mentions, like, a famous person. She's like, oh, yep, he's also there. Yeah, I also see Leonardo da Vinci. Yes, that is true. I see him there. He's there, being Leonardo da Vinci. I really don't know what they're trying to achieve here. They've been doing this for a while. Her channel was made in 2012. It's been 7 years, Lynn. When are they gonna get these spirits home? Hope you enjoyed that little dive into Lynn McGonagall's channel. They could really be talking to spirits and we would never know. That's also true, but that doesn't mean I can't goof on them a little bit. See you guys later next time. Don't get possessed by Nikola Tesla. He's a ghost. Check this out, we got a slate, baby. What up, guys? What up? What's up? Oh, what up, guys? It's Ted. Hey, what's good? What's up? I don't know how to do these intros anymore. Hey, what's up? We're back with another video today. I'm Ted. The theme of this Fiverr filth is selling air to stupid people. So buckle on up. Put on your, buckle up. Fuck. I will change your DNA to alpha male DNA. There are so many fundamentally wrong things with this Fiverr gig. I do have to say, I like how he put spaces in between the letters in DNA. I will change your DNA to alpha male DNA. This is like some half-ass science going on here right now. He's saying that DNA exists, but I don't know if he knows how DNA works. Or he's banking on the fact that the people who are buying the gig don't know what DNA is or how it works. Bottom line, he's advertising that he's going to be changing your DNA with a spell that somehow is going to turn you into an alpha male. I swear to God, this guy was probably browsing r/nice guys on Reddit and was like, I guess there's a market for this. Sheila. Hey, Sheila. Yeah, Sheila, go get my spell book. I got a new spell I gotta make up. It's gonna be big. I enjoy this first picture. Wait, actually... Oh, just kidding. I enjoy the only picture on this Fiverr gig. One dude's just totally buff and the other just doesn't have any muscle on him at all. It seems like this alpha male thing just means that you don't have any muscles. This dude's a pretty good looking guy, so I don't understand how he doesn't fit as a successful person. He's got a modeling career, so clearly he's doing something right. He's giving him weird eyes. He kind of looks like he wants to eat him. Tired of people taking advantage of you? Oh, well, come by my Fiverr gig. After I take advantage of you, then that'll stop happening. You guys are going to see this, but I'm totally amazed that there's this quantity of people who are saying that they can cast spells. It's got to be like this. The same people who believe that people can cast spells are probably the same people that don't vaccinate their kids. So those people are also going to these people and they're like, my son has polio. Can you heal him? And they're like, yikes. Who is an alpha male? They're cool. They're confident. They walk into a room and everybody stops and notices. When they speak, other guys listen. Guys want to hang out with them. Women want to go out with them. They're alpha males. He's just listing ideal aspects of a person that people like. He's kind of strayed away from the DNA part. In fact, he doesn't mention DNA at any other point in the gig. Now he's starting to go on this garbage about the chords of your inner soul. Basic alpha package. Get the confident you want. Are there different types of confident? If it's a different type of confident, you don't describe it as confident. You describe it as like egotistical or something. Get the body shape. Don't know what body shape it could be, but as long as it's a body shape, you got it. Lead the gang. Maybe all of a sudden you'll just be a leader of a random biker gang. Sup, boss? Heard you're the new boss. One of these bullet points is like a kid describing sex without wanting to say it. He's saying, get any person to do the things for you. He says, I provide the most respected spells online with the best credentials. What what, you just gonna put you just write up a resume that just says, I cast spells? That Fiverr's filthy. Bam! It's filthy. That Fiverr, it's filthy. I will send you 30 minutes of angel healing energy for anything you want. This one's got a video, so let's check this out.
Hello, Fiverr Ninjas. Michael J. Black here.
Did you just call me a Fiverr ninja?
I'm offering angel healing for 30 minutes on anything you want. Whatever it is. They work miracles. These are God's servants that come and help us. And it doesn't matter what religion you're in. They work, they help, and love to work with you. If you need it right away, I offer express service.
Express service? How do you speed up the service on an angel?
If you want to check out my other gig extras, got some really cool stuff there. Look forward to working with you. Been doing this 18 years. See you at the top.
See you at the top. See you at the top, baby. This has got to be the strangest pitch I've ever seen. He's talking like he's pitching the Snuggie to As Seen on TV Incorporated, but he's talking about angel healing. See you at the top? That's a little Easter egg. What he really means is the angels are going to carry you away into the clouds, and then they're going to drop you from the sky while this guy's watching with a telescope, so hopefully you'll land on your head and you stop being a fucking idiot. How do you do this? How do you make a living out of this for 18 years? That boggles my mind. He does tarot cards. He's a professional psychic. He works with angels. I will have the angels do healing work on any issue you want for a full 30 minutes. This works great on, and then he lists anything that you could possibly want. Your goals, emotional issues, job, career, love, just any relationship. But what's interesting is what he says later. He says, as part of the angel healing, if needed, I will call in the archangels to help with the healing.
How did you get in contact with all these angels? Do you have them on speed dial? Are you guys all in are you in a texting group chat where you're just like, hey guys, I got another Fiverr gig. This guy's looking to work at the M&M factory. And then the archangel is like, don't worry about it, Joe. We'll send down a couple angels, help you out right away. If needed, I will raise your frequency and vibration. What is that even referring to? You're just gonna make me vibrate? 20-minute angel coaching session. How do you coach ethereal beings? My favorite part about this gig is the no risk, 100% satisfaction guaranteed. I love that. That's my favorite part of this gig. He said they can help with your goals. So if one of my goals is that I can turn my nipples into eyeballs, does that mean that I'm gonna end up with 2 eyeball nipples? Where would you coordinate this? Was he a priest? I will remove any curse or negative energy, cleansing you. This one's got 228 reviews. So clearly another successful Fiverr gig. She's got another video. Let's check this out, man.
Hi, my name is Sheila. I am the Great Witch.
First off, she's using a webcam from 2005, which actually doesn't disqualify her from being a witch. It actually kind of supports it because she's a witch. We don't know how in tune with technology they are, all right?
So, you think you have a curse on you and things just don't go the right way?
Clearly, she has a sparkly Party City witch's wig on, which is just ridiculous.
You're always wondering, why is it happening to me? You've come to the right place. You just ordered one of my gigs.
She's trying to do a character, I think, but she's like 30% of the way there. It's kind of like this is a draft video and she hasn't quite figured out her character, but then she went ahead and posted this one anyways.
Can remove this curse.
What is that? What are you doing? What are you doing? What is that, a dance? What is that, a witch dance? What are you doing, a spell right now? What's going on with you? Stop that. So we got some packages for this one. You got your light package, removing easy small curses and negative energy. A quick fix for simple cases. Then you got most popular for sticky curses. You know those sticky curses, man. Get over your pants. It's gross. I will coven cast billionaire wealth spell, fortune money magic. So this is another magic spell. This is another like witch related thing. Her thumbnail is wild. It's like a picture of money and then get filthy rich with no regrets. Cash green money machine wealth spell. What the fuck? And then she just puts in a bunch of pictures of cases full of money. This is the Cash Green Money Machine, brought to you by Madame Crowley, High Priestess of the Coven of Union, and the Black Forest Witches. Don't these witches always have some sort of evil plan? They don't usually just give out money to people. She basically says, this miraculous spell is not about simply getting out of debt and having a few thousand in your bank. This spell is about super billionaire wealth. It's about changing your life, your children's lives, and their children's lives. For at a minimum of $70, you can have super billionaire wealth, is what she's saying. This just doesn't make sense financially for her to even have in the first place. If you are a witch that can cast a spell that can give you super billionaire wealth, why don't you just cast it on yourself or one of your friends? Why don't all of the witches in your little group chat cast the spell on each other? Instead, you're charging people a minimum of $70 and a maximum of $120 to buy it on a freelancing website online. I did some research on this beforehand. The Black Forest Witches, that's referring to like a myth. And not even a myth that's in the United States, where she's from. It's in Germany. The Black Forest is in Germany. Things just aren't adding up here in any department. There's always one thing in these Fiverr things that, more so than anything else, hints to how bullshit it is. In this Fiverr in particular, it's this sentence. Your patience and positivity will help results immensely. If you complain that nothing's happened yet, that's because you haven't been patient enough. Don't you get how spells work? Our final Fiverr gig is probably the weirdest one that doesn't make any sense. I will banishing full moon ritual.
19th February. There's a picture of a crow. I don't know what that's about. The packages are just about banishing ritual, 3-cast plus shamanic theta visionary healing journey. What? This gig is for a full moon healing banishment ritual on the 19th of February 2019. I perform a healing ceremony working with healing chants, ascended masters and crystalline diamond earth Christ grid to banish, negative cords, ties, souls, contracts, vows, agreements. I work with cleansing ancestral karma and in accordance with your higher self, guardian, guides, and angels for the highest good in alignment with great spirit. Oh my, what? The last paragraph is the best paragraph in my opinion. Working with Grandmother Moon, what? And the gods and goddesses is powerful work. I'm a planetary healer, old soul, starseed, indigo child, here to assist those who have chosen to shift their vibration in alignment with the evolutionary process of our beloved Mother Gaia, 5th dimension, ascended Earth.